Welcome to the Quiet on Set podcast. I'm your host, Kevin Talent, and as always, I'm joined here by Ewan Graf.
Uh, wait, what is going on? Usually that is my part to say. Like, I'm doing the.
Recently, I've covered Gent for the third time as an accredited person and my 8th year of being there. Ewan has covered the Zurich Film Festival, and because both film festivals overlap quite a bit, we've decided to combine these two because we can't stop doing hour-long recaps.
Well, this one is hopefully going to be shorter than our Venice one. That one was 6.5 hours.
I hope so.
Go check it out if you're interested. We also clipped, I think, like 50 reviews that we did there. This one will have roughly upwards in the 80-ish short brief thoughts on films as well. Like you said, there's a bunch of overlap. There's also the films from Gun that I never got to properly talk about. Now that Kevin has seen it, we can discuss them. A whole bunch of like a conglomerate, basically, of all of the festivals from all year just kind of put together here. I got some exclusive films that only I got to see in Zurich. We'll kick it off with those, but Kevin later on also has a bunch that only he got to see. And then we'll spend most of our time in the discussions. If you want to skip around, there's literally, time codes for every single film we're going to talk about. If you're also interested in just our ranked lists for Gent and Zurich respectively, those are linked below as well. You'll find a bunch of information there. Yeah, you ended up watching 52 films, I think, from Gent. Mine was a bit bigger because it was 64, but I went into the festival already with 35. Ended up watching not that many films at the actual festival. And you were quite busy. But yeah, we'll kick it off with the Zurich Film Festival and the way that we structured this. And I blame you, Kevin, because you did the show notes for this. Thank you for doing the show notes. But I also blame you for making this a bit of a yap session to start it off with, because we're going to start with the Zurich films that only I got to see. There's roughly a bit more than 30 of them. If you're used to the podcast and me yapping, that's going to be what the first part of this recap is going to encapsulate. The 20th edition of the Zurich Film Festival was a historic one. You turn 20 only once. I guess that is the same thing with every age you turn in every edition. But it's 20, so it's a special one. They made the decision to cut back a bunch of films. About a third of the previous program was cut. So from 150 to around a neat and concise 100 movies. They got rid of a competition section, added nothing else, I guess. Got rid of a couple of like smaller sections and really focused on 40 films as gala premieres. We got 14 films each in documentary and feature competition respectively. They also have sections like hashtag Big City Life, signatures, which are special screenings, borderline sounds, and set of for kids with a couple of kids films to round out the festival. I can already tell you I didn't end up watching the kids program because we're not really covering those. But what is notable about the festival as well, that they have a big focus on documentaries. About 35 of the film's selection, about a third of them were part of that genre. I ended up catching less than half of those, 13 in total, but I can already tell you my favorite movie of the year and of this recap is going to be one that is within that category. But we'll start it off with one of the smaller sections that is called Borderlines.
We missed the new year that never came at the Biennale, where the Romanian film won the Horizonte Award. But here's the synopsis. On the brink of revolution in 1989 Romania, 6 lives intersect amidst protest and personal struggles, leading to the explosive fall of... Why is this name? You say that name. Oh, he's doing it in Google right now, and I'm pissed. He's totally looking at...
Nicolae Ceausescu.
Oh, yeah.
It's the explosive fall of Nicolae Ceausescu and the communist regime. It's something that I saw being touched on in other media before. I think I saw a series that was like about this sort of topic, and this one is, like it says, on the brink of revolution, right at the end of that regime. So you can kind of see the crackles being there, like in that whole thing falling apart. But it also feels like they are still very much living under the big thumb of this oppressive regime. And the way that it goes about telling the story, the film is also, I think, about like 2.5 hours long. It's a rather long one. It's through these loosely interlinked 6 different storylines that all feature like different characters that we follow. So we don't really have a lead character. We have 6 of them. In that way, it like really slowly builds toward that moment of the historic event where There was a bit of like a revolution starting to happen at one of his, I think, last speeches as well. I couldn't help but really be caught up in a lot of the storylines. There were a couple of them that were definitely lesser than others. There was one that felt really trite and like very overdone, and then a bunch of them that had like some really surprising comedic elements to them as well, just like by the bizarre nature of what was happening and what was like the risky thing. Like there's one thing about like a letter being sent when a kid is basically wishing for the death of the leader because he overheard his parents say that, and then the thing is sent off and he has to go retrieve it, and it's like it's so funny, but it's also so tense. Juggling those two things is what the movie does in its best moments, and then it becomes rather conventional in others when it's like about two, I think, young adults trying to escape and basically get out and make it across the border. But I think it's definitely one that like intrigues you to read up more about like Romanian history. I always love movies that get me more interested in the actual facts through telling a like combination of based on sort of real events or just like historic big events, and then filling in the blanks with characters that kind of, you know, you can tell that story through. I wouldn't have picked it for the Orizzonti Award. I think in Venice there were better films in that section, but it's like it would have been like a solid runner-up. I think it's a really solid one. I give it like a 7.5 out of 10. If you like historic films, it's one to put on your radar as well.
I mean, I guess it's a better winner than whoever won the previous year, right? I don't remember which one.
I don't remember which one Orizzonti as well. 'Cause, like, again, I think with those festival awards, what always and tends up happening, it's always a jury.
Explanation for Everything won. That kid that
I know which one. I know which one Explanation for Everything is. I think it's starting to come out now here, and it's or like in a couple of months from now.
Well, at least it's a better winner than that
it definitely is a better winner, and it's like the one. I think it's like the one film that we missed from Orizzonti, or like one of two.
No, you want yeah. This year.
This year. So we missed a couple more.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, on to the next one.
We Live in Time. Damn. Okay, so coming off the trailers and the lead up for this film, this was one of my most anticipated films for the rest of 2024. I got really excited. Even the trailer had something that almost got me like emotional as well. And I kind of have to say, like, I was a bit let down that the movie itself didn't get a tear out of me, and I'm someone who usually tears up pretty easily. You know, if the score hits right, there's just the right amount of emotions there. I'm like, yeah, I'm right in there. And this didn't do it for me.
Ewan can cry. I can confirm. Ewan can cry.
I cried a bunch. Yeah, next to you as well. I don't hold back tears, you know. But
I do.
Tough man. Hey, it's like man can cry. It's just something about like the non-linear storytelling that ends up taking away from a story about like two people who meet through like a weird circumstance of one person running the other one over. Their relationship through that, I think the weakest part of this whole movie is definitely the screenplay. It's so weak. Some of the dialogue is horrendous. It's kind of saved by just how great of like two leads we got with Florence Pugh and Andrew Garfield. I think they save a lot of the emotional depth in like pretty generic and dumb scenes. They end up getting a lot out of it because they can like act their asses off with just a couple of looks that they throw back and forth. I really hope this was going to be like a top 10 contender for me at the end of the year. Really can't say that it is. Yeah, bit of a letdown overall.
I mean, but it's one thing that wasn't a letdown was their marketing.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I've seen so many videos of the two.
The horse was a bit annoying to me, like pretty much. Also, I don't really like gimmicks in like that sort of, we got a new meme. But yeah, what you're alluding to is that they did a bunch of like interviews together and they seem to hit it off quite well, so.
A lot of meme potential was liquidated because of the two. I've not even said a synopsis for We Live in Time.
Yeah.
I guess you don't really need to when you got a duo like this.
Yeah.
So if you want at least something romantic and comedic, I guess We Live in Time ain't a bad choice in the end.
No, I still gave it a 7 out of 10, and I think it has some.
Maybe your expectation were too high.
My expectation was for sure too high. That's like why this was a letdown to me overall, although I feel like the core of the film is still decent. I just feel like none of it came together in a way that a good romance film to me kind of has to.
Next one, we got Shepards. Matthias, who swaps his Montreal life as the young advertising executive for that of a shepherd in Provence. But the road to his longed-for pastoral tranquility is littered with hard work. Through self-deprecation, Matthias survives the violent delirium and decay of the first farmhouse where he begins his apprenticeship. But the arrival of Elise, a civil servant, also searching for meaning, gives Matthias' quest a new direction. Together, they embark on a transhumance adventure. Alright, cool.
The
Whatever.
synopsis is a bit all over the place.
Yeah, that's really not. And this isn't even one of the shortest ones either. Through the trials and tribulations of the mountains, and with a herd to support, they forge a new life for themselves. Ewan, tell me more about this riveting movie.
I mean, they already said a bunch of what the like story beats are going to play out in this, and I feel like this movie is not really even if you know those beats, it doesn't really take away from it, because where it shines is definitely the cinematography. I actually have an interview that should be up sooner than later with the director of the film. It's also called Shepherds in the English translation. It's called Bergère, which is like the term for those type of shepherds in the Provence, and it's also based on basically, or like loosely based and written with the real Matthias Lefebvre, who basically went on this sort of finding yourself trip as well in 2006. And it's less in the movie, it's less like about finding yourself. I feel like he wants a change from the office modern life onto a simpler lifestyle, and then it kind of it clashes up with naturally with the people who've been there for years, who've done this for generations, and obviously comes in as sort of like a tourist to their lives. Is he just kind of basically playing dress up as to going up on the mountains, and and then all of that hardship that comes through, and that especially in that first workplace that he goes to, like the first opportunity he gets, is obviously like ends up being not a great one, and he kind of needs to find and navigate a path for himself. And I think all of that is really beautifully told. I think this movie is comes together quite well. I wasn't like that invested in the relationship, the romance, but it also is like on Elise's part, who works locally for like the government, and like something that he has to deal with. That's how they meet, and then decides to go like with him. Like her breaking is also something that's super interesting that they didn't even delve into that much. It has a ton to offer, and I think it offers that sort of like tranquility that you get from just like walking with the sheeps up on the mountain, and then having to film a lot of like stuff in an almost documentary like way, because you just need to follow the herds. You can't direct a herd of sheep, right, as much as a shepherd does. So I think all of that collaboration, once that becomes a larger part of the film, I think it is really strong. There's also one thing where someone hands someone a staff, and like the shepherd thing staff, and it's like, I kid you not, it's the moment that you're most likely to cry in the film, and it's like, that's bizarre that a movie can do that to you, like that sort of handing back. But yeah, I don't want to spoil the film. It also uses a bunch of non-professional actors that really work well in it. I give this one a 7 out of 10 as well. And yeah, check out the interview with Sophie Derasp and the film yourself. I think this one is probably one that a lot of people will have to wait until it comes out on VOD, because I don't see it have a release other than in like maybe France and in Canada, other than like limited release in the States. So yeah, be on the lookout for it. I think it's worth checking out.
Yo, did you just compliment non-professional actors?
I did. I'm not a hater on non-professional actors. I'm a hater on kid actors.
Oh, just on
kids. Right, kids.
Cool. The next one,
Super/Man, the Christopher Reeve story. And this one is already out on digital. I think it is. I don't know. It was a Warner Bros. Production, so you can find it online already.
They throw that shit immediately online. But here's the synopsis: Actor Christopher Reeve, who rises to stardom when he lands the role of Superman in the 1970s. When a horse riding accident leaves him paralyzed in 1995, Reeve spent the rest of his life searching for a cure for spinal cord injuries.
Yeah, well, I didn't grow up on Christopher like Reeve's Superman. I have to this day
Same.
actually not seen a single one of those films.
Same.
So like I'm
as much as it appalls me to say it, I haven't seen them either.
Yeah.
I mean, I've seen so much footage of those movies, but I just haven't seen them in their entirety. If that makes sense.
So we both don't have this nostalgia for it. I'm the only one who's seen it of the two of us, but even without the nostalgia, you can kind of see, like, also having lived through him being Superman, getting into that accident, and what happens, and that like uncertainty, and we go basically into this knowing already, you know, where he ends up. And to go through it in this documentary, kind of step by step as well, is something that is incredibly interesting. It takes a lot of like behind the scenes looks and peeks at like dealing with someone who was so active, and where his body was so much of like how he was able to contribute like in his work with acting, but also to his family, and how much that is still like his main focus, and always has been. It's kind of beautiful to kind of see a really like beautiful person on display that goes beyond just being that Superman character. Who it also tackles the thing of like at the start of dealing with his paralysis, the focus was way more on like healing and getting out of this state. And once like he hits that part of acceptance, it's way more about like action. Like that was one of the foundation that they created, was criticized for that basically it was still kind of ableist to try to see it as like an issue that they need to fix, other than like a reality that you have to deal with. And I think like it makes that transition in the film, not like in the most interesting way, but it is there, and I like that it is there. Another standout is really his wife, and just kind of how patiently she stands by his side through all of it. I think it's a really, especially for those who've seen, I think, just one of his films, even when they grew up with it, but especially the ones who grew up on this, I think this is going to be like a super emotional watch. For those, this is going to be one of the best documentaries of the year. For me, it's just like a really solid one. And I can recommend it. Again, in a year where we've gotten a lot of like really solid documentaries, this is one of the better ones.
Can I ask, how does it compare to the Michael J. Fox one? Because I mean, that's at least a documentary where we both know the actor a bit more than Christopher Reeve.
I think the Michael J. Fox one also spans like it goes back, right, as well, with archive footage. Yeah. But this one feels put together in a better way, if that makes sense.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I thought this one was, if I had to compare them on a qualitative like scale, I feel like the Superman Christopher Reeve one would be the one I prefer. Yeah, that's even if I don't really know much about him.
On to the next one.
The Remarkable Life of Ibelin.
The secret life of a young World of Warcraft gamer is vividly reimagined when his online friends contact his family after his death. One thing I want to say, any other game, I don't think there are many other games where you can make long-lasting friends.
Among Us?
This guy played Call of Duty. This guy would remain dead, and there would be no... Yeah. I mean, you could probably put up a clip right now, I've seen on Twitter, of people roasting kids on Call of Duty. It's infamous for its violent hatred towards kids, like as much as you almost, but... yeah.
I don't have a violent hatred. I just have a vivid hatred. Violent would mean that I actually like physically assault children. That would be horrific.
No, you only do that verbally, right?
Yes. I feel like, especially if this is clipped, right? People are not gonna get the context. But this one is already streaming on Netflix. They picked it up after it had made quite a bit of buzz at the Sundance Film Festival early this year. And like you touched on, like I feel like this doesn't work in other games. The only other game that it works in at the moment that also has a player base would be GTA 5, because inherently what this movie is about is escaping your own body into a fully role play world that is digital, that doesn't constrain you by your physical limits. Dealing with the disease that he has, and the tragic thing about like this disease is that usually people come and go without leaving a mark on the world, right? And that's what his family always talks about, like, he never gets to experience love, he never gets to experience like deep friendship, he can't study, all of those things that he's missing out on because of this. And then it's framed in a way and presented that he got to experience these things through role playing, and then they're reimagined by all of the logs that are still kept from that role playing server. So ultimately, I thought this movie was going to be way more about just like playing online games, but then it ended up being much more about community. I just don't really like the way that it presented itself, in the way that it was framing the family as like, this is another twist that we didn't know that he was doing. And if that was the case or not, really doesn't really do much to tell his story. It's just like that kind of sensationalized, we gotta have bigger moments in the film. And it's not a Netflix film that was a Netflix film because it was bought by Netflix. It was a film done before that, not knowing that it would end up on Netflix, but it kind of fits that mold kind of well, and that's a critique, But a lot of it is really interesting. I think for some people, it's going to be like the most moving thing they've seen all year. It didn't connect with me like on that level, but I still think, again, really solid documentary. Gave it a 7 out of 10 as well. Streaming on Netflix, and it's going to be, I think, talked about again. I would be surprised if it doesn't get the at least one of the 5 nominations for best documentary at the end of the year. I think it has that profile. I think I wouldn't be surprised if it gets in there.
Now, Ewan, when I saw this movie in your letterbox, I had instant finalement flashbacks, since it's a French movie and we have a person holding a trumpet in the poster. Is my deja vu accurate here? Or
it's not. How do you say it properly? Because my French is really bad.
En fanfare?
I wouldn't have said en fanfare, so I guess it's like, the American.
Oh my god.
I'm exaggerating here. My French is not that bad, but I do like to be called out on it. It's not like a deja vu. It's completely different. What's the other one with Cadmera, right? That one is just a bit all over the place. This one is basically a drama between two brothers who didn't know they were brothers. One of them is from the city. He's successful. He leads an orchestra. He's not a director. What do they call it that lead the orchestra? A maestro in a way, right? And the other one lives conductor, exactly. He lives a more a quieter life in a smaller town where he also is passionate about music, and he is in a small band, but he's someone who doesn't really want to stand out that much. And once they discover that they're related, I think they're half brothers, they're kind of forced to compare themselves to each other and what they've accomplished and maybe what they've missed out on, because one of them had the opportunities the other ones didn't. Would the other one been even better and gotten to succeed more if they had switched places? All of those things are like hidden underneath the conversations that they have as they are trying to connect, and especially the one from the city wants to connect with his brother, and the other one's kind of reluctant. And that push and pull that kind of runs through the whole movie without feeling repetitive was actually like really well actualized. I caught this one in Cannes, but then my little brother got to see it at the trade show in Locarno, and it was actually his favorite. Like, there was the Seed of the Sacred Fig that played there. There was also Anora. And this was actually his favorite. Maybe he's trying to tell me something, about like brother relationships. But he really connected with this one. It goes beyond the like big city people and big city like person comes into a small village and then hijinks ensues. But it has that element. It just like does it with a good enough twist, and the focus on music is really good. It's like about self-actualization. I think this one really came together. I think this one is like a 7.5 out of 10 for me as well. A French film that gets the approval mark from me. Really good.
The French movies have not have a lot of approval marks from both of us.
Yeah, no, they've missed more often than not. Yeah.
Yeah. So hey, this is one of the better ones, I guess. Check it out.
Yeah, it's also called the marching band. If you can't spell en fanfare, whatever you say.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Like every time you say that en fanfare in that way, I just get this shit.
I feel like if you say en fanfare, then no one will know how to actually spell it. So unless you're French. So the marching band is also where you find it on Letterboxd.
Right. The next one I'm really, really curious to, because obviously I find it really interesting that two or romantic movie stars, rom-com stars with Demi Moore in The Substance, and now we have Hugh Grant in Heretic, have turned out some really, just kind of nasty character work this year,
Yeah.
right? And I guess I'm really curious to hear about how Hugh Grant delivers in Heretic. But I'll give you quickly the synopsis. Two young missionaries are forced to prove their faith when they knock on the wrong door and are greeted by a diabolical Mr. Reeve, becoming ensnared in his deadly game of cat and mouse. Ewan, tell me more about this one.
Hugh Grant is definitely the standout in this because he gets to do fun character work. He gets to be this like kind of person that you try to figure out throughout like the first part of the film, like what are his intentions, and the film kind of cleverly doesn't really tell you for a large chunk, and you're just kind of wondering what is going on. And I think it also works well with Sophie Thatcher and Chloe East. Like Thatcher especially has like that kind of Sydney Sweeney, like, eyelash thing of like closing your eyes really quickly. Just like, oh my God, I'm stressed out. She does that perfectly. I feel like that's a new horror trope that's just like in there. And it makes you paranoid trying to figure out like what his intentions are. Like you got these two missionaries in there, obviously having an angle of what their understanding of religion is, and then someone who comes in and kind of invites them in, right? Into okay, this is safe until it isn't safe anymore, and then it becomes this cat and mouse game trying to escape like the labyrinth that we got teased and if you watch the trailer on that like on that pullout, right? I just wish it was more of that cat and mouse game towards like the latter half of the film. The movie, a lot of it is just like back and forth like ideas that are being thrown at each other and kind of in verbalized like canon like ammunition, right, that you're trying to launch at each other but still trying to have a conversation. With that, I found it like super interesting in what this movie ends up focusing on and the swings it takes and the different twists and turns it takes on like what to focus on. It will feel like a bit of a mess to some, but I like those swings, especially in like horror thriller films, because even if they miss, they got another twist and turn like around the next corner. Ultimately, like I think you won't be bored with it, and I think a movie like this, that's what it needs to do. It just doesn't need to bore you. I was hoping for a bit more with it. Some of the swings it took didn't land with me, but I also gave it like a 7 out of 10. It's probably not in theaters like around now, I think so.
Yeah, now I believe in Belgium it's around the end of November. It comes out. So, but all right, I'm looking forward to it. Especially just seeing Hugh Grant act like a psycho.
Yeah.
Why not? Right. We need some more of that after Paddington 2. Speaking of taking swings, a post-apocalyptic musical. Now, to be fair, the end was, I believe, our most anticipated of this year with, I believe, Joshua Oppenheimer, right? The director being
It was very high for Lachlan, and I think he never realized until I told him on the podcast that this was a musical.
Right. But Ewan, does that work? Maybe I'll read the synopsis first. A post-apocalyptic story about a rich family living in a salt mine converted into a luxurious home. The earth around them has apparently been destroyed, but their son has never seen the outside world. As a young girl appears at the entrance of the bunker, the balance of the family is threatened. Now, Ewan, did this movie work or not?
It worked for me. It will very likely not work for you. Just like a general for most audiences, you'll be like, what in the actual fuck is going on? Because some of the scenes that are dramatic, like it opens with them singing, but all of the singing is almost like a normal scene, but they're just singing, and it's so awkward. But like to me, that awkwardness kind of worked in a weird way. And I know a lot of people are like jumping on the bandwagon of like Emilia Perez, even though that movie I feel like has horrendous music. Some people end up liking it quite a bit. I think this one just has the more interesting ideas and just more baffling ideas as to why a lot of the stuff that happens. It has a really solid cast, right? You got Tilda Swinton, George McKay, Michael Shannon, Moses Ingram. You got a lot of people in here that are exciting, and it's basically this rich family who needs to deal with how they are in the position that they are in. But then the movie never really does that. it gives ground to it because it's like basically in this post-apocalyptic world, it's through climate change that basically the rest of the world is pretty much uninhabitable. They are down in their bunker. Like that big salt mine that we are in is so vast and huge. And then they have those collections of art that are all displaced, and Tilda Swinton's character is so obsessed with keeping it tidy and switching it up and making it perfect. I didn't really get much out of the characterization for a lot of these people, but I felt like ultimately that was low-key kind of the point, that like they are so uninteresting and ultimately not really caught up with and dealing with the stuff that we would be interested in, these types of people who have like profited off of the destruction of the world, getting to outlive everyone else, and then like having to reconcile with it, and they just kind of don't. And then they are confronted when someone from the outside is coming in, it's kind of staying in. And it's a lot of it is like super interesting. I just don't get some of the twists and turns. Like it has some really odd cinematography choices. And some moments when the music comes in and they start singing, is like, why are we singing now? It's so odd. It's so odd, but I couldn't help but be like, it's also like 2.5 hours long. I couldn't help but be entertained the whole way through. And my letterbox curve, like for people who have seen it as well, right? My friends, it's like between a 1 star and a 4.5 star. So like it's all over the place, and there's a bunch of like 1 to 2 stars in there. So I feel like a lot of people are going to not like it. I appreciated it. I thought it was just like, it took some weird swings. It got a bit repetitive. I think that's one of the bits that did happen. But to me, even the most ridiculous moments were still, in a way, even though I was maybe sometimes not laughing with, but at the movie, really fun still. So I ended up giving this a really high, comparatively 7 out of 10. Maybe it's closer to like a 6 than an 8, but...
like from the description and everything, it really reminds me of Annette.
Yeah, it has that similar type of vibe. I think Annette is... Annette is on the outside looking more weird. This one, I guess, has... I don't know. I think Annette is definitely
from
a better
everything
movie.
you told me, I just get Annette flashbacks. That's why I say that.
The comparison is apt. It's yeah. I think that's definitely
But
makes sense.
it is a better musical than Joker.
Yes, I mean, yeah.
Next one, Home is the Ocean.
Swiss movie.
Swiss movie. Wait, you're actually excited about a Swiss movie? That's crazy.
Yeah, it's rare.
Home is the Ocean. Over the past 20 years, I'm actually gonna let you say this one.
Should I read the synopsis?
No. Just that name.
Schwörer.
The Schwörer. Oh my god, that was in sync, and I said it perfectly. I'm proud of myself. The Schwörer family has sailed around the world while sharing their expedition examples of nature's true beauty and inspiring people to live in balance with nature. Along the way, their family has grown, with 6 children being raised on their sailboat.
Yeah, a Swiss family travel with 6 children on a sailboat. What could go wrong? Actually, not as much as you think. They are actually quite well rounded and pretty normal people. For like, for the sake of like what they're doing, to them or with them, that's the question that is like brought up in the film, but not as much, because you are basically just following them over a couple of years, as they basically, all of their children have not been born in Switzerland. They were like, some of them were born like in Argentina, one was like all over the place, right? In Australia, I don't remember where they actually were born, but basically all over the place. They're just like constantly on the move. The only time they do stop is when the wife is almost going into labor, and that is just so baffling and out there as something that we can't even like wrap our head around what a life would be like for them. And that makes it really interesting to see them, especially with kids who have known kind of nothing else apart from this, to kind of see how they develop, and when they want to break out of that mold, when they don't want to spend all of their time being like in a close confined space with their family in the middle of the ocean. And like just the concept itself is really interesting when you spend your entire life so close to your parents. Not really any weird viewpoints that they develop from only having like this echo chamber, because they do sometimes dock in places and they spend like a couple of weeks going to school, and then they meet people, but they never get to form like these types of relationships outside of their family, and like all of that is like really interesting. And then it's also about like the family's responsibility, especially on the mother side. The father seems to be a bit less concerned with all of that, but the mother is constantly having, I think imposter syndrome would be the wrong term for it, but she's constantly questioning if her homeschooling is providing enough for them as an education, what they're taking away from them, but also what they're offering them. It poses a lot of interesting questions, and yeah, I just really dug it. I was surprised. This was actually not on my schedule. I just came late to another screening. I was 17 minutes late to another screening, and they didn't let anyone in past 15 minutes, so I had to go into this one because it just started, and I was really, really pleasantly surprised. I'm happy to have caught it. And yeah, another documentary that is a standout that's really good, and it's a Swiss one. And I'm not really often a fan of Swiss films, and
But this movie never like goes into a all is lost, life of Pi situation.
there is a situation where the life is in danger actually.
Oh.
But
Oh.
it's not like, obviously because it's like a documentary, it's not planned at all, and I think the documentary crew is not with them right when it happens.
Oh, because like I'm envisioning like a
Oh, not
tsunami.
out on the ocean, but
Oh,
it does get scary. But no, there are a couple of moments when it like out at sea, and
Oh,
it brings up the questions of like when someone when one of the
it is
kids has
responsible.
basically have to give keep night watch, and like the
Oh, wow.
responsibility that is put onto children that are like 10 and 12 to basically have the responsibility of like at their fingertips trying to stay
Yeah.
awake, like that sort of stuff is brought up in there. And yeah, truly is interesting. I was like, I could never.
Me neither.
Really interesting for just like, how are you living your life so differently from mine, and those type of documentaries I feel like are always worth seeing, because it broadens your horizon.
I guess this is a Nomad Sea,
Yeah,
Nomad Ocean.
Nomad Ocean. Yeah, the ocean is sometimes quite mad though. So I don't know if it's like.
Next one, brief history of a family. A middle-class family's fate becomes intertwined with their only son's enigmatic new friend in post-one-child policy China, putting outspoken secrets, unmet expectations, and unintended emotions under the microscope.
Yeah, so brief history of a family is basically a low-key a Chinese version of the talented Mr. Ripley, when the family basically, well, the family I guess wants to do swapsies with their kid with a new one that comes in, and then they get caught up with helping him, and we don't really get to see a lot of his family life, but it seems to be pretty bad, and they take him in more and more, and yeah, he gets to be a part of their lives more, and it plays out pretty conventionally. I think it didn't really surprise me a bunch, but on a technical level, I think this movie really stood out. It had some incredible cinematography, really like great framing that just kind of represented the states that the characters were in without being like too gimmicky or on the nose. It just kind of nailed that part. I think the score was also really good. And Kev, this is his directorial debut, and I was really pleasantly surprised that they locked in. So I'll be on the lookout what Jianjie Lin will do next. Sorry, I probably butchered that name, but I'll be on the lookout. I guess for Zoomers who haven't seen Talented Mr. Ripley, this is like Saltburn, but without the naked dancing and licking your bathtub, with less horniness. This is that story, but through a different lens. Hey, you gotta sell movies somehow, Kev. You could shake your head all you want.
Sure.
But, I gave this one a 7 out of 10 as well. Pretty good.
Well, I'm glad to hear a debut. I'm always glad to hear whenever a debut is actually like really good. Yep. So yeah. Holy moly, synopsis for our next movie. Soy Nevenka. In the year 2000, Nevenka Fernandez, 24 years old, counselor for finance in the Ponferrada City Council, suffering relentless persecution, sentimental and professional, by the mayor, a man accustomed to doing his will politically and personally. She never decides to report, although she knows that she will have to pay a very high price. Her environment does not support her, The society of Ponferrada turns its back on her, and the media subjects her to a public trial. Her case started the hashtag #MeToo movement in Spain long before the term was invented, a story inspired by real events that turns its protagonist into a pioneer by taking an influential and popular politician to court for sexual and workplace harassment for the first time.
Well, thank you for your service, Kevin. I think this one, as you can kind of tell by the synopsis and needing to have the hashtag #MeToo in there, is definitely written by a PR person over someone who was actually part of the story writing for this, because it feels a bit out of touch on hitting certain notions of, hey, this is a story about like SA, right? Trigger warning here for that type of story that it depicts, and wants to connect it retrospectively to this. And I think it's relevant for that because it's basically, if you say Me Too before it was a movement, it's basically just a mischaracterization and villainization of someone who comes forward about sexual assault and gets her life turned upside down for literally just, you know, trying to hold on to her dignity. That's one of the focus that the film tries to take, that like basically the way that she goes past it happening because they're at the same workplace, the way that she goes back to it is because she wants to hold on to her dignity and basically not make this a thing that was done to her lessen her ability, or basically reflect back onto her. But because the other person that has so much more power than her, they can kind of misconstrue the story and get other people to be on his side and lie on his behalf. And it's just like a really, really gross display why oftentimes this sort of like SA doesn't really have much to do with the sexual gratification, but it just is because there's a power dynamic that you can exploit, and it really emphasizes on that. I think it does a thing that I don't appreciate about stories about sexual abuse, is when it feels the need, especially when we follow someone who's a victim to it and we understand they are a victim, the need to show the act like late into the film to basically relive that trauma. Because to me, it always feels like it's a justification for the audience to really feel through that trauma and basically have a clear hatred, when in the movie itself, in the story, there's a lot of opposition to question what could she have done, like how's she to blame, right? That whole sort of twisted mentality that we have as a society against this sort of abuse. And it feels the need to justify it, to have them on, I don't know for what reason, because I don't really see the purpose in it, other than just like have a collective trauma moment that we all have to endure. And it's not like it's taken away and we're turning a blind eye to it. I feel like the whole movie is about like her persistence. And so I had structural issues in what it focuses on. I think also the presentation of the film is pretty bad. I think the lighting, all of that, like one of my colleagues said it looks like a TV film, and I can't really disagree with him. It doesn't look great. It's not edited well. A bunch of technical stuff just doesn't come together. I think the main performance is good. He as an antagonist is also a bit over the top. But ultimately, I think what this resulted in is like her as, you know, coming in as a young woman into like political work, didn't get to live in Spain. She had to leave the country because it got this bad. And it's just an interesting story to read up on, how easily someone like that is forgotten because a country doesn't have to deal with it anymore, because you know, they basically bullied her out of the country. So a really emotional one. I think it's going to be cathartic for a lot of people. I saw some people rate it really, really highly. I think it's just like was a bit lackluster in how it presented everything. I gave it like a 6 out of 10.
Because the story actually does sound quite riveting,
Yeah.
and we actually have seen some recent movies that also talk about the topic, or at least the sort of hashtag Me Too one. So, like, I know this is a story that really had an impact on you, but I guess I know now. Now know why this movie ranks a bit lower for you, and I get it in terms of presentation and actual sort of filmmaking behind
Exactly.
it. All right, but I'm glad it's still a story that's worth reading up upon.
Yeah. Sure.
All right, the next one, Sabbath Queen. Guys, this synopsis is one sentence long. I'm so happy. I'm loving life right now. Sabbath Queen is a remarkable 20-year journey in the life of Rabbi Amichai Lau Lavi, La vie. I said that in French.
That I think you're good. I don't know how you pronounce it actually.
A 39th generation Orthodox rabbi and drag queen.
Yes.
Tell me more about it.
Well,
Ewan.
if you read the synopsis, which is one sentence long, we love that. It gets straight to the point, right? The dilemma, the contradiction of generational long Orthodox Judaism, and it's the question of how that clashes with queer identity. And someone who's also a leader, a rabbi in that space, and how he's ostracized and can't really be a part of that Orthodox movement when religion also kind of splits itself into these tiny little sections of what is accepted and what isn't. And it's also like, being Jewish in 2024, you're all over the place, you're all over the world. I think the story itself has an intriguing logline, right? The way that part of it itself should already pique your interest and like, okay, what's this going to be about? It's also like the more interesting because he has a brother who's also quite Orthodox, right? And then they're different ideals, but also having this family bond that you still care for each other, but maybe you're like politically in the way that your religion works, you are on different sides. I think this movie just kind of was a bit aimless in what it was trying to get at. And I think it kind of struggled with what it was actually going to be about. Because at the start, or maybe that makes it more interesting to you, because at the start, this rabbi really wants to be a change. He wants to be a progressive force forward. But ends up being really caught up with being someone who's accepted, like going to a school that will make him like an official, so he can like conduct like weddings and all of that. He wants to be official and all to be legitimate, but for that he needs to compromise because certain things are just not accepted in the church if he goes to study. And as that progressed, I saw that person kind of started slipping as he got older, because we also follow him for 20 years, right? And as he starts to make these compromises, it also compromises parts of himself. And what I can praise about this documentary is that the filmmaker calls this out directly, that basically the lead focus here, Amichai, wants to be a lesser part of the documentary going on, right? Because that self-reflection becomes a bit more harmful when you don't really actually get to be the force that you want to be in the film. But I don't know if that's actually like what the movie centers around. Circling back to it feeling all a bit aimless. It's interesting. It didn't knock my socks off. I think it had a way higher potential in what it could have done and what it could have focused on. I think the documentary filmmaking is kind of also, because maybe it is over 20 years, it's kind of, it's a bit all over the place. I gave it like a 6 out of 10. But if the logline intrigues you, I think it can deliver.
On to the next one.
Yeah. Ernest Cole, Lost and Found.
More than 60,000 of Ernest Cole's 35mm film negatives were inexplicably discovered in a bank vault in Stockholm, Sweden. Most considered these forever lost, especially the thousands of pictures he shot in the US, told through Cole's own writings the stories of those closest to him, and the lens of his uncompromising work. The film is a reintroduction of a pivotal black artist to a new generation and will unravel the mystery of his missing negative. Tell me more about this one.
I feel like there's always something intriguing about these kind of lost footage archive documentaries, because it always brings up the question, like with Summer of Soul, for example, why were these things lost and why was there not more of an effort to recover them earlier, and why we are looking at them now? I think the movie has a moment or a couple of moments that it dedicates to that in Sweden, where they're like asking it. I don't know if they get much out of it because they're Swedish people. You don't really get much out of Swedish people. Then his photographs that we get to see throughout the film as well. It's just really painting a picture of someone who was intently looking for a reflection of humanity in his photos. Is one really captivating clip about him where he talks about like walking past the street and seeing yourself in there, no matter who you are. We're all like part of the same kind of thing. Basically saying like that could be you, that could be me, right? We could switch places. That's like we all part of this. Like there's empathy that needs to come out of it, and I think his photos reflect that. Really, really stunning artist. For that sake, I think especially from someone like Raoul Peck, who's done some impeccable, sorry for the pun, documentaries. It's a bit underwhelming what ends up coming together for this one. Because even though like Ernest Cole is a super interesting person to focus on, I couldn't help but feel like if I just read up on it a bit more, I would get more out of it than this documentary had to offer. I did like the choice of Lakeith Stanfield basically narrating through like a diary book from Ernest and reading and filling in the blanks like that way. I think that kind of narration was interesting. I kind of it fit with Lakeith. That story structure of voiceover is also something that I don't typically really like, and I don't know if it 100% worked here. But yeah, I was looking forward to this one. I was a bit underwhelmed in what it ultimately had to offer. But if you don't know anything about Ernest Cole, I feel like this would be an interesting like starting point to, get into his art, his political activism part that he did, all of it. I gave it like a 6 out of 10 as well.
That's what I always want. I'm waiting for that
6
score,
out of 10, yeah.
All right. About Louis, though.
It's about Louis, actually. Because
about Louis, yeah.
He's German.
Louis?
It's a German film.
Okay. Oh. Why did they say, it's a German film? Anyway. Synopsis. I don't know.
The shade.
It's just
shade.
like... but it's like, we have something against Italian movies, but the Italian movies this year were great. Now we have something against the French movies, and now we hear German, Swiss. It's like we have something against every country for some reason, bro. So my automatic response was like German. I was like, so I know why. Anyway, about Louis though. 2 people in the late 30s, Constanze and Jens, have a very stressful daily life. Their situation intensifies when their 10-year-old son Louis begins having problems at school. The parents now find themselves in conflict between fulfilling societal conventions and trying to protect their son. The existing values of both are put to a severe test. They underestimate how much Louis is being bullied at school and that he urgently needs help.
Yeah.
Ewan, does he need more help?
Yes and no. So a lot of this movie is very exaggerated. I think especially towards the end, it kind of really loses itself for escalating the plot for no reason. It has also at this core of the story, there's a gimmick that it is about Louis. It literally in German it's called it's about Louis, not about Louis. It says it's about you, Louis. Anyways, it's a bit of a lengthier title. Because about Louis wouldn't work just from the proposition way in German. Doesn't matter. The thing is that they talk about Louis without him ever really being there. I think towards the end he pops up, but it feels, I think in large parts, I don't know if this was adapted from a play, but it feels like that way. The types of discussions and arguments they have, as he's a cab driver, and she works in an office where she does a lot of like overtime work, and her boss is not really appreciative of all the time that she's put in. He kind of expects it because it's like a startup, and they have all of these grinding things in their relationship that just come to a boiling point while they have to deal with the kid being bullied at school for a backpack that has that is pink and has a unicorn in it. So it also wants to be about like these gender norms, and brings that into the relationship as well. I think it does it in a really, really clumsy way. I couldn't help but be kind of invested in how they deal with it until it kind of lost me towards the end there, and just like it went overboard, and just kind of them losing it to an extent that I don't think real people like just it doesn't like it's not like a fuse that just like bursts. But yeah, it goes off board, kind of goes overboard there, but it has some interesting societal norms that it tries to tackle and what we expect of what is accepted. And I couldn't help but feel like these 2 parents are just like not parenting well, and they're just being idiots in a lot of moments. And then it's kind of hard to root for them when they're just being idiots a lot of the time. I still ended up giving this like a 6 out of 10. I feel like it's closer to a 5. I probably put it to like a 5.5 out of 10. It's hard to recommend this one because I think it doesn't really come together with the ideas it has. It doesn't really come together that well.
Homegrown, Three Trump supporters from different backgrounds unite to campaign across America in 2020, advocating for his re-election while laying foundation for what they hope will be a long-lasting political movement.
Well,
Yeah,
it will
you.
last through
Yeah, go.
2028.
Uh-huh.
That's for sure. Yeah.
Uh,
So we're recording this. If you have a look at the timeline, Zurich Film Festival, Ghent Film Festival have long ended. We've postponed this recording a bunch, and we are now past the U.S. election. And this movie, I guess, has a different taste now. It doesn't really, because it's nothing new. It just has me after the votes came out
this man's gonna go on a rant.
not want to talk about this anymore. It's just like, I think this just it sucks that this leader has like cultivated a base that is like as incredibly cringy as the three people that are like portrayed in this documentary. Like that it cultivated a base that like, they are part of. It does focus on, hopefully, like the outside of what a really crazy core base seems to be. But it's just kind of normalized this really odd, hateful, dumb behavior. You just really hope these are outliers, because otherwise you just can't help but think like we are fucking cooked. Like I do like watching the Olympics every couple of years, right? But the amount of like mental gymnastics these guys do to justify what they're doing, it like goes beyond me. It's so perplexing and it's pathetic. Like a lot of this film, I think a lot of my notes were just like that word over and over again. You are so pathetic. The film takes an approach of like basically not being a yes man, but just letting them do whatever they want to do, and you can judge that yourself. That's the approach of this documentary. What I hope to get out of this is, I hope they would have gotten out of this is like not a bit of pushback, but a bit more of dialogue, because at the end of the day, it feels just like sensationalized, like far right politics on display. Here you go. And I got nothing else to say. It's just like what you see here, it just sucks. I think the documentary itself is all right. It's pretty middle of the road, like a 6 out of 10. I doubt that anyone wants to see this right now. Like the audience that wants to see three Trump supporters be fucking idiots and pathetic. Maybe it would have been a bit more cathartic to see that if Trump had lost, but he hasn't. So this just feels sad, and yeah.
And warning: this won't be the last time we talk about Trump with
Yeah.
another movie
True.
coming later
Trigger
on in the
warning.
show.
It's an orange one.
So yeah, it's a trigger warning. But we got now the Last Showgirl, which I guess somehow has been framed as the return of Pamela Anderson. And Liam Neeson has already said she's gonna steal the show in the Naked Gun reboot. So I'm wondering how her comeback is. I'll quickly read you the synopsis. It's again one sentence. We love that. A seasoned showgirl must plan for her future when a show abruptly closes after a 30-year run.
It's the latest from Gia Coppola. She's the granddaughter of Francis Ford Coppola, and her latest solo film since 2020's Mainstream that starred Andrew Garfield. I think that movie really didn't come together. I think I gave that like a 2 out of 10.
No, yeah,
And it was
that
really
one.
bad. And The Last Showgirl, I can't help but say that like this one isn't. It's better. It's not much better. I don't think this is like the return for Pamela Anderson. I'm not familiar of what acting she's done in the past. Maybe she fits the role quite well of this like showgirl. But it is ultimately like just repetitive in the beats of someone who has basically put herself first over her daughter, like career and all of that, and holding on to something that she gets value out of, clinging on to something that belongs to the past, as she also starts to belong to the past. And I feel like we've gotten really quite like good movies about that. Shout out to The Substance, that deal with that sort of like expiry date that you feel, especially that women feel in the entertainment business that are just like stamped onto them as they reach a certain age. And like doing this sort of dancing, adjacent sex work in Las Vegas is even closer tied to the objectification of women, and being in the midst of that, in the glory, and basically seeing yourself a bit more as an artist, that you get to like live out what you get fulfilled with in life, and others taking something completely different away from that, right? Like that sort of connection is the mental hurdles that her character kind of jumps through the whole time get really, really frustrating as it goes on, because she's also surrounded by younger people who do really see that this is just a job that they're not that connected with, and they are easily like moving on to the next thing. But then also you have to behind the scenes of that show where they connected beyond that everyone kind of feels a bit lost, because you got Kieran Shipka as someone who's a bit younger, like in her early 20s, left home and basically did this as like, hey, I'm young, I got a good body right now, let's just make the most of it, and then I can return and just do and just continue with my life. This is just a part of my life. And then kind of realizing that, hey, maybe people see me differently now because I've done this. And all of those things are in there. They're just like put together in such a messy way that I've seen this brought up with a couple other people who saw it in Zurich, that they said it would have ultimately maybe just been a bit more interesting to do a documentary on like a show like this, closing and following someone other than the high-pitched voice of Pamela Anderson like doing this the whole movie. It's something about the frequency of a noise just kind of grinded me down as well, and it was just like hearing her yap about her problems just got really grinding. There's also Jamie Lee Curtis and Dave Bautista in this, by the way, and both of their characters are a bit underwhelming. Like a lot of it feels in a way performative, where you need to build to certain moments that aren't really earned for them, and he wants to, like, I think in a broad stroke, paint a picture of I don't know, the value of art really going, or I don't know, with age, a lot of it, it's just like, it's a bit of a mess, to be honest. I give this one like a 5.5 out of 10 as well. It's hard to say who to recommend this to, because I feel like if you like mainstream and those type of Gia Coppola movies, maybe you enjoy this, but yeah, I can't really recommend it.
Is this the movie where Dave Bautista looks quite different?
Yeah, he acts in a way, he's a bit shy in this one too. It's a very different character he plays.
No, I asked because I saw him
like
at the premiere of this movie, and he's quite slimmed down. Like, he's not as buff as he.
Yeah, he appears a bit less buff. He's still huge.
Oh yeah,
but you can't really get rid of that. But yeah.
Also, is this Gia Coppola that has like, I don't know, but I remember a Coppola being famous for a TikTok of her being grounded because she wasn't allowed to charter a private jet. I don't remember. Is this that
I don't know. There's so many Coppolas. I don't know.
Wait, is this the better Coppola film of the year?
Yes. By the merit of, I guess, Megalopolis being a 1-star movie, to me, it kind of defaults to that. But Coppola's swing and a miss for both of them this year.
On becoming a Guinea Fowl, on an empty road in the middle of the night, Shula stumbles across the body of her uncle. As funeral proceedings begin around them, she and her cousins bring to light the buried secrets of their middle-class Zambian family.
Yeah, how do we deal with grief? What are we expected to do? Why is it easier to forget? And why is it important not to remain silent, even if it's uncomfortable? All of those things are like touched on, and basically the core focus of a film that couldn't be like, you would describe it as like, oh, it's a very film festival-ish film, right? It moves slowly. It's very subversive.
Shout out to April.
Yes, it's very subversive. I saw a lot of other critics at the festival and even audiences connected with it more. It got the Golden Eye Award, so that means it won the jury prize for the best feature. Although always with jury prizes, it's a question of like, who's in the jury, what makes the most sense to be picked. Just on a note here, I think the Zurich feature film competition this year was really weak. Not to say that this movie is bad. I think a lot of people will have it like rank high in their list. It just didn't really click with me 100%, because I am reluctant to embrace, basically, if we have in a movie a room full of people that are just kind of loudly bickering at each other, and sometimes it's not even really important who's the main character is. It's just like a mob of people just like, you know, following back and forth. And to me, that is hell. That is hell. I hate it. I hate it. Maybe it's because I'm, that Swiss person, small family, like, that type of thing, that this is culturally so different for me that I don't really vibe with it. And that's my shortcoming. I think it goes about the topic of, it also should have a content warning here again for sexual abuse in an interesting way about like on becoming a guinea fowl. And the guinea fowl is a thing that gets, I don't really want to spoil what the guinea fowl is, but it takes the center stage of what that represents and what on actually becoming a guinea fowl represents in this context. It has a really intriguing, if you look at it, the preview thing, right, with that like mask that she's got on, and that's basically just in the opening, and then like that's all shed, and it played with my expectations quite a bit, because that whole part of like someone who is a bit more from the city life, who's moved on from the small town, I don't know, the small town drama, coming back for like a funeral. It's not what you expect from that type of film, right? When someone goes back to their hometown, it doesn't. But that's maybe because it is from Zambia and it's like what I'm used to and what I can connect to. I definitely give this one a shout out. To me, I couldn't give it more than like a 5 out of 10. But for some, this will be like likely maybe even in the top 10 at the end of the year. So yeah. I think for a lot of people, they actually will connect with it quite a bit. I just didn't.
All right, I like the honesty. Two strangers trying not to kill each other. That sounds kind of like us two in Venice, to be honest. But hey, we spent 13 days in a room together. Well, what do you want? We definitely tried to kill each other. But I'll read the synopsis to you. Life, death, and making meaning are the heart of a beautiful and often very funny film about an Asian couple who, after an accident, face the inevitability of impermanence and seek a deep peace in their relationship while they still can. Also kind of sounds like us in Venice. Anyway, tell me more about this.
I don't know how you feel about the synopsis, but I feel like the way that it like phrases that seems a bit pretentious, if I'm being honest.
Calling a movie an often very funny film in your synopsis is a bit weird. Yeah,
I feel like that's just the nature of like festival stuff. Sometimes the PR firm does it, and it's just like something is just not aligned with how you should write a synopsis for the film. I mean, we could have done it ourselves. We're just lazy. We're copy pasting, and now we're bickering about it. But a lot of this movie is exactly that. It's them bickering back and forth. It's mainly brought up by the wife in the relationship that's something that she's unhappy with. He's this successful photographer. Like I think they've both been previously married. I think for her it's like her fifth husband. I like that the core like driving force of this documentary is mainly her, who keeps bringing up certain shortcomings that they have in their relationship, because he seems to be okay with a lot of it because a lot of what happens is driven by his career and his success. And post in their retirement, a lot of it, like he's a very well-known photographer, and people just like are still interested in him and giving him opportunities. And her career always felt like she never got success, and basically ended up tagging along to him and is resenting her life being living in his shadow, in him, and how he could go about it like differently to incorporate more of her side into it. And that's like the core struggle that they have throughout the runtime of this documentary, through wherever they are living. They move at one point as well. And I thought, I couldn't help but feel like this was, that they presented it in a way that like even in the introduction of this film at the festival, they were like, yeah, you wouldn't believe that they didn't like stage all of this up. I don't know, set up a bunch of these scenes, but they were just like placing cameras all around the house and they just like accurately captured them. But that's not what this is, because the documentary in itself, if the subjects are always knowing that they're being filmed, are going to talk about stuff differently, and they're going to talk about stuff that they wouldn't have talked about in another context. It's like it changes the whole view through which we look at this relationship. And then at the core of it, with the wife keep bringing up stuff, it felt like an opportunity for her to do it because it is filmed. It took away a lot from this feeling natural. I think a lot of people were vibing with it because it felt like cathartic to have these really honest and raw fights or arguments happen in front of the lens, all through like love that they still share for each other. it felt to me like really, really performative and like trying to be this art piece of like, love in the later stages of your life. And I kind of rejected it for that reason. Didn't really love it that much.
I can't help but think about Mr. Dispeller when you're talking about this movie. Is it? I mean, because like the things you're saying,
Yeah.
like fights and they're being filmed.
Well, Mr.
Like,
Spella is so like raw and natural, and like you can't believe that they got that out of each other. And with this one, it's very much constructed in like the wife wants to have a argument about this, and
right,
then we gotta have the argument, and they're both like very much like I understand you, I hear you, and yada 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 yada. And the
right,
Chinese stuff was like in Mr. Speller was just like yeah, I'm here to like I don't know, basically like take you off this other person you're cheating on. Like it's so much like more straightforward in a roundabout way of like getting to the meat of it. Maybe that's just Western
yeah,
culture who everything needs to be in like in an echo chamber and back and forth of like, are you okay with this?
right.
And it's not getting there, and then presenting it like this, it was just I don't know, something about it just like didn't work for me.
Don't let's go to the dogs tonight. I don't let go.
That is the real title
I
of the
wouldn't.
movie, by the way.
In this adaptation of Alexandra Fuller's memoir, actor-director Embed David explores the end of the tenuous truce between white landowners and black farm workers in the lead-up to the 1980 election in Rhodesia, now Zimbabwe.
Yeah, as a directorial debut, right? She also stars in it, and you might have seen her in a lot of films. Like she was in Schindler's List, she was in The Amazing Spider-Man, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, Matilda. She's been someone who's been in a lot of films. And you might recognize her. And she also has the background of being from South Africa. She's white, and she tells the story of this white family that is basically doing a bit of imperialism and being on the land that they have claimed for themselves. And then it's told through the lens of this young kid who's also from the area, by the way. I also stayed for the Q&A
Yeah.
where Amber Davids was actually there. And she talked a bit about this, and also there were, I think, like 4 Zimbabweanese people in the screening, and they all said like this felt like it represented a time, like people living through it effectively. Obviously, I don't have that connection. To me, it felt like it's really painting a story of a family through the kids' eyes, right? And what they see and what they don't see. It's a bit all over the place. I think it doesn't really come together that well. The kid performance, though, I'm also always
Wait,
fingers to me.
wait.
Let's judge the
No.
kid performance, because I
Are you
guess it's
gonna?
become my thing. But capturing that kid who's also from that area, who also was cast in a way that like the kid always needs to be kind of dirty and just like be wild, and they cast someone who's actually is that. And like props to her directing. I think this is really good performance wise from the kid, and it needs to rely on her performance quite a bit, and she works. I think that's the strongest part of the film. And then she's also in the film, right? Amber Davis as the mother, who's very much obsessed with like herself. She's also a bit cray cray, and it just feels so like, what is the actual focus on what the story is about? It's like, also period piece that 1980, when they are about to elect a leader that's not going to be in favor of the white people occupying the land, but going with the people who are trying to get rid of them. And there's also like the undercurrent of violence happening all around them, and that all of that being normalized. And the story about this maybe captures the time well, like people maybe have said in the small sample size that also attended the screening. But then it's also the question of like, how are we embellishing this violence for the sake of like telling a movie story about it, and how much is just like the historic fact of knowing about this more valuable than dramatizing it in narrative form. And I couldn't really give you an answer as to why this is worth like being around and being existing, why you should check it out. And like giving it a 5 out of 10, I can't really recommend it. I think it's just like kind of a meh film that we're gonna forget about, I feel like, in a couple weeks time. And yeah, so it's just kind of what it is.
I still can't believe you glanced over the fact to call a kid's performance good. It's like, I'm baffled.
I do it all the
I'm
time,
baffled.
man. I'm just being mischaracterized as the kid hater.
He's not. Mother Mara follows a successful businesswoman and single mother who suddenly loses her 18-year-old son Nemanja to a heart attack. Instead of breaking down, she buries the trauma deep inside. But when Mara meets 25-year-old gigolo Milan, the walls come down. She embarks on a physical relationship with him. Then a friendship develops.
I mean, props to Mariana Karanovich, who basically casts herself to, have sexual relations with a 25-year-old in the lead. It's a bit funny. She really puts herself out there as well. Like there's a lot of like I don't know, nudity on her part. Like it feels in a way like an actress role to really put herself out there. And
Yeah.
I think the movie is kind of alright-ish. It's kind of meanders around for quite a bit. I don't know what it actually builds to, but it has like the opening of the film is basically the funeral, locked off camera, and people going inside and outside of the funeral place. I think it holds on that shot for like a solid, I would say like 10 minutes. It's really long, and it's nothing really happens other than like really setting the atmosphere of the like dire 18-year-old dying so suddenly, and someone not really dealing with it in a way that maybe you'd see conventionally as normal. And it was an interesting character portrait, but nothing much beyond that. I gave it like a 5 out of 10.
Aiming High, a race against the limits.
Yeah, boy.
Sounds a very human title. Let's see, the synopsis is also very human. It was a dream of superlatives to establish a new alpine skiing downhill classic at the foot of the Matterhorn. Sponsors, athletes, and fans were on hand, but the weather didn't cooperate. A reflection on the relationship between sports, tourism, and climate change.
What? Yeah. So I'm not the target audience for this because although I'm Swiss, and it's a Swiss movie.
You don't ski, yeah.
I do ski. I haven't skied in a couple of years, but I haven't skied. I also snowboarded. I like to do it myself. I don't like really watching it. I think I don't really watch a ton of sports outside of NHL.
I want to see you so badly on the ski. I so badly want to see you on the ski slope now.
I mean, it's fun. It's fun. I love doing it, but not to the extent.
I love doing it too.
The extent of it's just like an expensive hobby to have. So I feel like money better spent on other things. But here you basically have. Also in the poster, I love that they do the same thing that I do with my thumbnail sometimes, where the text is behind something else, and the text here, aiming high, is behind the Matterhorn. Trying to set up a new alpine, I guess, downhill thing close to the Matterhorn, and to have it like in the background there, to be like, I think 2/3 of it like would be raced on like a glacier, and it's about a lot of it about the logistics of getting this done, and then the multiple times it doesn't happen, and it's like basically going through the same beats of people needing to accept that like this is not going to happen, it sucks. You question like, okay, then this movie is about what? Like, because I think the stance was its intended thing of trying to capture what setting up this first downhill thing would be like, and then it has to turn into a different direction when it is then about like them trying it again and trying it again, right? And it never creates an interesting angle by the end of this. It just like has access to some famous Swiss and also international skiers that they like cut into as to what they think and what they do in the off season, and it's so aimless. For aiming high, they really landed low. It really, this movie,
man, need to get a pun in there.
This movie, to me, I was like, what the fuck was this? This was such a waste of my time. I feel like maybe people who love skiing, who love these skiers who are also in there, I think some of them even retired after this, because like one of them has like a big crash, and I think they heal for the next race, and they have another crash, and then it's like, okay, I'm calling it quits. This is not worth it. But it's also like the shared delusion of like, why do this? And it also is brought up in the way of like climate change, of why do we need to push something that is ultimately, they also keep claiming that it is sustainable and yada yada, but the question is ultimately like, why in a region that already has a lot of tourism in Zermatt, almost I think like 200 days out of the year. They kind of want to make it into the destination year round. I think it does go into that, but I think it could have gone into more of like the locals really like not vibing with that as much, because it's already, you know, a very touristy spot with the Matterhorn and everything. Yeah, aimless is ultimately what I describe it as. I gave that a 4 out of 10. Again, if you like skiing more than I do, then maybe you like it more than I did, but I can't say that I enjoyed it.
This movie is sliding towards the trash for you. All right.
Yeah, sliding down.
The Courageous is the next movie.
Not a Swiss film.
Oh, it's another Swiss film. Great. So you can shit on it again. Jasmine Gordon's poignant and impeccably crafted feature film debut rattles our perceptions of motherhood and moral integrity with its intimate and complex portrait of a sort of woman who is rarely depicted. Ewan, what did this synopsis mean?
Sorry, I feel like they're like they're still like throat deep and sucking themselves off. Jesus Christ! Sorry, that was a way too way too graphic and way too sexual image to face. Okay, so some people ended up quite liking this one. I'm definitely the lowest out of my mutuals coming out of it, so take my opinion with a grain of salt, or whatever the saying is. You know, going with like the sort of women is never rarely depicted in movies. The reason being because she's at every sort of turn making dumb decisions. She's lying for no apparent reason. It's like the Uncut Gems thing, right? Where he does something that you're like, why are you doing this? But it never adds up to anything other than like, okay, that fucking sucks. What are you doing here? And I think it wants to relish in that type of like, oh, look at this person who's doing bad thing, but she ultimately cares about her children, maybe, but she doesn't do the best thing for them. And we rarely get to see those people on screen. I was like, yes, but it's not for the reason that everything needs to be cookie cutter. It's just because this just is aimless and there's nothing in here that's actually enjoyable or actually interesting. It's just bad. Maybe a lot of people will disagree with me on that. I criticize those films. The films that I hate the most, you experienced this firsthand in Venice, is the ones that relish in like, look at this shitty person. And we always know as a filmmaker that it's being shitty, but we still follow them every step along the way and depict the worst aspects of them because that is a character portrait. It's like, yeah, okay. But a movie is constructed always, so you don't need to do that if you don't have anything else to say. And I think this movie wants to make the point of like, she's a product of her surroundings that maybe don't let her succeed, but then it also makes the point of like, it's also by her own decisions that end up being the cause of like where she ends up. I don't know. I didn't like it. Gave it 4 out of 10.
The Invasion. 10 years after the release of his epic film Maidan, Sergei Losnitsa resumes his Ukrainian chronicles by documenting the country's struggle against the Russian invasion. Shot over a 2-year period, the film portrays the life of the civilian population all over Ukraine. The Invasion presents a unique and ultimate statement of Ukrainian resilience in the face of barbaric invasion. In the second part of his Ukrainian diptych, Losnitsa paints a monumental canvas of a nation determined to defend its right to exist. We have had a lot of these war documentaries. Where did this one rank you in?
This one's horrible. It's 2 hours 25 minutes. It's really bad. It has basically, you know, those type of films that just hold on a shot for a long time and feel like it's deep.
That sounds like every European film ever.
Not that it feels really a mischaracterization. No. It happens a bit more in European film than but especially in topics that maybe like you are thinking about, okay, how do we construct this? Because you want to have it close to reality, right? Then you just don't cut, you don't change lens, because every cut means there's a time being, you know, something is missing there. So you want to keep it on it. But if you just point the camera at nothing the whole time, then your film is nothing. You have nothing to say. And maybe there's something in there. I just didn't see anything interesting in this film. I really dreaded sitting through it. And yeah, I thought it was aimless, pretty boring. Yeah, all I gotta say, like a 3 out of 10.
I mean, I guess another Ukrainian documentary we can recommend is Songs of Slow Burning Earth.
That was way better. Yeah.
So that, I guess, is the Ukrainian documentary of this year. Next up, we got The Traitor, hoping to become a great singer in Germany. A young dreamer named Ernst
Schremli. Schremli heißt. Schremli is his name.
Finds himself drawn into underhand dealings, determined to escape a suffocating environment that annihilates any kind of creative or artistic impetus. Ernst tells information about the Swiss army to a Nazi spy by the name of August Schmidt, who charms and manipulates him. When Ernst's crime is uncovered, he is sentenced to death for espionage and treason, becoming the first Swiss citizen to be executed.
Yeah, so this is more, this is based on something real that happens. Like in Switzerland during the Second World War, we ended up killing 7 people, and all of them were Landesverräter, were like these traitors that we deemed to have done something wrong. And this movie, if you didn't know that, then I don't know, and you're Swiss, then I don't know what you've been doing. Like, where did you get educated? That, like, the reason that Switzerland was able to remain like neutral during the World War came at the compromise of being like a closer ally to not the Allied forces. That's what I can say about that. And all of that is like an ugly history that we don't really talk about as much in Switzerland, as it is constantly brought up through the clear loss of Germany in World War II, and then really, like, working through that history, where in Switzerland maybe it feels like maybe not everyone knows. I feel like everyone knows though. So what this movie does instead is make up a bunch of stuff about like who this Ernst Schremli was like, that he had dreams and aspirations of like singing. And if you read about the actual person, a lot of the shit is just made up. And it's like, okay, what is this movie then about? Like, what? It's not a character portrait. Ultimately, it just wants to get to that ending note of like, Switzerland bad. They did something that, like, he basically gave weapons to the Germans. Basically sold them out. Right. That's the treacherous act that he did. But Switzerland was at the same time selling weapons off to Germany at a fast pace. Obviously, way more than like one single person could just like give them like a box of it. They send tons of it over there. So it's like that kind of contradiction in the hypocrisy. It gets caught up in so much else, so much bullshit. I think the presentation, the acting, the look, all of it just is bad. It's the type of Swiss film that I'm like questioning why we as Swiss narrative filmmaking always needs to go back to some kind of period piece, because it seems like the funding is always given to those type of films. When is there nothing current that we can tell with like a Swiss narrative? I feel like that like never happens here. It's either documentaries or period pieces, and I'm just kind of frustrated with that. And this is a representation and a reminder yet again at the shortcomings of Swiss filmmaking. 3 out of 10, pretty bad.
Damn. Onto Frieda's case.
Not
Maybe
a Swiss
she will
film.
make a case she was a better movie. Chronicles the fate of Frieda Keller, a young seamstress in
St. Gallen.
Right. Who in 1904 is accused of murdering her 5-year-old son Ernst.
Ernstli.
Oh,
it's
so
Ernstli.
we have a movie about a guy named Ernst, and now we have a guy named Ernstli.
Yeah, it's a Swiss thing of putting a Lee at the end of it. That's like, if you want to make this this is a bit of an insider joke for everyone who doesn't speak German, right? We speak in parts of Switzerland Swiss German, and we also speak what we call High German, which is the one thing that like is the universal thing that isn't really influenced by dialects in Germany, but also Switzerland and Austria, and we speak it in school usually. And the joke ultimately being that we as Swiss people just put Lee, which means like small thing, at the end of everything, and then it's Swiss. So like a cupboard that is small, we call a cupboard Lee in a sense, right? Because it's like that type of thing. It's just really silly. Our language is really silly, which about a case that is as serious as Frieda's case, Frieda's Fall, that is about like her killing her 5-year-old. Hearing that in Swiss German, something about it is just like really odd to me, because I can't make that disconnect from a language that I speak on a daily basis. And I never really had that issue, right? Because Swiss film isn't as big, and it's usually always in period pieces. Often it is more tied to France and the French part of Switzerland, so there's a disconnect for me as well. And this is really close because like St. Gallen is literally like an hour away, or like less than an hour away from me. So this is something really close to home. Also, Frieda was from the same county that I am from. That's about all the connection I have with a woman who killed a 5-year-old son. But it basically doesn't do a great job at telling basically a court case, right? This is supposedly a court case. It doesn't spend as much time in the court that it should for this, but it's about like the why she killed her son and why there was basically no other possibility for her, how the system and the government has failed her into ending up in a place where there was no other option for her than to kill her son. That whole thing is like super intriguing on a concept level. I think in its execution, it kind of fumbles the bag. It does another thing of like needing to depict the violence done to a woman again to have for us to understand her. Like all of those notions, the stuff that I don't really enjoy, all of those conventions this movie does. I think the story, again, this is another thing of like a historic thing where I feel like reading up on it is way more interesting than the film itself. I gave this one a 5 out of 10 though. It's not like bad. I couldn't really go out and recommend it to you either, but yeah, that's Frieda's case.
The Unholy Trinity. Described as a tale of revenge, dark secrets, and buried treasures, the film is set against a turbulent backdrop of 1870s Montana. It picks up in the moment before the execution of Isaac Broadway, as he gives his estranged son Henry an impossible task: murder the man who framed him for a crime he didn't commit. Intent on fulfilling his promise, Henry travels to the remote town of Trinity, where an unexpected turn of events traps him in town and leaves him caught between Gabriel Dove, the town's upstanding new sheriff, and a mysterious figure named Saint Christopher. I felt like I was rapping there, but it's Peter reading that synopsis.
Yeah, so this is a Western, right? So your ears perked
Oh, it's a
up.
Western? Yeah.
It's from Richard Gray, and they shot most of this film in Montana. They like built all of the city up and got to act out a little Western here. And that's kind of what it feels like. I feel like this movie is rather underwhelming in what a Western could be like, and it plays into the tropes that you'd expect. Someone who like has to rise up to carry the gun, and someone who was like a retired gunslinger, and there's also the guy you can't trust who's always backstabbing you and stuff like that. That the story itself is not really like there's not really a narrative through line that is interesting. It has some reveals that it has of like who does what for what reason, but ultimately it is just about those characters that you just pluck in place, and then there's a bunch of shooting, and then it ends. I've come to appreciate through the force of Kevin Westerns more, and for that I like aspects of it more than I would have had a year ago. It's fine. It's nothing more than that. It's fine. It's like a 6 out of 10. Yeah.
It's Pierce Brosnan,
It's
right?
Pierce Brosnan,
Pierce
Samuel L.
Samuel
Jackson. Yeah. Samuel L. Jackson is more of like he's like an anti-hero, but he's not a hero, but like he's not the antagonist fully, but he's also partly the antagonist. There's also David Arquette in this at some point, who plays like I don't know, like a clergyman who is an antagonist straight up. Some of the lines, some of the tone is a bit all over the place, because I feel like it has some comedic elements to it as well. I just don't think that Richard Gray is like I don't know. If you look at the rest of his filmography, I'm not familiar with it, but all of it looks a bit like hey, here's a genre that I pick and I just have fun with it, and nothing great comes out of it, but it's all right. If you like Westerns and you're like, there's barely any Westerns being made, well, here's one of them.
Yeah.
Maybe watch it. I don't know. Can't really recommend it. But it's still 6 out of 10. I don't think it's horrible. I don't think it's bad or anything.
When We Were Sisters, 1996. 15-year-old Valeska is going on vacation to Crete, I don't know, with her mother Monica. Jacques, her mother's new boyfriend, and his daughter Lena, who Valeska doesn't get along with at first, are joining them. Slowly, however, a friendship develops between the two girls.
Yeah, so this is from Lisa Brühlmann. This is another Brühlmann, I guess, if you don't have to say it in an English way, who also is the director and also plays the mother in this, who is basically pretty abusive towards her teenage daughter, and is in a new relationship, and both of them bring a kid into it, and basically it kind of, when the title lays it out to you, they're pretty antagonistic towards each other at the start, and they grow to become friends, almost sister-like. And the way that it's framed as well is like, when we were sisters implies that, at some point they're not sisters anymore, because it doesn't really go over well. So it is kind of laid out to you the whole way through. Nothing in this film really surprised me. A lot of the acting didn't work for me. A lot of the writing didn't work. It kind of felt like it was meandering around a bunch. I just thought it was kind of boring. And I don't really have much else to say about it. I gave it a 4 out of 10. And yeah.
Damn.
Not a Swiss film that disappointed. Sorry.
William Tell. I'll tell you the synopsis. Synopsis. The narrative. Why do you react like that, man? God damn it. The narrative unfolds in the 14th century when the European nations vie for supremacy within the Holy Roman Empire. The ambitious Austrian Empire, desiring more land, invades neighboring Switzerland, a serene and pastoral nation. Protagonist William Tell, a formerly peaceful hunter, finds himself forced to take action as his family and homeland come under threat from the oppressive Austrian king and his ruthless warlords. Is this another Swiss film?
No, the funny thing is, this is from a director called Nick Ham, which is just a great name. I haven't seen anything of his other than Gigi and Nate, which also played at the Zurich Film Festival 2 years ago, which was a horrible film. Really horrible.
Oh.
And I can't really...
Is this better?
Marginally. The thing is, it just has a bigger budget, and it's an action film, and there's just certain elements of like bloody action that is hard to do wrong. Everything else is going wrong, though. It's like... So it's like, you got the Swiss tale, right? William Tell, everyone kind of knows about it. It's this anti-war message about a guy who is forced to shoot the apple off the head of his own son as an act to like stomp out a rebellion. And it tells that as an action film about a rebellion. And to me, the audacity to go on stage for a movie like this and then to present it, as Nick Ham said, as an anti-war film, just does not make any sense to me, because it's obviously about the fantasy of like standing up to like the regime and killing them and making a badass hero out of this like folk tale thing. That's not anti-war, man. I don't know what to tell you. I got a movie right behind me there. That's anti-war. This one isn't. This is just action porn. And it just also isn't that well put together action porn. They focus on that like apple scene, obviously, because it's the core of it. For a lot, I think they shot like that scene for over 2 weeks, and it has like a lot of slow motion, a lot of dramas. Everything is in place, but for a story like this that is like building towards a revolution and more like a bigger fight happening, and obviously the conclusion being ending on that part of like, the kind of cut short by the way that he has to do this thing and he's forced to like shoot off the apple of his head. It just has a weird conclusion that, if you know the story, that's what it's about. But the way that it's constructed, it kind of builds to something else. So the movie is not in line with what the core of this is supposedly about. And it was just a bit all over the place. If you like action, though, and I know you do like action, maybe you just watch the clips. I gave it a 4 out of 10, but some of the action clips with like his ambush, I don't know what it's called. What is it called? A crossbow.
Musket?
Yeah, those are pretty sick. He has some sick kills, but that's about it.
Damn. Well, there are 3 other movies
we almost missed,
forgot to put in the show notes, but you have like, hey, you missed these 3 ones, so just tell me about them. La Cocina, Under the Volcano, Linda.
Yeah, really briefly, La Cocina was pitched to me, and I got to see this through a screener as a basically like, hey, the bear is really popular right now. Here's a story about a kitchen. To me, the more intriguing part of it is that it stars Rooney Mara, and it's about like this relationship that forms when she's pregnant with one of the cooks who has like a temper issue, and the new one coming in. So it's about a bit all over the place, and then it gets really caught up with in the hectic nature of like a waitress, and she's the waitress in this place, and he's a cook, and tensions arise, and it's just like, what if we did like Boiling Point or The Bear, but only the intention and none of the, all of the tension, but none of the substance. that's basically what you get here. I gave it a 5 out of 10. It's okay, but yeah, nothing beyond that. Linda was not a pretty pointless film, unfortunately. It's about like this like incredibly attractive woman who ends up working for a rich family. And the plot of the film is basically that everyone is horny for her and that they all want to get with her. And that's the plot. There's nothing else. It really is like so incredibly aimless. It's an Argentinian film, and
No, it can't be aimless. That's aiming high.
Aiming high is aimless. I've used up my. You gotta fire up the synonym forest when it gives me different words for describing the same thing. It's just like it's a bit of nothing, and it was like trying to build the tensions between that family when someone comes in with no intention to like cause chaos, but everyone being so enamored by her kind of causes it. I just found it was so boring. And then probably other than like Landesverräter, like the Traitor, the worst film of the festival was Under the Volcano, which was this Ukrainian film that is about a family that is on Tenerife, and as they are about to fly home, war breaks out in Ukraine. Russia invades, and they can't go back to Kiev. Their flights have been canceled, and they have to stay there, and that's what it's about. And then it focuses.
That's a documentary?
No.
Oh.
No. It's fictional, which makes it so bad. Like, why? And then it also mainly follows the teenage daughter for large chunks of it, and it is so incredibly boring, and there's no reason for like why are we focusing on this on the story of these people. It really is like not interesting to tell a story about like the conflict or what it does to you being stranded. It does the thing of like, obviously there's an understanding for everyone being in support of them, and then they get to stay there for free. They get to keep staying, and then there's a Russian family, for example, that's also doing the holidays there, and they grow a resentment towards them, but it never becomes like an actual focus of the story. It's more about like then making the connection through the teenage daughter with another person who's an immigrant from another place who is there, and then how much of that they share now an identity of being like not being able to go back to their country doesn't come together at all. It feels so pointless. I gave this one a 3 out of 10. I think it's a pretty offensively bad movie for using this conflict, this war, as like a reason to tell its story. But yeah,
well,
my God, I'm sorry.
I feel like apologizing. I mean, 2 hours almost, man. Jesus.
I'm sorry. It's only 30 movies as well. I can yap. I told you I can yap. I'm sorry.
Now, the next movie, I think we can skip that, honestly.
How dare you?
What?
No.
So, now we've talked about the Zurich movies that only Ewan has seen, and now we have a few movies in common that both played at both festivals. Yeah. And one of those is, actually, no.
Actually, this one didn't play.
This one didn't play at Gent, but Ewan was so up in arms about this movie. Like, Kevin, you need to see this. I'm stressed for my interview. The interview is up already on the channel. Please give that a watch. It's very good.
Thank you.
But, Kevin, you have to watch this. He sent me on it. It was my first day of Film Fest Gent. I was like, fine, I'll watch it when I come home. I put it on, kind of live commentated on the whole thing, because Ewan was like, "Oh, please tell me what you think about it." But Black Box Diaries, I'll quickly read you the synopsis. Journalist Shiori Ito embarked on a courageous investigation of her own sexual assault in an improbable attempt to prosecute her high-profile offender. The quest becomes a landmark case in Japan, exposing the country's outdated judicial and societal systems. Ewan, I can say this movie was your favorite movie of the film festival and of the year.
Of the year, yeah.
So obviously, I'm gonna hand you the mic. Rave about this movie all you want.
Thank you for handing me the mic.
Go ahead.
I think I never had a documentary as my favorite film of the year. as far as I can remember. And I told you this before, and I don't know if I said this in a review already, but it's like after watching this, I went through all of the like films I've listed that I've seen, documentaries, right, on Letterboxd, and I could not find a single one that I'd say was put together and more urgent and more important and just good, great, better than I've seen here. I was moved by it. I think it has everything I seek in a great documentary that like it basically puts to the forefront someone directly, right? It doesn't withhold the voice that it's being told through, because the story is told by and about Shiori Ito. And it is also making a larger point of how her story plays into these societal and judicial shortcomings, right, that she's trying to tackle. And through speaking with her directly as well, in an interview, she brought this up as well, is like that if the systems were in place that would have prosecuted and dealt with this in a fine way, this movie and the stories that she told wouldn't have been needed. I feel like maybe I'm misreading her answer here, but I feel like that is still not the case, because on a societal level, I think this movie is so important. The way that we talk about sexual abuse is often still putting the blame on victims or justifying the perpetrator's reasons and still looking for the blame elsewhere. Especially with the victims still, and that being in a largely like older demographic, based in Japan, that has a lot of like traditionalism and like the hierarchy being the focus, that they like are quick to disregard anyone who's not a sensei, who's like under them. Like that, all of that is in this documentary, and it is also told through such a like soft like stroke. I love how this movie opens and gives you a trigger warning about like the story it's about to tell and the themes it's going to delve into. And I know that Shiori also sees it as this is basically like lending out a hand, an extension for people to have something to hold on to if they're going through this themselves. And through this, I feel like it's a very important thing to keep talking about it, to having it at the forefront. I'm really happy that it won both the audience and the documentary award in Zurich. And before I hand it back to you, I think one of the disappointing things is what I noticed myself here is that this movie is already out in Swiss theaters. It's because it premiered that got the release on October 31st. And through its like first week-ish or the second week now of release in our theater, it really didn't attract a lot of the audience. But everyone who's walking out of this film is like seeking a conversation with me afterwards. They come out of it, they're like, I don't know, there's something that stays with you with this film. And whenever I have that with a film, it really, I latch on to that. And I just haven't had that experience with any other film this year, or with any other documentary like ever. So yeah, my wholehearted biggest recommendations for Black Box Diaries. Yeah, an incredible movie.
Yeah, I agree. I in the interview I especially appreciated her honesty of she obviously didn't start recording her journey because of, oh, I'm gonna make a documentary about this one
Yeah.
day. She recorded it because of her own safety, which and we often talk about where do filmmakers start from, right? And sometimes that can be in a kind of an dishonest way or in a sensationalist way, as you said earlier, right? But this movie doesn't start from that point, and that's where the strength lies in the documentary. For me, it's very impactful. Obviously, the judicial resistance she is up against is a very intriguing fight, and I especially appreciated also the way she's healing from it.
Yeah.
Because I believe she said it's still a process. It still hasn't finished in the slightest way. But if I have to pick a favorite moment of the documentary, is when she's doing one of her first events, I believe, of women that come to her to listen to her.
Yeah.
And she says, this is the first time I felt like I've had a blanket put around me instead of, the very cold, desolate shit she's been thrown at until that moment. And I hope she keeps getting blankets put around her while she takes this movie worldwide. And that change hopefully occurs in the future. Women's rights worldwide are in jeopardy. And this movie is a very great reminder of that. So, Black Box Diaries, I really, really recommend it as well. I'm maybe not as high as Ewan's, but I totally get that. There's another documentary we talk about later that has sort of had that impact on me. But I totally recommend this one as well.
I also want to add that the timeline for this is basically the assault happened to her in 2014, and then or 2015. I think 2014.
I thought it was 2015.
2015, because 2 years later she came out with the book. Was right on the fall, as like her book came out like a week before, or in the week that like Me Too started to pick up, and that became its own thing, and we finally had like something to in a like on a larger scale to attach yourself to give you a sense of power, and in a way like a unionization of like, hey, this is a real thing. You can't just always like diminish it by just saying it didn't happen or whatever. You can't disregard it, right? In her book about it, she goes into way more detail about like everything, and you obviously get a more direct voice from her. You get a lot more background into her and what led up to it. And I think Black Box Diaries is because the reason why it's called Black Box is because a lot of it couldn't have really been tried in court, because everything happened in this black box between two people. You don't really have any other witnesses. For that reason, you can't really try someone right in court for that, because there's what are the systems in place to actually prosecute someone after something like this happened. And she gets to open that box in diary form in this film that is a bit more constructed, and it is a bit more about the shortcomings of the police and the judicial system. It still feels really personal, but the book itself gets to go a bit more into it. It is, I feel like, even a harder read than watching the film is. There's one moment, I kind of don't want to spoil it, but there's one moment towards the end with her where she had a moment that was like just her sitting in a place where I didn't expect her to be, that had me like bawl my eyes out, because I was so happy for her. I felt like all sorts of emotions, and it really ends in a really powerful way. It has like two final shots that are so well done. They're two of the best shots of the whole year. My short review for the film on Letterboxd says like I don't do 5 stars on the first watch. But that being said, this is a 5-star film, and I'm going to stand by that. I'm also going to rewatch it at some point, I think before the end of the year. I just, even though it's playing at our theater, I just haven't gotten over myself to watch it again. But I feel like this is one of the mandatory watches.
I don't think this is a movie. Yeah, I don't think this is a movie you kind of just put on again.
And it's also not for everyone. That's why the content warning is in place for you there. I feel like you have to be okay with dealing with that sort of stuff. But I feel like it, like you said, it has that sort of hopeful moments in between where you have those small victories, especially in healing yourself. But it also has a lot of those questions that it brings up of like being always in the constant spotlight of trying to tackle this issue, what that does to you. And it has like so many layers of what we get to. Like she's so raw and open in this. Maybe not by your own choice, but what was done to her, and that's her only option. But that makes it so intriguing that she is able to like tell that through in like this documentary form.
She's also very raw in the sense that she's portraying the public opinion. It isn't just her personal thing. You actually see what people think about this whole situation, and you got literal women yelling out of the court saying, I don't know what she did, but sort of the equivalent of, you're an attention seeker, you're a whore, whatever. That sort of remarks. So it isn't just a pure one-sided,
not at all,
event. Really good. I gave it an 8.7 out of 10. I'm that kind of guy, I know. All right.
10 out of 10 for me. Favorite film of the year.
Then we got Thelma, which, I'm gonna be honest, it's a movie I watched way early in the year,
Yeah.
but played at Zurich, and
Played at
so we're gonna
Sundance.
talk about it anyway. I don't think we got much to add,
No.
but I will say we're recording this the 7th of November, and June's quick birthday was the 6th of November, so she's now 95-year-old.
Damn.
So obviously, congratulations to her.
Yeah.
Here's the synopsis of Thelma. When 93-year-old Thelma Post gets duped by a phone scammer pretending to be her grandson, she sets out on a treacherous quest across the city to reclaim what was taken from her. The biggest flaw in that synopsis is probably that the scammer would be in some third world country from Nigeria or something, so the synopsis wouldn't necessarily be that. But otherwise, we wouldn't have a movie.
Yeah.
But Thelma is a very enjoyable watch. You know, we got 92-year-old Sean Squibb as an action star. It's kind of follows in the same vein as that Morgan Freeman. What was it? Damn it, with that Alan Arkin movie, Going in Style,
Something like that, yeah.
You know, that also, Going in Style. You also have that Lost Vegas movie. You have another movie I forgot about with Al Pacino, also starring Alan Arkin. Let me quickly. Oh, The Stand Up Guys. It's a movie that follows in that type of vein, giving older actors sort of a last hurrah. Um, but also keeping it sort of gritty. It's not a a grandma movie like those 80 for Brady book club type of shit. It doesn't belong in that club. So Thelma belongs in the actually enjoyable, a bit suspense filled movies. The qualms I have is sometimes it skips back to the family of Thelma Post, and they're just kind of useless. Yeah, they're kind of useless. So I don't know. What do you have to say about this?
Yeah, I think one of the strengths of making this kind of action comedy, as much as you can make it action, it really tries to in a good way, is that it doesn't really poke fun at old people for being old and look at them, they're so old,
No.
but it makes the joke about like what would be funny about like being old, you know? It doesn't say like old, oh, they're slow and they're about to die, dramatizing rolling over the bed in like Mission Impossible style. And
Yeah.
it feels like it's we're inches for a good old giggled with the grandma who who didn't vote Trump, who's funny as well, and it just feels like a big old group hug. I think this movie has like a ton of heart. It's not too serious. Even the antagonists aren't like bad. It's not like looking
No.
at a system and like this is all bad and like everyone's a criminal, but having a bit of empathy to throw around for everyone.
Mhm.
There's also sadness in there, like with the loneliness that comes with age and everyone kind of passing around you. It's got a bit of everything. Ultimately, that doesn't really add up to something that is of substance. I think it's a very light movie and a slight movie, but it's fun. It's fun all around.
And the willingness to be on your own, be independent for as long as you can, is also a very strong message. But I gave it a 7 out of 10.
Same for me.
Enjoyable watch.
Yeah, same for me too.
Then we move on to A Real Pain.
Oh, let's go.
Mismatched cousins David and Benji reunite for a tour to Poland to honor their beloved grandmother. The adventure takes a turn when the pair's old tension resurfaces against the backdrop of their family history. Ewan, I'm gonna let you start off this one.
Yeah, so Jesse Eisenberg cooked and he delivered with this one. I feel like this movie has, two actors who can often you feel like you always see Jesse Eisenberg in his characters, right? There's a certain quirk when you watch his interviews. I feel like he doesn't really disappear. And with Kieran Culkin, he also has like that Succession style that feels like it just, that snappy, kind of snarky, quick remark, always quick with it type beat that he plays.
Always playful.
Always playful. Less self-hatred in this one than in Succession, but maybe not even that. I don't know. There's so much hurt in A Real Pain that whenever there's a love coming through, it feels like there's so much for it to go around, and everyone's kind of holding on to it. And I just really dug the dynamic between the two. Like one of them obviously being the pure contrast to the other one. Like one of them being really impulsive, having a lot of like underlying issues that maybe they can't really openly talk about, or they don't really want to talk about. And you feel like you get a different person from scene to scene. Once we get to, I guess, see a bit more of him and maybe some of the struggles that he's had, you completely just kind of feel a lot for the guy, and you just wish the best for them. I couldn't really pinpoint down exactly what it is about this film that I was really enamored by, but I loved it from beginning to end. I think it's a really, really strong film. Everything just kind of comes together in this one.
I think where the strength of this movie lies is in its portrayal of being just very humanistic.
Mm-hmm.
We got two, cousins that are discovering, inner family pain in their own ways. And Kieran Culkin, I know people will say, oh, he's kind of doing his succession stick. I truly do not believe
Yeah, no, not really.
he's doing his succession stick in this movie. I absolutely adore where his character starts from and ends up. Uh, you know, he's kind of in the same place, but at a different human being. Absolutely adore that journey and arc. I also loved the group dynamic.
Yeah.
You can easily say, this movie is a really simple one. It isn't over the top. It's absolutely a subtle one. And I loved it. I really liked it. Kieran Culkin. I will say Jesse Eisenberg is indeed a bit in his own lane, but in this movie he makes it work as he's directing, and I understand that he gave Kieran Culkin the more explosive and dynamic scenes to focus a bit more on his directing side, which is totally understandable when you got this great of a Kieran Culkin in your movie.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I feel like
adored this
I feel
one.
like a lesser film would make Kieran Culkin's Benji the central point of the film, and
Yeah,
really have just like Jesse Eisenberg as the stand-in, like David as a stand-in for us as a surrogate for the audience. I was like, oh, look at
yeah.
how crazy he is, and I know, but he also carries a lot of pain and like guilt and
The scars, yeah.
yeah, scars from his past, and just is a fully well-rounded human. That's basically it. And you don't really
Yeah.
expect, like, especially from a group film as well, where a lot of them like carry a lot with them, you expect them to be more characters of something that their backgrounds would give them, and it kind of doesn't like oversell their backgrounds, if that makes sense.
Yeah, yeah.
And a lot of it is like it's not big, and you expect someone who's like, oh, that's that character, she's going to do this, and it's not. And then it doesn't underwhelm you because it adds like a bit more depth and realism. Like it feels so it feels like a real pain, right? It doesn't feel like a pain, it feels like a real pain. That realness comes through, and it's something rare that we don't often get to see in film, and I think it
And I
nails
guess
it.
a real pain comes from the fact that we often are becoming numb to some stuff, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
There are moments, the historic sites that this group visits. Uh, you obviously see these historic sites. You can sort of imagine what went on there. At some moment, they go to a concentration camp because their grandmother survived a Nazi concentration camp, and some people might go to visit a concentration camp and be like, "Damn, this is
This is horrific. Yeah.
yeah,
It's bad.
this is pretty horrific."
Mhm.
But if the movie kind of asks you to go a layer deeper and say what has really gone on in there,
Yeah.
and that's sort of a real pain.
What?
What's the real pain that lies behind these people?
Yeah.
What behind these places? And that's the yeah. It might sound simple,
It sounds
but
simple, but I think what it kind of beautifully does, especially in that concentration camp scene, like Benji carries the pain from being so close to his grandmother and what she has lived through
yeah,
through generations. Then he also carries the pain of his people, just Jews in general. And then we also collectively carry the pain just as humanity that was done, that was something that happened. And it's just like these layers and layers on pain that are stacked onto this person that feel crushing to him. And sometimes he just really doesn't understand why not everyone else also feels crushed. And that's kind of sometimes, not always, but it feels like that's some of the at the core of like why he's in pain. It's beautiful. I think it's a really, really good film.
I agree. Then we have all the movies that both played or just played at Zurich and Gent, but we already have covered. Here's the list. We have already seen Finalement, Sicilians, Letters, Russians at War, Joker Folie à Deux, Maldoror, Mr. Dispeller, Queer, The Room Next Door, Baby Girl, The Order, September 5, Happy End, I'm Still Here, Maria, Pavement, and Vermiglio. Do you feel talking about any of these movies or mentioning them briefly again?
I mean, shout out again to Happy End. It didn't really make a splash here in Zurich. Russians at War made a bigger splash with the safety of the director being in jeopardy. So they kind of canceled the public screenings, but still had the critics one. That's kind of a new thing. I don't think any other festival has done that, where they like basically just did the critic screenings. I thought at some point I saw that there was public screenings for it still happening. So I don't know. It was just like a bit all over the place. And obviously, like the activism behind that film, maybe at a glance is justified, but once you look a bit more into it, and then maybe not as justified. Yeah, we didn't clip our Russians at War review on purpose, but you can find it in our Venice recap. And we thought it was a good movie. Not that the Russian invasion is good. That's not the same thing. But some people took it as that. But The Room Next Door, I assume, like, is gonna get another shout out from you. I think.
Yeah, The Room Next Door. I've seen it twice now. Okay. It's just a heartbreaking watch for me personally, and I kind of liked it more. Who I appreciated more on a second watch is Jean Turturro's character, because he's really a mirror to Tilda Swinton's. Because you got a dying person and you got just a very pessimistic person, and both sort of share the same view of the world, even though one is not that much longer onto the planet and one is just kind of grumpy about everything. So I especially enjoyed Turturro's character a lot more on the second watch. Yeah, The Room Next Door is still really high up on my list. I believe it's number 5 of my film fest. Again, very, very good one.
Well, then we move on to the stuff that mostly I think we've both seen. And with the big hit coming out of Cannes, Anora, I caught it in Cannes. I got to rewatch it, not in Zurich, but in Locarno for some reason. And you got to see it play at Ghent. It's been released, I think, in the States now in wide release. And I think more people are seeing it now all over the world. So it's the perfect time to get into it.
It came out last week or the week before here as well.
Yeah, perfect. It's about a young sex worker from Brooklyn gets a chance at a Cinderella story when she meets an impulsively marries the son of an oligarch. Once the news reaches Russia, a fairy tale is threatened as the parents set out for New York to get the marriage annulled. It's the latest from Sean Baker, a filmmaker that I'm very fond of, and it got the Palme d'Or, the main prize in Cannes. And to me, this was my favorite film of the year for a long while, until Black Box Diaries dethroned it. I've talked about it briefly before. We'll get into it a bit more now, but to a bit of a surprise maybe to you as well, Kev, you didn't connect with it as much as maybe like a lot of festival audience goers did, right? It ranks a bit lower on your list. So yeah, maybe tell us a bit about your experience with Anora.
Again, Sean Baker's, I don't know how he starts his movies. So dynamic, so into, like, I'm almost always invested into his films. Always. The guy is a great filmmaker. Sean Baker had the gift of honing in on the subject, and his exploration of that subject is magnificent. But at some point he just gets lost into that exploration, and so I get lost into it as well. And for me, that happens after the amazing home invasion part. Mike Madison has something with home invasions. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, she gets a can thrown into her face of Brad Pitt. I haven't seen Scream, but apparently you say she's There's a home invasion in that as well,
Kinda, yeah.
and now she has one in Anora. And she knows how to keep a streak going. For me, Anora's strength lies into this Cinderella story, and I know everyone is raving on about Mikey Madison, and deservedly so, but I honestly have to rave about Mark Eidelstein, because his energy is unlike anything I've
Yeah, so
seen
it's
this
perfect. It's
year.
perfect for the role. Yeah.
He's perfect in this role, and at some point, he gets kind of sidelined into the movie, and that's when the energy for me also kind of dissipates.
Mhm.
And Sean Baker tries to change that up with a sort of road trip, search, and that's for me where the energy gets lost, and I don't like. I'm at distance. Like, the movie all kind of put me at distance. And while some scenes are extremely funny, especially the fixers, shall I say, are an immense joy to watch as they struggle with this search. But yeah, for me, it's still great. It's just something gets lost during set change that happens halfway the movie, but it's still an extremely good watch.
I think it's just like a kind of classic tale of a rise and fall, but just on a romantic scale of like attaching yourself to someone who's rich, and then having to live with the repercussions of someone of being, a bit short-sighted. Also, what Sean Baker is always interested in is kind of the class struggle, and not really putting that. He never really puts that at the forefront. Like, he never makes the point. Maybe his stories make, because they're not ultimately just trying to make a point at the forefront of his films. It's always through the characters, and often about like certain characters that we don't often get to see on film. Like especially something in Red Rocket, or the Florida Project. All of those films really shine in that, and I think this is just like his most straightforward, entertaining film. The standout
It's
really.
most commercial, yeah.
I guess I don't know. It's hard to see like a commercial film with this much nudity in it. But
I know, but
yeah. When I first saw that, like 20 minutes, like Mikey Madison's just like naked the whole time. This is what it feels like. But the like most enjoyable scene really is that home invasion one, where like the bickering is just like back and forth. The energy is at a high point when I was kind of waiting for it to come down a bit more, especially on my second watch. I was like, I liked the film even more because I knew what it's going to focus on and where it would ultimately lead to. Where for a lot of people, where it concludes in is a bit of a surprise. I think, like, discussing the ending, and I don't know. I feel like if that's the main focus that you take at the end of the day, if you feel like this movie's good or bad, if you're like, oh, the ending didn't work for me, the movie was ultimately not. That feels like reductive. And I've seen a lot of people kind of do that. But I think I like didn't love that part where we're just like out partying, being dumbasses, and just having fun. I was waiting for like the repercussions to catch up with them. So I really enjoyed that latter part where it just feels like mind-numbingly sobering, where you just like have to go after this like fucking lunatic that is just a young idiot, and he's nowhere to be found. Obviously, you maybe want him to be more in the film, but as soon as he's in there, it kind of is clear that he is just like a little puppy dog, and now the big dogs are coming in, his parents, and he's just like fessing up to them, being a good little boy. I don't know. It's just like, hey, you're always as powerful as the other most powerful person in the room. It is always about that. So he like makes a big fuss about it when he's the one in charge, but as soon as he's not, then everything changes at a whim, and that's like ultimately in a larger scale, maybe what capitalism is as well. You're always just as powerful as the richest person in your surroundings. The way that the system is brought up, and I just really like it from beginning to end for its entertainment, for the presentation. I think the editing is also like so on point. It is like there's a certain pace even in this, like the less energetic moments, because I feel like there's not really a lull or a boring part to the film. Even in that like more road trip-ish thing, I wasn't bored at all. I think this is the best narrative
I
feature
mean,
we've
I was
gotten
never
this year.
bored at all, but I also I did feel I felt a sort of lull at some point
Yeah.
between the second and third
I
act.
I
if
feel
you
like
can
that
call
part
that
of it,
way.
when you are on the come down, is like it's intentional for it to like sort of for you
I
to
know.
feel along with what she's feeling. But but I get
But
that.
I'll also say this movie has an extra that is absolutely killing their 5 seconds of screen time. I believe it's like when they're at the gas station. I absolutely love that extra.
Mhm.
And this movie also has the worst gaming I've ever seen. There's this. Nah, man.
There's
Sean
worse
Bacon needs somebody.
There's worse gaming depictions. Gaming is always
Like,
depicted really badly.
I know, but like at some point I was like, this guy is not getting a single kill in Call of Duty. I refuse to believe that.
But then he's on the like fucking voice chat going like, yeah, I can't aim for shit, but I guess I'm fucking vicious. Like he's that type of person. That
Yeah.
just a
But
despicable person.
I really recommend it, but
Yeah.
I'm not that high on it as you are or some other people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For
But it's really funny.
me, it's my favorite narrative feature of the year. And I moved it up to a 5 out of 5 on the rewatch. Not a 10 out of 10. I think I'd
Oh
say
my
like a
God.
9.5 out of 10 if I get to do like a half star
Wow.
rating there. But yeah, really solid all around. My favorite Sean Baker film.
Woo, I don't know what my favorite Sean Baker film would be. I think it would be Red Rocket because my issue with Anora isn't as prominent in Red Rocket because the guy keeps getting on a downward spiral, and I actually really enjoyed Red Rocket a bit more than Anora. So yeah, I would say Red Rocket is still my favorite. Also, the best use of NSYNC's Bye Bye Bye.
True. Yeah. I also for Anora, like Greatest Day, although it's like such a bland song, keeps creeping up in my mind. Like I don't know, I keep playing it. Although I don't think it's a good song at all. But yeah.
Next up, we got Memoir of a Snail, who you also interviewed the director of.
Yeah.
What?
Adam Elliott, good mate, great lad from down under. Yeah, no, this is a great experience talking to him. And I think if you get the type of vibe that Adam Elliott is going for, and you know that going in, I think you get more of the same. I think the same is incredibly interesting though. It's not like that's meant to be in a derogative, like in a reductive way of like, oh yeah, it's boring, it's the same. But at the core, I think he likes to tell stories about loneliness and the odd quirks of the outliers of society, but also then everyone that pops into the story gets a little bit of a moment here. So when he tells the story, like set in the 1970s, about like Grace, who is really obsessed with snails, and at a young age, when she becomes an orphan alongside her twin brother Gilbert, she's left alone because ultimately they are put into different foster homes. She moves from Melbourne to Canberra, and her brother moves all the way over to Perth, and they are basically forced apart when that was the only thing that she had going for her. Like her brother always standing up for her, and now she's all alone and a bit lost in the world. And that's basically what the story is about, like them growing up separately and not really getting to connect and having a person that can kind of just like provide a warm shoulder onto. Then the unlikely friendships that they start. It's pretty morbid as well in the way that Adam Elliott likes to tell his stories. Like all of it is just like in brownish tones. But we both agree that he sometimes really finds the warmth in there as well. And once you do get those moments, they strike even more. They're even more apparent. But not to say that it's a happy movie that he creates. It's
No,
profoundly
definitely
sad.
not.
But yeah, it's a really good one. It's not to take it too much away here, but it's my favorite animated film, I think, of the 2020s, and especially of this year. It's really good narrative feature. And it just kind of uses that stop motion claymation in the best possible way for the story that they're trying to tell.
I don't think and again, we got absolute giants in the stop motion industry. You know, with
Yeah, Altman,
Aardman,
yeah.
obviously,
Mhm.
you got Guillermo del Toro with his Pinocchio, was an absolute monument of. We got Laika, obviously, with Kubo and the Two Strings. We have absolute giants in the claymation and in the stop motion
Yeah.
industry. But truly, no one does it the style that Adam Elliott does.
Yeah.
In that regard, my man is in an absolute category of his own. And you've even watched all the short films.
Yep.
I've only seen Mary and Max. And Mary and Max I absolutely adore. And I will say that's still my favorite movie. I got two
Mhm.
issues with this movie, which is where our storyline with Gilbert ends up on. I'm not that big of a fan.
Yeah, me neither.
And there's also a storyline with um, Grace,
Mm.
with Grace's husband, marriage, I'll guess, that I was like, I get Adam Elliott likes to do something a bit more grotesque, a bit more naughty, dirty in his works, and Grace's husband is that, king. I don't know what the exact word is I would use, but
Yeah, it's a fetish.
where
Yeah.
their marriage ends up at, I'm also not that big of a fan.
Mhm.
But for the rest of the movie, again, it's gorgeous. The inside jokes, there are many. And Lachlan, because you guys have done a review of your own, Lachlan will even get more inside jokes
Yeah.
than the both of us combined because he's an Australian. But I noticed a lot of ones as well, especially in the opening credits when they go to this garbage field.
Yeah.
So, Memoir of a Snail, it definitely packs a punch. It's not as great as Mary and Max, but it's still absolutely amazing. Recommend. I gave it I don't know what I gave it. I think I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, 8 out of
I
10.
gave it a 9 out of 10, and yeah, what you teased on that, like, Lachlan saw a couple more jokes in it, and that I didn't see, and he didn't see it until after I had the interview with Adam Elliott, and I got to message him, like, to some of the jokes that Lachlan appreciated, and they were all intentional, of course, and he appreciated, like, the humor. So, like, especially for an Australian audience, I think you'll find a ton in there, because being claymation, stop motion, you have to, you do, I think what he said is about, you do 7 seconds a day or something like that. So a person does 7 seconds a day, and they're a team, like, of, I think, 7 people as well. And that way you have a lot of, like, detail in every frame that you can put into it, right? Because everything is so crafted, so it's really filled with a ton of that. But yeah, go check out the interview, go check out our spoiler review for it.
I will also say I really appreciated that Mary and Max was between an Australian little girl and like an old fat New Yorker, and here we got their father who comes from France, so you got some European influence now
Mm.
in his film. So I appreciate he's just not isolating himself on Australia, and also Mary Max was a bit of an American influence. Now we got a little bit more of a European influence. I, for example, recognize like a children's song that like I sang with my grandparents. So it's like, oh shit. So I obviously appreciated that as a European.
Yeah,
So
he
yeah.
does a ton of research in his stuff, and with the interview, like when we talked about like favorite films, he watches a ton of documentaries, and I think that's kind of what he's interested in. And it really comes through that he like crafts these fully realized people, even though
Yeah,
they're clay. You know,
he loved delving into the human psyche.
exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well put.
L'histoire de Suleiman. The reason I'm introducing this movie is because I can speak French.
L'histoire
Here's
de
the synopsis.
Suleiman.
Actually, not bad, Ewan. Damn, I'll give you a gold star for that.
Thank you.
Anyway, here is the synopsis. As he pedals through the streets of Paris to deliver meals, Suleiman repeats his story. In 2 days, he has to go through his asylum application interview, the key to obtaining papers. But Suleiman is not ready.
Yeah, so this tells the story of an immigrant in Paris who basically is always on the move. It's a stressful film that basically all of his day is packed with problem solving. How do you make it in time? How do you juggle all of the different people you depend on? You can try your hardest, but you're always just like depending on someone else's approval or their own spirits. Like, are they in good spirits or are they just going to fuck you over? And all of that stress is really conveyed through him, who is not like someone who is an actual actor. You work here with someone who acts for the first time. It works perfectly. I think his performance is really strong in this because you can sense that sort of frustration really well through him. And then the way that they shot this as well is like with director Boris Leukin, who will also will have an interview with him that I did in Zurich come out closer to the international release. It's out in France already. I don't know if it's still in theaters, but it will come out internationally soon. That like he was on the bike as well. Like they were riding on the bike in the streets of Paris to capture this, and that sort of kinetic energy really comes through in those scenes when they do have to ride from place to place. I think this is a really strong story about like an immigrant's experience trying to find a place to stay for a while where they don't have to wonder where the next meal is going to come from, where they're going to sleep. Are they going to make it in time to like get to the place where they get to sleep, or do they have to sleep on the streets? All of those like uncertainties in a way where they are manipulated in a way that like they're also exploited in the way that they get approved. Like, what type of story do you tell, and do you just like try to fit into a mold of people what expect of you to be an immigrant and what your story needs to be? To like what, like how is it justified that you are here, that you can like stay here? What kind of hurt and trauma do you need to experience to even be like able to stay? All of those things are like brought up in it. Yeah, I think it's really really powerful movie.
I agree. I kind of have to. I know. I'm gonna mention westerns, but still, uh, like this movie kind of ends like a western, right? But here, the shootout is literally an interview between two people that both have ammunition in their chambers, and um, one wants to help, but the interviewer also knows the person opposite me has real ammunition and has blanks. And I kind of like phrasing, the end of the movie in that way.
Yeah, because you're fighting for
To
yourself,
me,
right? In a way, you're fighting
yeah,
for your survival, and they're both
and
representing
the
something, right? She's representing the
yeah,
system, and he's fighting for himself. Yeah.
yeah, and the little things in this movie is what makes this movie for me. When he is in that asylum, and one person wakes up, and you're like, but he goes back to sleep, and you're like, oh, well, what a jackass, right?
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, all of goddamn alarms are going off, and you're like, wait, what is happening here? And they're just trying to get their spot for the asylum the next day at like, I don't know, 4 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
And those are the little things that make this movie. The community, the way these people go by. They're not just people that are lying on the streets with their little cardboards asking for food or hunger. They truly have to grind. They have to hustle, as one person says to Suleiman. And that portrayal is something that truly made an impact on me.
Yeah, like one of the reasons why the director ended up telling the story is what came through in our interview is that he said during COVID, the only people out on the streets were in the streets of Paris, were these migrant workers keeping everything afloat and delivering, because they didn't have the option to not do that. They just like had to. That's the one thing that they need to keep doing, right?
They were obligated to.
Yeah, and you basically like, and it really shows that the system depends on someone like this in this uncertainty and the cruel nature of what that is like. It tells the story of L'Histoire de Suleiman, right? It tells a story and that represents so much like a larger thing as well, but also gets to go into like it keeps his actual backstory kind of open ended, and I think that kind of beautifully shows you that it doesn't really matter. He's here now. That's what he's doing. Stop like stop focusing so much on like what has come before. They're here now, and like why is there such an obsession that all they cause is problems, and it's so stupid. And it's not going away. You feel like hopefully there's progress to be made in that regard, but it always like that kind of thing just kind of is a cycle of shit. In a loop that gets repeated as like an easy political thing, and it's a bit frustrating that the story of Suleiman in the future is not getting any easier worldwide, not just like.
And it also does feel like, because these sort of things happens everywhere in every major city.
Yeah.
But this one does feel implicitly a Parisian story, especially in Paris, in France, where you got the backdrop of a lot of immigrants, especially with the whole football team, right? The whole national football team of France is black, and some people have like put up, oh, what would the French team look like if the whole team was white, and there would be like 4 players remaining in the squad. So there is a lot of inherent racism in France as well, which makes the struggle that Suleiman is going to feels a bit heavier. And I especially wanted to have a shout out against the cinematographer for Tristan Galland, because the way the whole thing is shot also just has a very realistic feeling to it. And so shout out especially to him.
Yeah, we talked about him a bit, I think, in the interview as well. And the way that Boris also ran sound on some of the, like on the back of the bike, he was like doing sound. It's a crazy operation, like on a low scale as well, because you couldn't really shoot on a big scale, right? You have to shoot with a what is it called, a skeleton crew. So a lot of it behind the scenes and what the story is about. Impressive, good stuff. We can recommend it all around. I gave it an 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10.
Yeah.
Same. Next up,
Conclave. After the unexpected death of the Pope, Cardinal Lawrence is tasked with managing the covert and ancient ritual of electing a new one. Sequestered in the Vatican with the Catholic Church's most powerful leaders until the process is complete, Lawrence finds himself at the center of a conspiracy that could lead to its downfall. Ominous. This is based on a novel of the same name that I haven't had a chance yet to read through. It comes from the Oscar-nominated and winning. Did he win specifically? His films won. I don't know if he won for anything. Edward Berger, German director who has an English cast here, led by Ralph Fiennes, among like other thespians that you know, in this like beautiful tense thriller about like the political thriller, right? About the succession of the Pope. Does the Pope sit on the throne? The Pope's throne. The Pope's head. The hat. They get to wear white. That's what this movie is about. And it has so many twists and turns it takes. I think a lot of people are going to talk about the ending, and feel like if that undercuts some of the steps it takes, or like one twist too many, But I think it's a really thrilling movie. I especially loved Ralph Fiennes in it, the way that he gets to navigate his way through all of the like alliances. It also feels like, in the way that you settle for the lesser evil. It's in a way like very politically relevant, unfortunately, always. But it's most of all just a really entertaining film. And yeah, I had a great time with it. I didn't like it as much as you did, Kev. So maybe what made it stand out to you so much?
Some people have obviously mentioned Dan Brown because of the whole Angels and Demons, Ron Howard stuff, and with the whole Vatican, that very famous movie. But some people have called this a Knives Out movie in the Vatican, and I can absolutely agree with that sentiment, because I had a smile on my face from beginning to end. I know, like there's one person on Letterboxd, funnily enough, a teacher of mine that has watched the movie, and she said, like, I find this church absolutely despicable, but this movie is pretty riveting. I was trying to like. And the twist and turn that this movie makes is obviously also very non-Catholic, but the fact that the movie goes there, I found that just so entertaining. And the way these people just are hammering on each other, just absolutely wanting to take everyone down in this popey, we have to respect each other but not really way. It's just, and especially the score.
Yeah, the score is great.
I mentioned in my letterbox review, like the score that happens between these very mundane conversations, but when they confront each other and the score is playing, I feel like this battle is happening between the two cardinals or the two people that are being spoken to. I just love this movie. Ralph, oh fuck's sake.
I just
No.
love this movie.
I love this movie.
I love this
I
movie.
especially love
I love this movie. That's where you were at. You love this movie. Ralph finds Ralph finds Ralph is fine. Fine, it's Ralph.
You talk about the movie.
Ralph is fine. Well, you were in the middle of the sentence. I can't really continue from that. You could also call it a House of Cardinals or Game of Papal Thrones.
I'm back. What's up, bitches?
I just love this movie. Ralph finds. That's what you were. I just trying to give you so you can continue. Ralph finds.
Ralph. I don't know what I don't know what British actor you're going to, but you went from Sean Connery to Jeremy Irons to like just an oh man.
The Circle of Life. Jeremy Irons, Lion King.
Nah, I'm just gonna keep silent to punish you.
Sequestered. Dumbledore.
And that's a word that gets mentioned a lot, and I just loved every time they say
we're supposed to be sequestered.
Sequestered. But like that kind of line delivery and dialogue is what makes this movie so juicy. I loved it. Ralph Fiennes is in my top 5. Yeah, I finally have a connecting edit.
Yeah, now you fucked it. God damn.
Because I knew you were thinking that way.
God damn it! I'm always thinking the edit.
Just the way the twists and turns, I personally really loved.
Yeah, great film. I think we're gonna talk about it more because it's ultimately one of the locks for Best Picture. So I think a lot of people will end up seeing it. We'll end up chatting about it. We'll definitely discuss it again.
At the end of I don't know. Will it get in?
For sure. Yeah. This is a lot. Yeah. I would be very surprised if it doesn't. The only thing that maybe would keep it from it is like that people really hate the ending. I don't think that's going to be like a reason for them to completely shut it out. I do want to, before the Oscars happen, try and catch up with the book and how much it's different. Political intrigue, tense movie, a fun movie. The dialogue is just so juicy, and then you got like great actors delivering it.
And even though Isabella Rossellini doesn't really have a big part into the movie, because some people had her for supporting actress, but she's barely into the movie.
Yeah,
but she has one mic drop moment in the movie, almost quite literally.
Yeah.
That just got such a big laugh from the audience. One of my favorite moments of the year.
Yeah.
Like in the theater, yeah.
And sometimes it's about that, like, trying to have one moment that sticks with people, but not that the words are.
And there are multiple moments in this movie for me that do that to me. So yeah. 8 out of 10.
I gave it an 8 out of 10 as well.
But I thought you liked.
I thought you gave it a 9 out of 10.
Kevin. No, it would be like an 8.5, but Next up, we got The Apprentice. We have said we would talk more about Donald Trump. It's inevitable. The movie played at both. Did it play at Zurich or not?
It did. We had Sebastian Stan actually here. A friend of mine did the
flex
interview.
Moment,
It's not a flex moment. It just did the interview, and it's up there if you wanna. It's in English if you wanna check out the conversation that they had. But yeah, he was there.
A young Donald Trump, eager to make his name as a hungry scion, whatever, of a wealthy family in 1970s New York, comes under the spell of Roy Cohn, the cutthroat attorney who would help create the Donald Trump we know today. Cohn sees in Trump the perfect protege, someone with raw ambition, a hunger for success, and a willingness to do whatever it takes to win. I'm gonna leave the word to you first for this one.
I I've just spaced out while you read that. I thought about like how your audio is being recorded and if it's going to be split up in different audio sections or if it's going to overlap with, if you have split audio or if it's all in one thing, because you set it up beforehand that it's different. Because I don't want to think about Donald Trump, so I think about audio settings. It's really really annoying. And I caught this one back in Gun, and I haven't rewatched it since, but it has stayed with me. I think Ali Abbasi, who's an Iranian filmmaker, really gets to, sometimes controversially and not in the best way, to the core issue is trying to focus on. I don't think this is a Trump biopic, because then it would have stayed with him longer. It would have gone through the ups and downs. It is so much just interested in how a man like Trump is even crafted. So it goes more into the beginning stages of how he just becomes this conniving, despicable mess of a person through someone who enables him, who props him up, and then who Trump leaves in his waste as he moves up in the ranks. Almost making the disgusting person at the start that he interacts with, right, Roy Cohn, to be someone who you're sympathetic towards a bit towards the end, just because like he laps him in like his despicable behavior. I think a lot of people, it didn't do super well box office wise. I think internationally here as well, like at least from what I could tell, because I feel like people are so fed up with him that they don't want to experience any more of him, even if at the core of it, I think it's more a critique of like a system that enables a person like this to even succeed than it is like a biopic. I thought it was a pretty well put together movie that didn't have like much to say about him, and I think people maybe wanted that out of it to kind of virtue signal its way towards like Trump bad. And it does that just by showing, what happened. But yeah, I understand the sentiment that you just like it didn't do what you wanted the film to do for you. A lot of people I've heard that have that critique. But yeah, what did you take away from The Apprentice?
Well, I said this is a movie that needs to age, because we have quite a one-note vision of who Donald Trump is, and we'll continue to have that vision, unfortunately, for the next 4 years, potentially even longer. But this is a movie that for me is like a wine that needs to age, and I'm really curious as to how people will look back at this movie in 10, potentially 20 years, when also, hopefully, the guy this movie is about is dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, in a respectful, sad way. Because also the release of this movie is, it came out a few weeks before the election, and people will discover this movie now after the 2024 election. So, and this movie, I will say the praise I got for this movie is the way this movie is not, portrayed as a pure biopic, but it's a teacher-student movie with Roy Cohn and Trump, and I think that's the dynamic that interests me the most, because this movie, Trump truly starts out, as a, between brackets, ordinary guy. He's still a bit of a scummy guy, but he's not a fully turned asshole yet. And
Yeah.
because he's always, but no,
I mean, he comes from the wealthy family, so he's not like he's not like a normal guy.
I know, but in the movie, we're talking about the movie,
right? Yeah, it's
right?
his
The movie.
Yeah. He needs to make a man of himself.
Yeah, but he's still this low life, even though he comes from a wealthy family. He's still this kind of low life of a guy who Roy Cohn molds as to be this kind of the guy on top, the guy that's in the room that will make stuff happen, even though he will absolutely break his own bank and empire during that process. And yeah, the stuff that talks about in the movie, it's an origin story. It's essentially an origin story, and I appreciate that more than making a pure biopic of him Even though we'll probably get that in the next 30 years, we'll probably get another biopic that talks about Trump to the point at the end of his life. So Ali Abbasi is a really great director, and he puts this movie together very carefully. Uh, he's a very experienced filmmaker by now. He has made a few bangers. The Last of Us episode has also been very good. So it it's a movie. Even though we both despise the topic and the person this movie is about, Ewan, I can't sit here and say this movie is trash because it isn't. Even though the movie talks about a person that is trash, but I like the movie. I like the way it portrays Donald Trump. I know that is a sentence that sounds mad, but it is.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
yeah,
we haven't talked about the performances, but both Stan and Strong are.
obviously,
I
yeah.
stand Strong.
Oh, I have to say, Jeremy Strong is shin acting in this movie. Is I think his neck, everything, he had to warm that up every morning. You know how an actor does vocal warm-ups like Jeremy Strong every morning just
he
this.
literally does chin ups, but not in the way that what chin ups
Yeah.
are.
So like that was one of the things that absolutely like distracted me the whole time. So how the shin acting of Jeremy Strong is absolutely crazy in The Apprentice.
Yeah, he's fast chinating. Anyways, let's move on.
7 out of 10.
I gave it an 8 out of 10, like a 7.5 out of 10. I liked it a bit more in Gun. The more I think about it, the less it moves down a bit for me.
But that's why I say this movie needs to age, because I know when people will think about it. Then we got my favorite cake. Is it your favorite cake?
Yes. First, like well-meaning, not too sad presenting Iranian movies are my favorite, but then they're just devastating. It's my favorite.
Mahin lives alone in Tehran since her husband's death and her daughter's departure for Europe, until an afternoon tea with friends leads her to break her solitary routine and revitalize her love life. I wrote in my review, oh, finally, an Iranian movie that is not sad or maddening. And then the fucking ending of this movie happens, and you're like, we'll never get an Iranian movie that's gonna give me joy. Never, ever. I truly didn't need to have this
be tragic
ending. Yeah.
We're kind of spoiling the film a bit, I guess, in that sense for you. It's just because it's the core of what needs to be said about the film. I feel like it does a teeny bit of, like, I guess, social commentary and criticizing the system, and for someone who is old enough that they have lived through a different time in Iran, and seeing the constraints it has on women now that basically can't be without a man nowadays anymore. And she comes from a place where she was with someone in a good relationship, lost that, and now she's in the same place that someone that she can relate to, those younger people who are like so like invisible in Iranian culture if they're not connected with someone, and not to go with the system, but for her own sake to like seek someone in her solitude. She goes out to maybe connect with someone, and I think like those are all like intentional steps here that ultimately add to a critique of that system and that cultural norm. But it doesn't really do it in your face, and I think all of that, like all of it, is like small and whatever, and then it needs to have a broad stroke at the end to have something big happen in her life. And I didn't really need that. I felt like the ups and downs in her life were like pretty, like I feel like that was the narrative like drama that was enough for this film. It didn't need more.
Yeah, the solitary routine is actually one of the more fun and interesting aspects of the movie, because there was a scene where she's in the park and she sees a police officer arresting two girls. I believe one is for what's the term again? You got the police, but you also got like the disciplinary police.
It's basically just like the about how they dress. That's basically what they're looking for, people who are not wearing a hijab. Yeah.
And I guess, for me, the commentary lies in those moments and not in the direction the movie goes to. So that's why I was like, really?
Well,
So yeah.
I even found that moment a bit on the weaker side for the film overall, that it needs to have
Oh,
like that moment of her taking a stance in this. I feel like the movie was strong enough to in her like focus just on a solitude. But I guess that's something that she just basically encounters as she's going out, and it's something that's not like that's apparent. That's just something that just keeps happening. And by her going out and maybe looking for someone to connect with, she'll end up experiencing that. So it's not like it's forced in the end of the story. I could have done without that.
I give it a 7 out of 10 though. Low 7 out of 10, but yeah.
Yeah, give it a 7 out of 10 as well.
We'll never get a Iranian film that's gonna give me joy. Don't. Me too. Never, ever. Next we got Flow.
Yeah, so this is one of the animated films that's picking up steam. It's one of the stories that is really getting a lot of people excited, is that it was all like animated in Blender. I think, was it like mainly not a big team, or maybe even one person who did the whole thing? I don't remember.
Oh, I think it's a small team. Yeah.
And
But I don't remember how long.
it's about this, like, speaking of solitude, it's about the solitary cat displaced by a great flood that finds refuge on a boat with various species and must navigate the challenges of adapting to a transformed world together. And it's a film that is basically without language because it's all animals, so they can't really speak unless you got something to hide from me, Kevin. I don't know if you can speak cat. We've never really talked about that.
Meow.
But it's
I hate that. I hate that.
I baited you into doing that. I'm
sorry.
sorry. It's the Latvian submissions for the Oscars as well, and it's got a high chance of maybe, I don't know, for the international Oscar if it will get in there. I feel like it's got a likelier shot to get into the animated slot. Yeah, because a lot of people seem to have connected with this quite a bit. I liked it. I didn't love it. I don't think it's like one of the best animated films of the year, but it is a pretty moving story of this cat going around. And I'm the cat guy, I should be supposedly
You're the cat
loving
guy.
this more than you do, just because there's a cat in front of me. Oh my god, I love the cat. But I just thought it was really good. It didn't blow me away though.
I made a joke to someone saying this is Live of Flow, so instead of Live of Pi, Live of Flow.
Yeah.
So yeah, in my letterbox review, I called this an E3 showcase that is tough to dislike. Everything about Flow yells cute, but it has difficulty standing on its own when the whole thing is essentially a video game cutscene, especially in the way it's shot. And that is very transparent with a floating camera, which is normal for the way it's animated. Would also perhaps have lost a score that kept going and differed a bit more along the way, because the score is quite repetitive, and I felt like, I know it's a fun jingle, but I could have had something a bit more. But, this movie is stunning. It's gorgeous to watch. I will say this was a kids screening. There were no press screenings for Flow. So I had to get a ticket. And I had to wait in the queue. There were a lot of kids. And I was like, oh no.
Yeah, I wouldn't describe it as a kids movie per se. I think it works for all ages, but
it does. But so the movie didn't. The screening started with a animated short, in the sense of like this is how animation films are made, and there was at a certain part there was like a Foley part. Obviously animation doesn't have sound, so we have to add them. Look, this little guy is clapping, but it has no sound. So in 3, when I count down, please clap. 1, 2, 3, and you only like have the audience, and obviously the kids are going like, yay! So, obviously I was in a mindset going to this movie like, please do not let this screening be absolutely hell. I do not want this movie to be hell. But obviously the kids were respectful. So thank you, kids. But I will say some of the kids did go on their parents' laps, and I don't know if it was because they were sad, because they were bored. That part I don't necessarily know, but it could be both. So
Right.
because the movie is a bit slow.
It is in parts because it's essentially just like, just survival story. And we follow this cat
Yeah.
as they meet new people. I think one of the standout scenes is it with a bird? A bird, yeah, I think it's with a bird.
Oh yeah.
And has a lot of those like moments of like, you can't talk, but you communicate through your actions type of thing. And
Yeah.
that really lends itself to animation where you are always overemphasizing emotions, and with broader strokes through animals, you can really do that. And a simple story like survival in a very different world than we are used to, where humans aren't around anymore. There's a lot
Yeah.
that you can do that is just like inherently
And
captivating.
oh,
Captivating. 7 out of 10.
Why do I put up with
Seven
this
out
guy?
of 7 out of
Why?
10.
Right. Yeah, it's a 7 out of 10 for me too. Fucking
Let's
hell,
keep the
move
flow
on,
of
bro.
conversation going.
Talking about animals, let's talk about birds.
Is that next? Oh yeah, it actually is next. I skipped it almost.
This guy comes
I
with
thought
the
I
birds.
already skipped to Blitz.
Talking about animals, let's talk about birds.
Andrea Arnold. Andrea Arnold, who's not anyone, is not someone who is averse to putting animal titles in her names. She has done movies called Wasp, Fish Tank, Cow, Dog, American Honey, that's adjacent to bees, Milk too. The only thing that doesn't really tie it to it is Wuthering Heights. But this one has a cast of really interesting side characters with Barry Keoghan and Franz Rogowski. But Barry Keoghan, sorry. But Kev, what is Bird about?
12-year-old Bailey lives with a single dad, Buck, and brother Hunter in a squat in North Kent. Buck doesn't have much time for his kids, and Bailey, who is approaching puberty, seeks attention and adventure elsewhere. Now, before we start talking about this movie, I have a pretty huge disclaimer. I went to a press screening with absolutely zero subtitles. And this movie taking place in North England, Ireland, I don't know.
North
but anyway,
Kent, man. Where's not? You don't know where North
North
Kent
Kent,
is?
yeah, but I don't know where North Kent is. Alright,
Jesus
I do
Christ,
not know.
This guy
My
doesn't know North Kent. Oh my God, it's right next to like South Kent. I think it's like on the outskirts of London.
The accents in these movies are fucking thick, and at the hard of hearing guy, I cannot understand Barry Keoghan without subtitles. Okay, I cannot. When he speaks in his normal accent, I cannot understand the guy. So I barely understood any conversation in this movie. Did that have effect on my rating? Maybe, maybe not. But I just thought that overall this movie didn't really have that much of an impact on me because we've had so many of these suburban English, not that rich kind of movies. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like like Scrapper.
Yeah.
I thought Scrapper was way better than Bird, and I think that might be because the story of Bird isn't necessarily that intriguing anymore in terms of it's the way the Bird portrays the story, but also the way that Bird wants to be a heavy metaphor movie, and I think it has flaws because of that.
Yeah, I mean it's also it jumbles a bunch of ideas, like with Bailey, who is 12 years old but hangs out with people who are quite a bit older than her in a friend group,
Yeah.
and also Franz Rogowski, like Bird, who comes into her life, who's obviously like way older than her. And
Yeah.
basically a pretty innocent relationship between those two, of friendship or whatever it ends up representing. You kind of have to read into that, but then also like this coming of age of needing to prove herself, and maybe doing stuff that she shouldn't have, getting herself in trouble when that's all she kind of knows from her dad. Bug has a bunch of like really funny lines, basically like the stuff with the toad that he tries to do, and like his sort of stuff that he runs to get by, but all of it is just like a mess that doesn't really give her any place to kind of succeed, and the people around her, like, and I gets pregnant and whatever, like you kind of just like wondering how these people are all connected, and it kind of turns out, oh yeah, they're basically like all related. It's kind of a brother, right? It's all of it is just like such a mess, But with Andrea Arnold, I think she has this approach where she captures a lot of like nature through like actual like wildlife and stuff like that. She tries to capture that whenever she does something narrative in a narrative form. I think she wants to get to that realism too, and it works better in other films than this. I think this is one of her weaker films overall. I really adore her as a filmmaker. I think my favorite is a documentary. It's called Cow. That's about like two cows as they are like about to get slaughtered. Really, really good moving film. But this one I didn't completely connect with it either. I didn't mind it though. I think it was pretty good. Well put together. It didn't connect with it. I ended up giving it a 7 out of 10.
I gave it a 6 out of 10, and this is my first Andrea Arnold movie as well. Blitz! Here's Steve McQueen's latest Blitz. Oh my god, that was awful. Alright, cool. Blitz. In World War II London, 9-year-old George is evacuated to the countryside by his mother, Frieda, to escape the bombings. Defiant and determined to return to his family, George embarks on an epic, perilous journey back home as Frieda searches for him. How does Steve McQueen's latest rank up to the other masterpieces in his filmography, Ewan? Tell me.
Okay, it's at the very bottom. I'm sorry,
Aw,
but the man has not made a bad film. So it's like, to get that out of the way, I think it is his weakest film, but he's mainly made only like great to amazing films.
Bangers, yeah.
When we get this, it does feel a bit underwhelming when it feels like a bit more of a traditional war film that has its characters, that go through the sort of hardships. We got pretty, I think, stunning cinematography. That was one of the standouts to me. Surprisingly, this features more music than Joker 2. I wasn't ready for that. There's also like a really great performance from Saoirse Ronan in there for whatever she's given. And then a lot of the movie relies on a kid actor, and say it all with me, this guy hates children.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. I think he works fine though. I think he does a pretty good job.
Get behind me, Elliot. I'll keep you safe from you.
But that's just my stereotype. For it's going to be weird for those who don't know my reputation on the podcast and on this channel. I'm usually the one to point out that we don't usually address when a kid actor isn't working for a film. I wouldn't say that bad because it's no fault of their own, but they're not really working for the film. I think here it's fine. To me, I was a bit surprised that Harris Dickinson isn't more in the film, but it is weird to compliment a film about like the bombing of a city on how beautiful that part of it looks. But that's kind of where I'm at for this one.
I thought the flood was the most impressive part.
Yeah, the flood was also very impressive, but I talked a lot. I hated on kids just for the PRs. I'm going to throw it back to you, Kevin. What did you think of Blitz?
you wanna minimize damage. I get it. Yeah. But yeah, Blitz. I gotta agree. This movie gave me immense The Dark Hour vibes. The Darkest Hour.
Darkest Hour. Yeah.
Like, this movie gave me immense Darkest Hour energy. It doesn't really feel like Steve McQueen's behind the camera, and obviously he has done that like 5 film series.
I think it was four of them. Yeah. The
four?
Small Axe series.
Small Axe series.
No, you're right. It were 5. Sorry.
We're gonna hate on you twice for misinformation and for hating children.
I'm gonna do the thing from one of Steve McQueen's film and just feel a lot of shame.
You're gonna cry in the rain. I get it. Exactly. But yeah, it doesn't really feel like a Steve McQueen movie. It feels like it's a solid one. Again, like you said, it isn't bad by any means. But yeah, I wasn't necessarily impressed by Saoirse Ronan as much as I was with the Outrun. The kid feels okay. It's just solid. I'm glad I saw it on the big screen, but it's also like a feeling for me. Obviously it's Apple, but so there is an immense production, value and worth to Blitz. But
yeah, their films always look incredibly clean, and they do have the best bit rate for the streaming service. Like that, bar none. If you want to get into the technical nitty gritty behind it, they do have the best one there. But to me, I think a lot of the characters that pop up, especially in like George's storyline, are like so over the top. A lot of them reminded me of Les Miserables and basically like the innkeepers there, and how over the top they were and how they behaved. And it really took me out of this the core. Like it had another storyline with him wandering the streets with someone who he kind of looks up to and kind of sees himself in. That part of it like was really strong. I was compelled by it. I wanted more out of it. And then it just wants to do the 180 of that, a one step too far. And I was like, okay, I'm totally out of this movie. It's so over the top, and it felt just like not compelling to me in the slightest, because I was not worried about the character anymore. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of like bizarre choices in the film that left me giving it like a 6.5 out of 10.
I'm gonna guess the over the top parts are perhaps the factory ones. Do you mean those, or
You mean the factory with Saoirse?
yeah,
I think
or
those
like
were fine, but also a bit. No, I mean all of the stuff with Stephen Graham.
oh right.
It just didn't work out
Oh
to
yeah,
me at
yeah,
all.
yeah, those I agree on that part. Yeah, it was very weird.
Yeah, but yeah, 6.5 out of 10 for me. And
I gave it a 7. I don't mind it. It does have some emotional beats that are generic but still effective. It just does not feel like a Steve McQueen movie for me. All right, next up we got Le Royaume. Please tell me what it's about.
yeah, it's set on Corsica in 1995. It's Lesia's first summer as a teenager. One day, a man bursts into her life and takes her to an isolated villa where she finds her father in hiding, surrounded by his clan. An underworld war erupts, the noose is tightening around them, and then death strikes. Forced to go on the run, father and daughter will learn to face one another, to understand and love each other. So this sounds very much up your alley. You're someone who does love a bit of like a crime thriller that has a bit of action in it. It is less of a thing for me, to be honest. But so I'm going to give you the word first. Like, what did you make of this one?
I will say the synopsis is a bit more intense than the movie. That synopsis was like, oh my god.
Yeah, it is very much a father-daughter drama, right? That's the core of the
film. It very much is. It's also a crime movie, and I also like the aspect. But we watched a movie at Venice called Le Mohican, which is also a movie that takes place on Corsica, and then we also watch a movie that plays a crime movie on Sicilia. So it's like, oh well, the little islands are getting their recognition this year, but obviously we got two crime movies that take place on Corsica.
Mm-hmm.
Le Mohican was very much a sibling movie. So one brother is on the run.
Brother.
The older brother is on the run, and the sister is fighting for him. And I left a very long review on my letterbox, so please go check it out for that, The Mohican. But The Kingdom is a parental crime movie on Corsica, which I appreciate, so that's kind of a great double feature if you ever want to do those two together. I did really like the performances in Le Royaume. I think the chemistry between the dad and the daughter is very honest. It's very raw, especially in what the father wants for his daughter, and the daughter kind of neglects all that. And in that regard, that's where the movie strives for me. It isn't as exciting to watch as The Mohican, though. It's very much a slow-burning drama. They run away from the danger, but the danger never feels as present. Where in The Mohican it is, but it's not as layered. The villains aren't as layered in The Mohican. So that's, I guess, the flaw I have with both movies. Yeah, but I overall liked it. But you didn't?
I mean, no, I did kind of like it. I arrived at like a 6 out of 10 for it, but I think the parts that are the best about it is a scene where I think just sitting around the fire and talking to each other. I think that is like the highlight to a film, and you maybe if you come from other crime films, then maybe getting away or surviving is the most interesting part of it. But I think the way that it tackles the sort of revenge and this catharsis of growing up under someone who's neglectful and isn't there for her own safety that she can only see once she's grown up. Like that story to me is very much familiar. And I don't know if it was done to an extent here with the focus on like, them basically as she's a teenager, right? Uh it's Leslie's first summer as a teenager. I don't know how old she was supposed to be, but I thought she was like, they definitely say it, but
15 or something.
She came off as like 17, 18 to me, but yeah, it feels like they're finally having those conversations for the first time when they weren't beforehand, and then getting to hear more about the dad is quite rewarding. Sometimes you wouldn't get that in other stories because they would, I don't know, not be around anymore, or they would die or whatever. So you get that sort of cathartic conclusion for them. And that's kind of the strongest parts of it. But then it has some moments that are so like excited for the violence and like the thrill of it, and I just wasn't really. I just wanted it to stay a more quieted down drama. So that's kind of where my where it kind of fell short a bit for me.
I mean, it didn't rate that highly for me either, but I still very much thought it was a solid entrance into the Corsican crime movie library, I guess we're making now. But I'm looking forward to any others because they've all been solid, at least till so far. So yeah, looking forward to whatever they give us next. When the light breaks on a long summer's day, I don't know why I'm rapping. In Iceland, from one sunset to another, Una, a young art student, encounters love, friendship, sorrow, and beauty. Why did you write bulb joke underneath it?
I don't because we're taking too long to make this. I think when I read When the Light Breaks, I thought that there was a light bulb joke in there, but
I will say the synopsis is bullshit. The synopsis is bullshit.
Yeah, so I think to describe what When the Light Breaks is in a synopsis form is I don't think it's difficult because it's a movie about loss and then grieving for someone when, because there's infidelity involved, you don't have a justification to publicly grieve. So you have to kind of hold it in more than you're actually feeling. But then this film, to me at least, with the lead, becomes so much more about like her justification of how much she's supposed and able to grieve. And I'm like, just do it. Like, who's judging you so much that, like, I don't know. To me, a lot of the concerns and problems that our lead goes through, it's like, to me. And I think a lot of people got something out of this that they connected with it, some that kind of darkness. I think it starts off incredibly well, like the atmosphere it sets for this sort of film until there's an accident that happens, and then it just kind of meanders around. The movie's only 82 minutes long, but it drags so much.
It's slow, yeah.
It's slow in a way where there's no reason for me to feel along the sulking of this main character, like I said, because I don't feel like it is justified for me to have. Obviously, I have empathy for her, but I don't know. Something about it just like kind of dreaded a lot for me. And yeah, well, what did you think of it?
Well, I actually 100% agree with you. This is such and obviously what for me was the most interesting thing is how these kids were dealing with their new found trauma. Obviously, and I like that this is not just impacted on those kids. There are many people that are impacted by the inciting incident of this movie. And the Icelandic, landscape is gorgeous. I've been to Iceland. It's one of the most beautiful places I've been to personally. One of the best trips, like top 3 in my life. But whenever you said it, man, when they're meandering, they're wandering around, and only when they get into something actually tangible, and when it's a certain outlet of emotion, that happens in the movie, that's where I'm like, finally, thank you for giving me something, because it is slow, 82 minutes, but it feels like a fucking 2 hours. It's slow. I do find some aspects of dealing with loss, especially in sort of a group rhetoric, very cool. But again, like the last shot, bro, when they're just lying in a fucking bed for 5 minutes, not even moving, it's like, I want to get out of here.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I don't think the movie is bad though, because
No,
it's just
me neither. It's very frustrating.
Yeah. And I mean, I gave it a 6 out of 10, so it's not like I'm giving it a bad
No,
rating.
me neither. I also gave it 2 stars, but yeah.
But yeah, those are basically our thoughts on it. If you, and that kind of ends it for the stuff that was playing in Zurich, as well as in Ghent. So our overlap has kind of ended here, and we're gonna move over to all the movies that played in Ghent, and I got to see a whole bunch of them as well.
Wow, lucky you.
Yeah, I'm very lucky.
Don't worry, I'll actually go faster to mine than you went to yours.
Well, but no rushing. Don't rush at all.
Whoa. Are you Terrence Fletcher?
Not quite my after the review, like, yeah, no, I like this one. I don't know, I give it like a 7 out of 10. Not quite my tempo.
Alright, why don't you fucking...
It feels like a laughing matter heading into No Other Land. That's the perfect setting.
Yeah.
We have to...
Alright, you introduce it, bro.
Alright, the first film that we both saw from the Ghent Film Festival, No Other Land, tells the story of a Palestinian-Israeli collective that makes this documentary about the destruction of the West Bank through the Israeli authorities, and the unlikely friendship between a Palestinian activist, Basel Adra, and an Israel journalist, Yuval Abraham. It kind of juxtaposes their connection through a system within that country, these two countries, to hate each other, and how they kind of persist and, I wouldn't say rebel, but kind of persevere through that, and find this collective thing of, we got to highlight the injustices that are happening right now, that we are beginning to hear more about with the continued occupation of Gaza, especially in the last year, but something that has been going on for decades now. And here it kind of depicts the time right before, right leading up to the terrorist attack by Hamas on October 7th, when these two activists have actually left the country by then. And through that, you get a glimpse into the daily ongoing horrors that Palestinian people have to go through in the West Bank. I think it is a incredibly compelling and simple documentary that doesn't do anything super fancy. It just kind of stays bare bone for the sake of the documentary, but also because there's no other way to tell the story. There's no other way to get this. And I found it to be incredibly moving and a really, really important film that I feel like is something that would, for the sake of education, would be beneficial if pretty much everyone who especially has an opinion about this would see and, hopefully learn something from. But Kev, you also liked this quite a bit. What did you think of it?
No Other Land topped my film festival Ghent ranking. It is my number 1. And it might feel weird to say about this movie, but its release and its production accidentally adds a brilliant layer to this movie. And what I mean with that is, this movie finished before the October attacks, and by obviously ending the documentary right there unintentionally. It's not like they timed it perfectly. It just happened to be that way. The movie has an incredible layer added to it, and obviously the most praise is with how this movie portrays what came before it and not after. It's very easily, we've seen fucking movies that used the October attacks in their productions, and we've been obviously very frustrated by this. But here you see a different side of the war, if you can even call it that. which naturally perhaps not. But for me, as someone who isn't necessarily watching, every bit of news and footage about Palestine and Israel, this was very effective towards me, because the most of the things you see in the news are obviously Gaza. All those people being cooped up, being bombed, schools, and the whole shebang, basically. And then you see no other land, and it's a very different side of the conflict. You see this vast land, people being a bit further away from each other, and basically not almost very few gunshots being actually fired, and mostly being terrorized by two just bulldozers. That's it. That's the the Grim Reaper of these of this land are just two bulldozers. Also, the way these two people, Adra, wait, who are the two?
Basil and Yuval, yeah, the way that they interact with each other.
The way they interact with each other, they could just be brothers. They are almost represented as a family. Even though the situation themselves should pit themselves against each other, they should absolutely hate each other. And some people in documentary are like, "Wait, what? Where you from? Huh?" And they kind of go off on him, but in a very straightforward and polite manner, almost, to which makes you wonder, man, this conflict could be handled totally differently, but unfortunately isn't, because of this Israel suppression that is leashed upon these people.
Yeah, it's basically the annexation of their land that Israel justifies by holding a paper up and pointing a gun
and saying,
at you.
"Oh, hey, this is a war practice area." I don't know what the term
exactly.
is.
It's just whatever bullshit reasoning exactly on where the houses are at. And I think what is like super tragic about this is that for Basil, this is not like a first generation problem. It's basically been handed down, this kind of quiet resilience that I don't know if it even would justify as resilience anymore, because there's a kind of like acceptance to it all as well, to kind of just like quietly deal with it. And you could see that in the Israeli journalists, there's way more of something we need to do about something. We need to do something about this. And in Basil, kind of that, like, we can document it, but there's not much more we can do. This is just how it's always been. And that part of it, man, that hit really hard. It was tragic to see that. And obviously we see a death toll, we see a destruction of something, and that is like the big clip that you can have, like someone bulldozing over a school. But when you hear someone talk about like what their life is like and how it's been for generations, it's just I don't know. It gets me emotional right now. It's like it's tragic and it's sad.
Yeah, and the way it mixes old footage with the new is also, I mean, it's great access to have all that older footage to really hammer your point home. Because, like you said, you see how these people have been going on, but also you're seeing someone in the movie being shot, having no home, and having to live in a cave until they're fucking dead. I mean, that's the most brutal way of going out, to the point where your mom is crying and saying, "I wish he's just already passed."
Yeah.
And, hearing those words from a mother's mouth is, no mother should ever say that sentence. But unfortunately, this is the reality for those people. And, obviously, I don't think you saw it in the theater, but my theater was definitely quiet. And that's the impact this movie had. And
yeah, I hope it does get the Oscar nomination. I don't give a fucking shit about like what gets nominated and what wins or whatever, just because it would be another spotlight on this issue. And it's not that it would change anything, but just like I said, the education and dialogue around this is so frustratingly ignorant and stupid a lot of times, and manipulated as well, that something like this is a good reminder to check yourself with reality every now and then.
Yeah, and again, seeing Basil and Yuval interact each other in a world that is created to pit them against each other. It's just very admirable and a lesson perhaps a lot of people should take away from it.
Yeah, even without that, I think this would be a great documentary,
Yeah.
but that just adds another layer to it that, like, we should get along. This shouldn't be made into such an issue, and it's sad that, like, by the reasons of like a system that puts you against each other, you end up in the long run actually hating each other. For what reason? Why? There's no actual reason for you to hate another person.
No.
I gave this a strong 9 out of 10, and I think you did
Same.
as well.
Yeah, 9 out of 10. Favorite movie of the film festival. So yeah,
this to me is only the second best. This to me is only second in documentaries because I saw my favorite documentary of all time this year. Other than that, this would be the best documentary I've seen. So this is really, really strong, and go seek it out. Good.
Well, from a very heavy one, let's go to a good one.
A good one. That's a good one, Kevin. On a weekend backpacking trip in the Catskills. What is it called? I don't like that sentence. I don't like killing cats.
It's a synopsis. Deal with it.
Catskills. What is it called? Is it Catskills or is it Catskills?
Are you okay, Ewan?
No, wait. Let me Google this real quick. I want to know how you pronounce it. Catskill. On a weekend backtracking trip in the Catskills, 17-year-old Sam contends with competing egos of her father and his oldest friend. This is a film that premiered at the Sundance Film Festival, and we were able to catch it here in Gent. And it's a film from India Donaldson, who I'm not familiar with. I think it is her directorial debut. She's done a couple of short films, and it's a really strong one that comes with a clear look to it. I especially like when a directorial debut has a great like color grade to itself that really aids in what it's trying to tell, and then a really great lead performance here that quietly tells you everything this person is thinking very directly. I think she's not really holding much back, but yeah, Kev, what did you think of Good One?
Good One is my fourth favorite movie of the film festival. I personally really liked it. I especially loved the dynamic between our three main actors, especially I believe Danny McCarthy. For me would be in my top 5 supporting actors of this year. I thought the way he acted in this was very real, very raw. And I think a lot of people would even relate to his character. Obviously not me as a 24-year-old. Maybe in the future. Who knows? Hopefully not. But yeah. And I don't know where to really start with this one. Because first of all, Ewan, you know what I am. I'm a sucker for landscapes. And so the fact
you're a sucker for a lot of things. I don't know. I didn't know where you were going with that one. Hey, I'm not in that way. Not in that way. I'm not. Hey. I'm not like Matt. Okay. There's no sexually implicit.
Question marks. Yeah, I'm popping above my head. All right, now you talk then. Talk your way out of this one, Ewan.
I think what is great about this film, just like you said, you're a sucker for the landscapes, and just kind of taking those in. Is very nice, and then kind of having a character that is resilient, that is self-sufficient, that is kind of sure of herself at a young age already, and then putting them with two men in their 50s who are struggling with their identity.
Very much flawed people.
Exactly, and it's like it also brings up that question of is it a male flaw? Has it something to do with gender that like someone who's young and a woman kind of hasn't a great understanding of the world by the reasons of having to have that at an early age just for her safety? Or is it something that with age you kind of lose that self-assurance and you often fall back into the insecurities that plagued you in your teenage years? Because I feel like a lot of what Sam projects out onto the world is not really, I don't think she's 100% sure of herself. She just kind of does whatever works for us best in the moment when she's conflicted with like, and maybe a bit, I don't want to spoil it here, like a difficult moment that she has to navigate. I feel like this was had so many great little moments in there. I am not 100% a fan of it because I think some of the turns it takes in how to make this really quiet movie a slightly, louder one in what it's trying to go for doesn't fully work for me. I think it should stay one step below that, but it's hard to argue because I feel like we still get a really good movie out of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I liked it quite a bit.
Yeah, I especially have to commend the main two actors because I thought they all did a fantastic job, especially our lead, Lily Goliath, who really acts so maturely for her age. I
I
thought,
don't know if you haven't seen Palm Trees and Power Lines. I see she has a role in that, but I think it's
no.
probably a really no. She's actually like one of the last credits on there, and I don't remember her being in it. But that's her only other like actual
Yeah,
acting credit, and then she'll be in Roofman, the one that has like Kirsten Dunst, Peter Dinklage, Juno Temple, Channing Tatum, Ben Mendelsohn, Lakeith Stanfield. Such a stacked cast. She'll be a part of that. And I think when I saw her in this film, I was like, oh, I know this actress, right? Just because she had a presence about herself that was just like, you can act, you're great, more of you.
yeah,
I want to see. She was amazing in it. So yeah, I gave this one an 8 out of 10. Strong
same.
recommendation from me.
It's a good one. Alright, that's the last one. I'll promise. I'll promise. The Outrun. Here's the synopsis. Fresh out of rehab, Ronna returns to the Orkney Islands, a place both wild and beautiful right off the Scottish coast. Now 29 and after more than a decade of living life on the edge in London, where she both found and lost love, Ronna attempts to come to terms with a troubled past. As she reconnects with the dramatic landscape where she grew up, memories of a traumatic childhood merge with more recent challenging events that have set her on the path to recovery. Ewan, what did you think?
I think the most accomplished film that Nora Finkscheid has done so far is System Crasher. I have not seen yet. Then she did Unforgivable with Sandra Bullock, and I really didn't like that one. I think that was just a really bland thing. And this is kind of in between what I expect the best one to be and her worst one to be, because it has a great cast, of course. And a great cast is just Saoirse Ronan, and that makes up for the whole cast. And she adds a lot of depth to someone who's out of rehab trying to deal with her addiction, and you can really see all of those conflicts she has within herself right on her face. That's, you get that out of great actors. But the approach on how she directs these scenes and how she showcases them through a like non-linear storytelling a lot of the time, jumping back and forth, and then it just feels so all over the place, where I wanted a character study to get into and know more about this person. I couldn't help but like be taken out of it and kind of bored throughout most of this film. And yeah, I was very much let down. I don't think the Saoirse Ronan performance kind of saves it. I don't think this is great. But yeah, Kev, what did you think?
Well, I'll agree with you that this movie isn't fully original when it comes to telling an addiction story, especially a sobering one. But watching Saoirse Ronan's character going through an existential crisis of being a person that's almost entering their 30s. She also has a master in biology, and it's just not helping life. And
Yeah.
honestly, watching her go through that is the most. It's hard to not become engrossed in it for me personally, especially with an actress such as Saoirse Ronan, who I think is absolutely dragging this and saving this movie. And I say saving, I think she's just absolutely great in it. And during the movie, I had a lot of those. Oh, 'cause I don't remember how long it is. But yeah, it's just under 2 hours, and there was a couple of moments during the movie where I was like, I feel like it could have ended there, but the movie kept going. I was like, sure, I'll keep watching. But within its actual final moment, of the movie, where Saoirse Ronan had a certain moment of clarity. That for me was the moment where also everything clicked for me, and that's where I really liked what this movie did and where the movie went for it. Say it. I am a sucker for landscape, so whenever she's on that little Scottish island, I absolutely adore the cinematography and where her character ends up. So I really, really like this one. And again, I don't think even the seals in the movie showed up just to be an extra. I think they were just spectators of watching Saoirse Ronan act because she's that great.
It was
In
kind
my
of
opinion.
a perfect moment to catch. It was very much something like that usually Andrea Arnold gets out of
Oh
her
yeah.
films. And it's just like how they were just kind of participating in the film was impressive.
So I really, really like this one. Yeah,
Yeah. I think it has some
recommend.
great aspects to it, but I'm not giving it a bad rating. I'm giving it a 6 out of 10. But yeah, you were
8 out
quite a
of
bit
10, number 7 on the ranking list.
quite a bit higher than me on that. Next
Yeah.
up, Kevin, let's talk about sex. This was I think
Talk about
first
or
in
have?
that. I was just gonna skip past that. This is the first one in that trilogy. We already covered
Love.
Love in our Venice recap, and we haven't seen Dreams yet because that hasn't really released in any place for us. But thanks for them to sending us screeners for sex, so I got to see it as well. And this one is about two men in heterosexual marriages whose unexpected experiences challenge their perceptions of sexuality, gender, and identity. And this film is very much about the conversations between these two, who at first I thought that they had a relationship with each other and that was going to be the core of the film. But then it's very much about the different experiences of kind of discovering themselves late into their lives. And it doesn't really give you a like catalyst for this sort of self-discovery, but it's then way more about just them internally figuring that out and then trying to communicate it. But it's not as like in a clean way of like, okay, this is who I am now. I think it's a very intelligent and very modern movie and discussion about like gender and sexuality in a way that yes, it is helpful to establish these like sort of boxes that you can put yourself into to kind of find your identity. If
Labels?
and labels like the pre-existing heteronormative cis box doesn't like kind of apply to you. But then it is not much that much concerned with there's a box and here's another box and you need to jump from box to box. It's also about the stage in between, trying to figure out if there's a box for you and what it is. So it's like very much about like that human process of trying to find yourself. And I found it a really intelligent movie. It's way less than Love, not about like the interactions with others, but more with yourself. And I was kind of surprised how small the movie stays and where it kind of ends, because the same thing happened with Love, where I just wanted to have like a whole mini series of this movie, where I just kind of wanted it to continue because the characters that it establishes are so incredibly intriguing. And yeah, I think sex is a great thing. It's not a great movie in that trilogy, and I hope it nails it with Dreams as well. But yeah, I loved it. I loved sex.
Out of context, these things sound absolutely maddening,
I don't know
right?
what you're talking about. I'm not doing anything intentionally.
But I wrote down a quote of sex which I really liked. Conversation part.
Sorry.
This guy is on a rampage.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Cut that.
Yeah, no, you're not cutting this. This thing keeps in. Conversation partners who shape your life either make your world bigger or smaller. And I feel like that quote really captures the essence of sex and even of love. I don't know when we'll be able to see Dream, because I recently got a message that like, oh yeah, Love comes out next year, 6 also, but Dreams is maybe even slated for 2026, which I'm like, this release makes zero sense.
Yeah.
I don't know, but we'll see where it ends up.
Hey, you can go see it in Norway. It already is out for like
Yeah.
a month now for some reason.
But having seen Sex and Love, these movies might be mundane to some people, and I absolutely get them. These are mostly, I mean, they're basically people just talking to each other, like the quote I referenced. But if you're ready for some interesting perspectives, especially in sex, on like sexuality, conservatism, and marriage, you will be pleased in abundance. I personally prefer love over sex. Again, this sentence sounds maddening out of context, but I will say, love doesn't have a musical performance though.
Right. Oh, you mean the one at the end there? Or no, there's a couple. Yeah.
If sex has this year musical performance that Fallen Leaves had, so it made me think about that. But it's hard to not get engrossed into the conversations these people engage with each other, especially the opening scene is literally 10 to minutes or something of these two people talking about a recent experience, and obviously this guy saying, oh yeah, I had a dream with David Bowie coming over to me, somebody absolutely unknown, and flirting with me. I don't know, it made me feel different. And then one guy saying, oh yeah, I had sex with a man, and the other guy is just being totally thrown off with that. I mean, if the opening scene would be the synopsis and, the consequences of what these two have to deal with it, if you're not intrigued by that, then don't watch it. But if you are, then definitely watch it, because, just the conversation, especially the guy who had sex with a man, has to engage his wife with it.
I think, it has some really interesting takes on like this sort of self-assured identity where you are okay with doing something, but then at the same time you're not seeing it as part of your identity. You're still kind of splitting it off, and then kind of coming to terms of like, what does this mean for me as a person? I think is especially done in that relationship. And in the other one, it's about that dream with Bowie, but like he doesn't see himself as himself, or he doesn't see himself as like the way that he's usually dressed, but as a woman. So it's like a different approach about that. It's very interesting. And then he has a conservative wife, is like religious himself, but also but it doesn't really alienate that sort of perspective as like, that's the bad one, that's the good one. All of it feels always like an open conversation. And just
even with their son, who is like 13 years old or something, I was like, the conversation they were having with him, I was like,
YouTuber.
I could never. Oh yeah, upcoming YouTuber. Especially there's also a very good scene with the doctor's office. I absolutely love that one. Cannot recommend Sex enough. Oh man,
I do recommend love over sex, but hey, we can all dream.
We can move on from
no, I love this trilogy. I'm like, much like, not to the same extent and quality, of course, because the Before trilogy is my favorite of all time. But I'm looking forward to getting like the box set of this, hopefully at some point. Because they're definitely underrated films from Norway, and that we can very much recommend. Did you give us your rating yet?
I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Me too.
I really liked it.
The new film from Steven Soderbergh is called Presence, and it takes the perspective of Ghost's POV and kind of wanders through the halls in this very out there drama horror premise. And Soderbergh is known to make those kind of odd decisions that you could easily write off as gimmicks. Sometimes they are, but from what I've heard from you so far and how you experience Presence, do you think this goes beyond the gimmick of taking Ghost's POV?
It does. And, these movies has some mixed reviews, and I think that is because people go into Presence hearing the synopsis of this movie and expecting something, full-on horror. But it's not. It's a story about trauma and loss, and interwoven with something such as, a haunted house.
Right.
And I think that's where the strength of the movie is. It's not a gimmick. and even if it's supposed to be a gimmick, it uses its story perspective very well. I especially loved the performances. I know Lucy Liu is in this, but I believe my favorite performance was Chris Sullivan.
Mhm.
Chris Sullivan was my favorite performance of Presence. So if people go into this movie expecting, a wildly inventive, I don't know, Blumhouse movie, because, one of those like high concept but very mixed execution, no. This is a Soderbergh movie. He'll give you some very well written drama interwoven with this gimmick, if you want to call it. I really liked it. It's not even that long because that's also a choice that Soderbergh makes, is to not drag this out, and it does so excellently. But not that it's too short, because you really want to get into this perspective. Like I will say, his camera work in Presence is not to be, laughed at or anything, because it's so smooth. For me, it reminded me of, when M. Night Shyamalan made The Visit, and he bought a house for it, and he said, like, I studied this house, I envisioned how I would shoot the whole thing. That is what Presence feels to me, but in a Soderbergh-esque way. Absolutely adored Presence. I don't think this, again, because we call it a gimmick now, I guess I have to refrain to it as a gimmick, but I wouldn't do this sort of execution of storytelling again, because it's been done now. And unless anyone else wants to surprise me, go for it. But now I've seen it, this is for me the blueprint, and I don't think if anyone can improve on it. So I gave it an 8 out of 10. Really, really gripping. Can recommend it.
Sweet. Then we got the new film from Aaron Schimberg that sees him reunite with Adam Pearson. We also got Renate Reinsve and Sebastian Stan in A Different Man.
Aspiring actor Edward undergoes a radical medical procedure to drastically transform his appearance, but his new dream face quickly turns into a nightmare as he loses out on the role he was born to play and becomes obsessed with reclaiming what was lost.
I think this movie is one that's going to stay with me for a long time, because I don't know if I completely got it, and I think that's intentional, because this obviously, I don't know if the plot itself is like that crazy if you are not questioning the reality and like why stuff is happening. I feel like it's pretty straightforward, I guess, but it's just establishes such a like weird feel and world. I really like this. I think the performances are great by Adam Pearson and also Sebastian Stan. Renate Reinsve, I'm not 100% sold on, but I think she kind of serves the purpose. But yeah, Kev, what did you think of A Different Man?
Adam Pearson. Adam Pearson in this movie.
No, he's
incredible.
He's great, right? Yeah.
But so yeah, he was absolutely the highlight. There were some people who say like, oh wait, the guy in the beginning wasn't Adam Pearson, because they were so confused because of the disfigurement. Like I was like, what do you mean? Why you?
That's really the whole point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But A Different Man, and I guess we maybe should talk about the substance after this one.
Mm-hmm.
A Different Man is what I wanted to get out of the substance, if that makes sense. And come on, you cannot see. It's hard to not think about the similarities between these two movies, right?
Well, I also watched Faces of Many this week, and I kind of picked A Different Man as like a double feature for that, or The Substance. That one's what I think from the 60s, 66, I think, and is very much about like changing your face as well, and then finding a new identity with it. I feel like this movie is so much about the FOMO, for lack of a better term, of never really feeling good in your own skin and feeling like the solution is a change of your appearance when that isn't actually the case. But he's so much at the mercy of opportunities coming to him because the only thing that he's seen as is a thing that he doesn't want to do. He wants to do more than that. And then when he makes that decision, the regret is that he can now not do what has come before, like what came before, and that sort of jealousy or now envy that he feels for something that he can't have anymore. And that is like a very human thing that goes beyond someone who has a disfigurement and struggles with, his self-worth through how they look, but also about like how you can really live your life to the fullest, to what is potential, like what is out there for you by the genetical predisposition that you've been given. And that is like such an interesting thing to get into. And I don't think that I've seen another movie that has kind of done it better. It's like so odd because we rarely talk about that stuff because it's so difficult to like represent. I feel like you can see a lot of yourself in there and a lot of humanity in there, even though this is obviously like an almost like fantasy sci-fi like premise. But yeah, I think this one is really strong and it warrants a rewatch for sure.
I'll definitely rewatch it before the end of the year as well. But again, the thing that I like the most about A Different Man is the confrontation. He gets he gets face to face. I guess
with himself, right, in a way,
with
or like with a
himself.
different version, with the potential of himself. If that, yeah, it's
and
interesting thing.
I like the fact that he comes face to face and interacts with said person, while in the substance, they switch between each other, and I kind of miss that dynamic. And I get that dynamic in A Different Man. That's why I personally prefer A Different Man over The Substance.
Right.
And I don't think it's a coincidence that the movies kind of release close to each other. So for me, they always be intertwined with each other. For me personally. So
Yeah.
But and again, Sebastian Stan. And I know the guys played Donald Trump, but this is my favorite performance of him. And I think especially his acting in terms of body language is not to be understated. He's really, really, really good in this one. I can recommend it. What has Aaron Schimberg done, by the way?
He's done other films that Adam Pearson have been in. But I think I don't know if there's he's done features before, at least two of them. That have both featured. No, one of them has featured Adam Pearson as well. But they very much have been. They have less than 5K logs on Letterboxd. They're not that big.
So I'm definitely gonna watch Shane for Life now because I'm very intrigued in Adam Pearson as an actor. The way he acts is, I think, excellent. And Renate Reinsve, I think she's serviceable. I don't think she's great.
I don't think at the start of the film, I don't know if her intentions are supposed to be this incredibly ambiguous, but something about it just like it makes you uneasy, and I don't know if that's because the whole film is like weird. I don't know if that is intentional. So I don't want to discredit her, but something about that didn't click for me. But again, maybe that's a direction.
For me neither. I think she's the weakest part of the movie, even though she is the reason. I mean, she's the glue between these two guys.
Yeah, and it hurts for me to say that because Worst Person of the World was my favorite movie.
Yeah.
When that came out, but
A Different Man, thumbs up.
Thumbs up from the both of us. And what we didn't touch on is I don't think that this will be. It's likely that Sebastian Stan gets like consideration for an Oscar nomination for The Apprentice over this, but I think this movie has a very good shot at getting recognized for its makeup and hairstyling effect. The transition between Pearson and Stan, I think it rivals The Substance. Obviously, it's not as focused on it as much as The Substance does, and I think The Substance still has the best makeup effects of the year. But this one also needs to be recognized, and hopefully more people will have a their eyes on it through that. But speaking of the substance,
Well, yeah,
Kevin,
let's do the substance.
a fading celebrity decides to use a black market drug, a cell-replicating substance that temporarily creates a younger, better version of herself. So this is the second feature film from Caroline Ferjat, and stars Demi Moore and Margaret Qualley, and then also very disgusting Dennis Quaid. You can find a full like spoiler review that Lachlan and I did on the channel for this one out already that we did a couple of weeks ago, but we haven't heard from you yet, Kev, and you like it less than some other people. I mean, I gave it a 9 out of 10. I absolutely loved the film. It had my heart pumping to a degree where I thought I was getting a heart attack. So, I guess.
How many times have you seen it?
I have only seen it 1.5 times. I've seen it once in Cannes, and then I kind of skipped through it when it came out on VOD in preparation for our review. So I haven't experienced it twice yet. But you just want to lead into like, I saw this actually twice in 1 week, so.
Oh, no, that was such a horrible decision. Oh, God. Because I saw it on Friday, not even a week, in 3 days. Because I saw it on Friday. Basically, with a friend, I said, "Oh, let's do Gent, and we can do a double feature of The Substance and Presence," which is a great double feature. But obviously, I also wanted to go to the press screening, and I won't lie, during The Substance, I had a nervous laughter because I did not know what the hell was going on. So I was like, oh my God, I'm really going there. Oh, okay, damn. Like that type of attitude I had.
Yeah.
And I came out of The Substance absolutely dreading the second watch. I'm not gonna lie. Not that I found it bad, because I was like, I have to go through this again in like 2 days. Oh no.
Yeah.
So, and The Substance ain't subtle. That's. No. I think we can both agree on that. It's not subtle.
I mean, it's not a quality factor for it at all. Though,
no. But so I absolutely, again, and I adore the non-subtle messaging, and it's just in the last 10% of the movie, it kind of dissolves for me, the whole thing.
Literally.
Yeah, I guess literally, yeah. But it just dissolves for me, and because all the build up toward that moment, just I don't know, it falls flat for me, and I guess it is maybe because they beat you. I mean, the things they throw at you and at the audience in the last 10 minutes, literally again, it just makes me appreciate what came before it less. Even though I absolutely adore the whole thing, like the fact they make food nasty, all those qualities, I'm like, I'm really entertained by. But when I walk out of the movie, I'm like, again, what I got with A Different Man is what I wanted out of The Substance. And also during the movie, I'm like, they could communicate so much better between each other. I feel like they could leave a video, they could leave notes to each other. And the fact that never happens, I feel it's also a bit of a letdown for me. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have much to add. I feel like, I guess you wanted a smaller finale that is more about the characters than making it all like it's a very American coded ending to basically have a character on stage, and I usually don't like that as well, like when it needs to end with a speech or anything, and it kind of puts a sick twist on that in a way that I really liked. So yeah, I guess your shortcomings of the film is actually what I found to be its strength.
But I loved Revenge, her previous film.
Revenge is great.
Revenge is great. So,
another like such a simple film as well that there's not much that you can read into it, or like messaging is also pretty simple. It's just a great thriller. So if you like The Substance, definitely go check out Revenge as well.
Revenge, yeah.
Again, I gave this film a 9 out of 10. I think you were a bit lower on it.
I gave it a 7, yeah.
But if you want to hear two boys absolutely love this gore fest and get into it deeper, then check out the podcast. We are your allies. We like it quite a bit. But yeah, Kevin, you're Belgium, and we
I'm
got
Belgian?
yes,
What?
you're Belgian. Yeah,
What?
it's the
When?
Oscar.
Like I
Kevin,
just turned
keep
Belgian
quiet.
overnight.
Keep quiet, because we're talking about Julie keeps quiet, the Belgian Oscar submission this year, and you also play tennis. This couldn't be made more for you, right? It's about her as the star player at this elite tennis academy. Her life revolves around this game that she loves. When her coach falls under investigation and is suddenly suspended, all of the club's players are encouraged to speak up, but Julie decides to keep quiet. I haven't seen this film, so Kev, you got to tell me, is this one of the Oscar films? Hopefully, maybe even one that could get nominated, or regardless of Oscars, one worth seeing?
It absolutely is. And let me start off with the major props to this movie for the portrayal of the children. After so many festival films and coming of age films, Ewan, we've talked about this plenty of times. You've watched many,
Coming of age films,
and always had our qualms with them. But for me, it rather feels refreshing to just see a student trying to read their neighbor's test and kind of cheat on it, play a bit of football, and have a non-dramatic sleepover. This movie doesn't have any place in its story for jockeys, drama queens, edgy kids smoking, or any unnecessary romance. And for me, that feels refreshing, because how many times have we seen that, Ewan? Oh, man. But some people have also said, oh, this movie actually doesn't have much to say, very much like Julie, which I'm like, what are you talking about? Because it's also an easy joke to make with the title. Like I said, the movie, and like many people have said, the movie, very much like its title, is a very quiet one. The sounds of tennis rackets hitting tennis balls are the two echoes of this film, and arguably could be interpreted as the rage and the frustration Julie keeps inside of her. The absence of a score throughout the movie is very well done. Since the moment it does pop up, we hear a siren-like song giving us insight whenever Julie perhaps is considering of making a certain decision, and I love that siren-like score. So very well done to Leonardo van Dijl for that sentence. But the tennis, I'm a tennis coach. Not really a positive note in this movie, but I'm a tennis coach, and since I'm a tennis coach, I'm obviously going to be more interested in this film than the average person, especially to see the tennis itself. But I'm proud to say, Ewan, the tennis in this movie is good. I say it's more realistic than Challenges, but that's easy because in Challenges it's just a goddamn digital tennis ball, and that was my biggest frustration with Challenges. They almost never hit an actual fucking ball. But
I mean, they hit some other stuff, so they can hit it.
But I will say it's funny as a tennis coach to see how they hide their backhand. And that's understandable since the power of a forehand is just cinematically more satisfying and appealing. And there's also a moment in the movie where Julie is talking to a little girl who is sidelined because of the size of the group. Tennis can only be played with 2 or 4. So whenever you were 3 or with 9, obviously one person is sidelined. And she's trying to make like small talk with this kid with absolutely nothing in return. And that clueless feeling of knowing what to do was so relatable for me. And it's what makes the movie effective for me. So these little moments keep the movie going, but also keeps Julie going. And while the movie might feel long for some people at just 100 minutes, watching Julie's foundation being slowly rebuilt over the course of the runtime with a new coach, with new friends and family, is for me personally a rewarding journey. It doesn't reach the highs of a close, of a broken circle breakdown, of a perhaps an Otto Montagne. I have not seen that one, but for me it certainly ranks highly amongst the Belgian entries for the Oscars and in the Belgian film landscape in general. And of course, when it comes to making movies about children, because we as Belgium have a fucking shit ton of them. We'll talk about one later on. Yeah, we have so many. Yeah, we have a lot of school movies, playgrounds.
I thought you were saying we have a lot of children. I was like, huh? Doesn't everybody?
No.
I mean, not Japan, I guess.
No, but we really made too many coming of age movies over the years, and I'm like, it comes kind of over, like the bucket is full of them. But Julie Keeps Quiet is a good addition to it. I can really recommend it. Julie Keeps Quiet, I gave it an 8 out of 10. It also ranks highly, like number 12 on my ranking. So yeah, it's not gonna make the cut. And I'm aware of that. But I hope it at least makes the short list so many more people can see it. Yeah. Hope you're intrigued by my review, Ewan.
Yeah, I mean, we're planning to catch as many of the Oscar submissions as we can and maybe give you an overview before they actually launch that, like, a long list. I don't know if they have a long list or if it's just a short list of like 15 titles in the middle of December. And I hope it's on that list. But regardless, I'll try and see it. And if anyone's listening from the PR firm here, a link would be appreciated. We really would love to give them a further shout out.
I guess I should add this. I've had a conversation with someone saying, well, Julie Keeps Quiet probably doesn't really stand a chance because Close had A24 backing them. And screenings in America are goddamn expensive. It's somewhat upwards 10K, more than 10K a screening to show these
at these
Oscar,
prestige LA theaters. It can be very pricey very quickly.
So it just goes to show how tough it is for these movies to get into just the public discourse of general people, not even the Oscar.
And it makes it even more important that we get to cover it and people discover it not through the Oscars, because that's something that we can do for free for them. And especially if it's a good movie, we are more than happy to contribute to it.
Which Julie's Recht is. Sorry, there, I said the Dutch title for once.
What?
Wait, can you say Julie's Recht?
Julie's Recht.
See, I knew you were gonna say it in a German. I just knew it.
I was not trying to do it, but I did it automatically, which is funny.
All right, now you might be surprised by my next one.
Yeah, Abiding Nowhere. What can you say about this one? Should I read to people the synopsis as well? Or?
Yeah, because the synopsis.
It's a long one. Yeah, the walker with the shaved head and dressed in a red robe. The walker with the shaved head and dressed in a red robe is barefoot. He walks slowly but determinedly through the forest over stones and grassland. He also makes his way through the shadows and trees and houses. He sets foot in the train station, the church, and the museum. The sun rises and sets again. The walker passes through Washington, D.C. Another stranger is also on the move in the city. We are unsure whether or not he is following the walker. That is Abiding Nowhere. Much like a log line that doesn't feel like it's going anywhere.
And the movie doesn't as well.
Okay.
Which is honestly what I kind of loved about it. So, the monk is played by an actor we've both seen in the movie this year called Stranger Eyes, Lee Kang Sheng. I'm sorry if I butcher your name. I apologize in advance. But Ewan, so this movie is literally this monk. You know what? I'm actually gonna act it out because I think it's quite interesting. So. Okay. It's this guy, this monk. You can hear me, right?
Yeah, should be fine.
So it's the monk about taking 30 seconds of each step, just doing this. That's it. That's the movie. I'm not even kidding you. He just does that the entire movie to some certain locations of Washington, D.C. And it's honestly the most zen thing I've seen this year. And because you're watching this guy and you're like, how did he get here? What is he doing? And then you're kind of wondering like, wow, wait, if he's doing this with his life, what the fuck am I doing with mine? And at the end, you're realizing like, wait, why am I sort of like loving this. Just watching this guy, and there are some moments where obviously the walking gets intercut with a certain guy, going also on about his daily life. There's a certain moment he wears a shirt saying, "It's time to chill" or something along the lines of that, and you're like, "I'm chilling. This movie is making me chill." And Abiding Nowhere is not the first in its series, Ewan. Like I believe there was a certain screening where it's like 6 hours of this guy going to various locations, Tokyo. Like it has been done before, Berlin perhaps even. So this guy, the director, is apparently like a master of slow cinema.
Right.
And while I necessarily don't need any more of this, because I mean, again, this is my first entry into this Walker series he's doing. It made me so relaxed, and by the time I walked out, I was like, this wasn't a waste of my time. Which coming into it, I thought it would be. I'm not gonna lie. You hear a movie with no dialogue about a monk who walks around Washington D.C. I don't know what you would think if you would go into that movie.
I mean, that's pretty crazy. I mean, I don't know. It's really hard to have your expectations. You need to have your expectations set for it.
Yeah.
But that is interesting to say the least. I don't know if I'm like itching to go see it myself because it feels like you just gotta experience it.
I will say this movie wasn't originally on the schedule, but I had to fill it out. Kind of like when you came too late and called another movie. But actually, I'm really glad you picked that movie on the way out.
Yeah, Home
I have the same feeling with this one. Abiding Nowhere. If you're interested in watching this guy walk and take a step every 30 seconds, this is the one for you.
This is the one. All right. Did you give it a rating?
I gave it an 8 out of 10.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I was so zen by the end of it.
I mean, we had that last year in Venice too with Ryosuke Hamaguchi. No, it wasn't Ryosuke Hamaguchi. Who was it? The Opus. I'm conflicting the ones with the Drive My Car director. What's his name?
Evil. Yeah, Hamaguchi.
Is it Hamaguchi? Okay, I thought.
With Evil, no, Evil doesn't exist.
No, not with Evil does not exist. That's why I'm mixing it up with the Opus, the composer. I'm blanking on his name.
Oh, yeah. Ryusuke Sakamoto?
Sakamoto.
No, that's not.
Is it Sakamoto? It's just, Jesus Christ, we're just racism. I mean, it's from the director who did Happy End, Ryosuke Sakamoto. No, it is Sakamoto. You're right.
Oh, it is Sakamoto. Oh,
yeah. So anyways, that was a really fun experience, and like it calmed me down to just listen to music. Then
honestly, it's kind of the same.
Yeah, which is
why I mean, obviously you can't close your eyes with this movie though. Like you have to watch this guy walk. With the Sakamoto movie, you can at least close your eyes to it, as you did.
You had to bring that up again. Anyways, the next one you caught that only you saw is Eno, which is a documentary, a music documentary. Yes. That was this the one that had like a life component to it?
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't even know if we need to synopsis. I just want to hear straight from you. Like, what was this?
No. I oblige. I insist on you reading the synopsis.
Visionary musician and artist Brian Eno, known for producing David Bowie, U2, Talking Heads, among many others, pioneering the genre of ambient music and releasing over 40 solo and collaboration albums, reveals his creative processes in this groundbreaking generative documentary, a film that's different every time it's shown.
Yes, Ewan, you heard that correctly. It's different every time it's shown because this is the first of its kind. It's a generative movie. So
this is what Francis Ford Coppola thought he was doing when he like zoomed out and had a person on stage. This is actually something new.
So Gary Hustwit. So this is a movie. That basically has this. I guess it's a computer. I'll send you a picture to show up on screen. So it's this machine that generates a different version of this documentary every time. So I've seen the October. The movie starts out and it's like, oh, Gent October 15, 2024 version. So like it actually generates the movie. And from what the director said, because there was a Q&A after, the beginning and the end are somewhat always the same. But what's in the middle of it, the machine, the algorithm, I guess, decides what comes in between it. And this is what I would use the word gimmick for, and not with presence. And it makes you wonder. Okay, is first of all, is this ethical? I guess because you essentially got a machine making the movie for you, and he has said, "Oh, actually, this is the movie where I've had the most editors on of any of my films." So it's not just here, see some footage, make whatever you want. They do feed actual footage to this algorithm or machine, whatever. And yeah, I don't know, what do you think of when you hear about this, Ewan?
Well, I'm not really sure. Is it using generative AI to basically just show us a movie, or is it working
Yeah.
off a selection? Like, is it differently assembled? Like,
So
what is unique about it?
I believe it's like 300 hours of footage, of like archival footage, mixed with, I believe, between 5 or 10 hours of filmed footage. So
And then
yeah.
what does it do? Does it have like a talking head
Uh
voiceover thing, or
no,
what runs? Is it just music?
I'll describe you. So the movie, like you know that whenever when TVs and channels earlier used to shut down for the night, that kind of snowflake and thing. Imagine that with in a sort of robotic manner. So you have like and like you have lag on the
Right.
screen and everything like that, and then the movie starts and shows you pieces of Eno talking. And I will say I very much felt like I knew the guy by the end of the movie. So that's something I have to commend the movie for. But again, it's a version that no one else will ever see. And they even
Yeah.
have said like
Is there even a way to release it digitally, or will it only be playing in
well,
theaters?
they are looking at options of how are we going to. They even talked about, because I believe they would show this again at some New York film festival, and they would keep the movie playing there for 7 days a week. So the whole week, and not a single loop will happen. So like none of the
Right.
footage will be used twice. So you can literally make a 300-hour version of this documentary without anything repeating, which is impressive as hell, but does make you wonder, how are you gonna use this with anything else? Because it fits for the guy that is Brian Eno. I don't see any other documentary or
Yeah. Do you think this is more of like a mold for more of documentaries? Like, is that the intention?
I
Or
don't think
like,
so.
yeah,
I
it feels
truly
like a
don't
unique thing.
see how it could be a mold, because it's a mold that's fitted to Brian Eno. I don't think it's a mold that's fitted for anybody else really.
Mm.
There are certain actors like David Byrne reads out 5 cards, but it isn't in the movie or in the version that I saw, for example. So you got a woman that is reading a couple of cards in between, and yeah, it's something. I gave it an 8 out of 10. Again, the process is fascinating.
I yeah.
The subject is fascinating. It's just I
The,
don't know how you utilize this in the future.
yeah, the only
Which
way I could see this be screened in a way that would make sense is like a continuous, never-ending live stream,
they
essentially.
that was mentioned
Yeah.
that they would perhaps do this on YouTube, for example.
Yeah, I mean, the issue with, well, no, it actually wouldn't be a bad thing. The thing is, on YouTube, something never gets saved if it goes beyond 12 hours of live streaming.
Oh, really?
Yeah, then the VOD can't be saved. So if they have just a continuous loop of it, it would never actually be recorded in any way that people could like download it. So maybe that could circumvent even like the technical limitations of YouTube could actually be to their benefit. But yeah.
But yeah, like you said in the synopsis, right? I didn't see anything about Talking Heads. Maybe one thing, one fragment that David Byrne was in, but nothing particularly about Talking Heads. There was nothing about U2.
I wasn't talking about like Talking Heads, the band. I was talking about like, are they Talking Heads of them just like talking?
Oh,
I guess there are a bunch of Talking Heads.
No, it is very interesting. I mean, the guy talks about life. He talks about lighting at a certain point, and he talks about David Bowie. David Bowie talks about how he's working with Brian Eno. But again, in my version, there was nothing of U2, nothing of Talking Heads, the band. Yeah, it's a fascinating, right? A movie that you can rewatch over and over again, except the beginning and the end, because I guess you do need some structural integrity for the machine to build some upon. But yeah, damn, you yawning. I'm making you tired. I'm sorry, Ewan. I'll end. I gave this movie an 8 out of 10. Good one.
You can't canonically call me out for yawning, then I can't cut around it, you fuckhead. I'm obviously cutting it out. God damn it.
You keep this in.
You are what?
Anyway, the movie. Oh no, what? I'll introduce the next movie for you. Crossing Istanbul. I don't know. For some reason, Filmfest Gent, or at least like my country, has added Istanbul behind it because the movie is just called Crossing is English. But whatever. Here's the synopsis. Leah, a retired teacher from Georgia, learns from her young neighbor Achi that her long-lost transgender niece Tekla has crossed the border into Turkey. In search of Tekla, Leah travels to Istanbul with the unpredictable Achi, where they explore the hidden depths of the city. Ewan, I don't know where you caught this one. I'm getting a guess at Cannes, but tell me your thoughts on it.
It was out in theaters in Switzerland the week even before it came out at Filmfest Gent. Yeah, the film was out in Switzerland already, and the distribution company here gave me a screener for it. And so I didn't get to experience it on the big screen. And I think it's one of those films that work in a smaller way as well. Where it is odd, you brought it up that like it's called Crossing Istanbul when the Istanbul part isn't like it has nothing to do really with the story. It's just a place where it takes place. It's more about the crossing of like also this transgender identity in there. I feel like it's an allegory for that as well. And I think I just really got engrossed with these kind of stories as they like inch closer towards like intersecting and the baggage that they bring, and then just kind of wandering the streets. Something about this, even though I don't think like a ton is happening, was I don't know, it gave me such a warm feeling. But yeah, what did you think?
I definitely felt that warm feeling as well. My only flaw with this movie is in terms of its storytelling. There, because I guess you have your three main characters. You're following this teacher, you're following Achi, and you're following a lawyer in Istanbul. And the way, obviously, the beginning works for me, but then they start to intermix storylines when they reach Istanbul. And that's where, for me, despite the very strong performances and the intriguing promise and story of searching, what is it? Tekla.
Tekla, yeah.
Tekla. I was very interested in all of that, but just the way it was told, I thought could have been a bit cleaner, perhaps put it in chapters. So I don't know, is it Levan Akin? I've heard of the guy.
Yeah. It's not Levan Akin, yeah.
Oh yeah. And I don't know.
And then We Danced, was another thing that like another film that had this sort of LGBT like had that sort of had that kind of those queer themes in there. I think Crossing doesn't really have that at the forefront as much, which is something that is kind of refreshing about it. It's obviously like a part of Tekla's identity, but it's more about like them just finding each other again.
Yeah.
and has not really much to do with a gender identity and everything. Like, it's not trying to work through their history or anything.
No.
And it's also not as much as, like, in Georgia, in And Then We Danced, you obviously have a very conservative kind of overall society, and
Yeah.
in Turkey, a bit more progressive, but also still quite, but that's not what this is about. There's like spaces that are safe for Tekla to be in. This is not the theme of the film. It's about this, like, lost connection, and to kind of rekindle that. And I think that was just like something that gave it warmth, that you just to me, I was like, I couldn't wait for them to reunite, but then also get to see them as their own separate people. And then it was a bit of a letdown when the plot was kind of meandering and not as clean as it could have been, to kind of really sell me on that, like, emotionally as well. But yeah, I quite enjoyed it still. Like, I gave this one an 8 out of 10.
I gave it an 8 out of 10 as well. I guess a special shout out to Denise Dumanli, who I really liked. I thought her scenes were the best. And yeah, again, my only flaws are with this sort of the way the story is told, and the ending in particularly just didn't grab me as much as the movie wanted to, I guess. But it's definitely not a bad watch.
And then we got Last Swim. So this is another one that only you caught. It is a movie about, yes, exactly. Thank you for reenacting that, Kev. On A-level results day, an ambitious Iranian British teen in London grapples with a major life decision while hanging out with friends across the city.
Yeah, Last Swim for me is on the same level as How to Have Sex. Now that means something different because you absolutely adore it. I thought How to Have Sex was very good, and I think Last Swim hits that same qualitative bar. And because obviously this is also a coming of age story. You got people, kids, who have reached level results and are going to university, but obviously this group of friends we're following, everyone is in a different stage of their life. You got the lead, played by Deba Hekmat, who is excellent in this movie. Like, she doesn't have much acting experience, so I was very surprised by her. Absolutely adored the performance. And then you got the other people. Again, with what I was saying about Julie Keeps Quiet, you got one guy who smokes, who is a bit more of a jockey. You got one guy who is a footballer, a professional.
You got the stereotypes in there.
Yeah, you got some stereotypes. You got
Right.
you got a girlfriend who is a bit more loose. And so the Deba Hekmat's character, Ziba, there's something going on with her. Obviously, that referring to the major life decision, that she wants to have this day for her, and she has scheduled out this entire day. I want to do this. I want to go grab the best sandwich I've ever had in my life, and I want you guys to taste it. And so the journey of when we're following them it's very intriguing, and it builds up. We're seeing flashes of the finale as we're building up towards it, because this movie takes place in a day, and we're building up to something in the evening at night. And I'm like, oh, I'm so interested with the information we know about that finale. And like I said, there are some movies that just change up, and this movie changes up, and I'm like, no. I was so excited of getting to that point, and the filmmaker decides to scrap that point by letting something else happen. And like I say, there are two things that have been prominent about this film festival: switching up something in the latter half of the film, and vehicular bumps. That's all I say. I get so many people have been hit by a vehicle during this film festival. It's crazy. Like, if the movie went for that finale, then I would have given this movie a higher rating, and I think this movie would have climbed up higher on the rankings. But because this movie kind of, I don't know, like, takes it away from you, like sort of leaves you hanging, I was like, I was so close, but you took it away from me. So that's but I absolutely love the group dynamic, and the coming of age one is a good one. So hey, of how many of coming of age films we see over the year, this is one of the better ones. But again, just the ending doesn't pack that punch that I wanted or was looking for, unfortunately.
I was just saying, did you say your rating as well? For this
8
one?
out of 10. Like, but lower to a 7 than 9. But like, yeah, I gave it an 8 out of 10 because again, when you like 2/3 of the movie, but the ending falls apart, but you so adore the first 2/3, it's tough to just
Yeah,
bunk the
just
movie.
yeah, to lower it down to like a level
Yeah.
where it would be bundled together with films that were overall a bit like more mid.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Tell me about this next one, Monsieur Aznavour. Oh, what's this one? Is it French? It's French,
Yeah,
right? Belgian
of course,
film.
no, it's French. It has Monsieur in it.
Well, hey, I've seen some films that have used French language, and this year actually, a huge old flop, and didn't know what to do with the French title.
But yeah,
Joker.
Monsieur Aznavour is about Aznavour, Charles Aznavour to be specific. So from his poor childhood to his rise to fame, from his triumphs to his failures, from Paris to New York, discover the exceptional journey of an artist. Intimate, intense, fragile, and indestructible, devoted to his art until the very end, here is one of the most immortal singers of all time, Monsieur Aznavour.
I'm not familiar, unfortunately, with this singer.
I wasn't, but my father and his parents, and actually my whole family, because we are from a French speaking side. I mean, some of them are from a French speaking side of Belgium. They heard they watched a lot of French television and everything, and Aznavour was a pretty big part of it. And with these musical biopics, sometimes you are, whether it be Amy Winehouse, the Queen, sometimes you are like, I don't really know what.
You said the Queen, and I just like pictured the Queen singing in a biopic. I'm sorry. Continue. Not Queen. Very inappropriate laugh. She's dead. So.
Or like even Kneecap. I got the famous show with Kneecap. Often you are like, I don't really get why we have this guy rose to his fame. Why this guy has went on an exceptional journey of an artist. Like sometimes you watch these movies and you're like, sure, but I don't necessarily understand or get it. With Monsieur Aznavour, I get it. This movie is co-directed by two people, Grand Corps Malade and Mehdi Idir. They have directed a bunch of movies, which I was not aware of, because I've actually heard of Grand Corps Malade. He's the French slam poet and lyricist. I actually sent you some of his stuff, because we were talking about Emilia Perez, and I feel like the music in that movie wants to be more slam poetry, but in English or Spanish, and it isn't working because Jacques Audiard is a French director. But Grand Corps Malade has directed apparently some movies with Mehdi Adir, and this is their highest rated one, I believe, and I can understand why. It's clear these guys have matured in their craft. And delivered something very, very strong with Monsieur Aznavour. We have Tahar Rahim playing Monsieur Charles Aznavour. Yeah, it's weird to say Monsieur and Charles. But Tahir Rahim is no stranger. Most people will recognize him from The Mauritanian or A Prophet. So he's a very good actor and delivers a very strong performance as Charles Aznavour, as we see him go to his lows and his highs. It's not necessarily a movie also that is like, oh, here's a guy starting low, going high, but then he has, some drug addiction problem or something, how these biopics go, that, it's such a tragedy for him. This isn't it. You see this guy building something, he gets bogged down by life and by events, and then he builds himself up again. Charles Aznavour is also a person that isn't necessarily very beautiful or has a great voice, so he really struggled. But the thing that made him stand out from the rest are his lyrics. And there is one particular song, La Bohème, Le Bohème. If I'm correctly, it's a song about being gay, about loving a gender of themselves, and that moment defines why he is such a great French artist, and why his lyrics are important. And
Yeah.
those are moments that I miss in music biopics. And as Monsieur Aznavour delivers on that in abundance. It does have Netflix money behind it, which I totally forgot during the movie. So the movie doesn't have the but just like co-produced with Netflix, because Netflix in European countries has to actually contribute to the media economy if they want to set up a service in said countries. And obviously this is a project that Netflix has chosen, and I forgot about that mention of Netflix. And during the movie, because we are going to New York, France, it's not a movie that and like he sings in these grand halls, so kind of like Maria on that level. So you're like, oh wow, there's a real production behind it. And then in the credits you see Netflix, and I'm like, wow, of course it makes sense. But yeah, so production wise and story wise, this movie is very, very strong. Go watch it, I guess, if you want to know who Charles Aznavour is. I guess things will get lost in translation. Which
I just read through the La Bohème, the one that you mentioned, and there's like, just from reading like one of the verses, it paints an incredibly, like, it's such a picture.
yeah.
And you can already see that, like, if that's a through line for his lyrics through all of his songs, that's great. Sounds
Yeah.
great. Yeah.
And again, Tahir Rahim has the body language of Charles Aznavour down. Really like this one. Gave it an 8 out of 10.
Okay. And then we are moving to another film about music. Next up is the Irish Oscar submission Kneecap.
shit.
And I'm glad that they picked something like this. It's a biopic done a bit differently because, well, the people that are a part of this band are actually not just involved in a way that maybe Queen is and saying like, oh, we want this amount of screen time for all of our members and it needs to be cut up. It's not that. It's in the collaborative presentation sense of how this movie is told. And I think that is incredibly important. I mean, they play themselves in this film, and that gives it such a unique kinetic energy that you just kind of can't look away, even though you're like, what the fuck is happening? This is crazy. So in the synopsis, it says, when fate brings Belfast teacher JJ into the orbit of self-confessed low-life scum, oh god, now I gotta pronounce the Irish name. Noise? It's not Noise. And Liam Og.
Noise?
Noise. It's definitely different. And Liam Og, the needle drops on a hip-hop act like no other. Rapping in their native Irish, they lead a movement to save their mother tongue. So it's a very political movie, especially for Irish people, and preserving this sort of identity through language when that part of it is ever evolving. You know, we have something like Riz and Phantom Tax maybe in our vocabulary, and we're like wondering still what the fuck skibbity toilet means. But then you also got the other side of it that is not like adding to it, but because there's a sort of homogenous feel of like a sort of standardized language, that others are fading away because they're not getting that sort of representation anymore. And through this through art, you can really kind of give it another bit of meaning, similar in the ways that like Kai Cenat has been influencing recent new vocabulary for young people. You can do it through music, and this is really the story about like why this is important. Also with some banger music, some really great performances, and I don't know how you experienced Kneecap, but I couldn't help like to have like a snarky little smirk the entire way through. I just had such a good time with the movie.
I had a good time as well. The only thing that, again, what I was saying with Aznavour, I kind of missed. So in the beginning, you understand why the text and the lyrics are important, because you have this cool as they're performing the songs, you have these cool graphics on the screen that
Mm.
show what they say. But as the movie goes on, and they say other songs, that just goes away, and I'm like, wait, I can't really follow anymore. I don't
Mhm.
know why it's that important. So for me, it loses a bit of steam in that regard. Also, the story obviously isn't a fully accurate one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Of course, yeah.
So they take some creative liberties, and which I can both applaud, but also raise question marks during it, because when the end credits hit and you get the typical biopic, hey, here's some block of text that explains, and you see them perform these songs, you're like, I feel like the band and the material is kind of interesting enough to tackle in its own, that you don't need to create some storylines for it to have
Yeah.
this crime aspect to the movie.
I feel like that comes from a place where they just kind of creatively want to tell a different type of story. That
Yeah,
isn't just one to one. Because I feel like if you do the biopic thing, something inherently about it is like so self congratulatory and like
yeah, but
relishing in your own success, which is a great thing, and you get to do that, you know.
yeah.
But maybe if they are at the forefront of putting something forward, they want to have this sort of twist in it, because you could definitely feel that they like the actors who are also in the band like to act as well. So like you give them something more than their own life, and you heighten it a bit. I don't know. It's got its pluses, got negative parts about it as well. Like for example, the whole like romance subplot is one that is like, okay, what does it add to the story of the, like maybe there's a romance in there, but it doesn't really
Yeah,
add
yeah, yeah.
anything to their band history.
No, but just the clashing of those two storylines doesn't always work for me, is what I'm basically saying.
Yeah, and it
Uh,
didn't work for me fully as well. I think a lot of people are really like it is at a 4.1 over on Letterboxd. I think a lot of people are really, really connected with it. I see the average in all of my mutuals is all like an 8 out of 10. To me, this is like a 7 out of 10. It's really close up there. I think it's great. I also love the poster, and it says British advisory, Irish language.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I like a lot of that sort of, and I feel like a lot of stuff goes missed by us, especially like you said in the music, when we don't get everything subtitles by the end of it. And I think that's also trying to make that point even more, that you get to experience this music only through knowing the language. And it obviously takes it away from us to fully experience it. But in a way, that's also very much the point. But in the movie, obviously, watching it, you want to know what they're expressing. So there's a bit of a clash there as well. But I know why they're doing it, and I don't hate it for that reason, or I don't dislike it.
Yeah, I gave it a 7 out of 10. Solid watch.
One that I wouldn't be surprised if it actually makes the shortlist and then also the nominated list for the Oscars.
I think it will.
Yeah.
Also, I will say, I'm glad Michael Fassbender is in a good movie again. Obviously, with The Killer, that was a good one. But
Yeah.
I'm glad, the guy is popping up in some good shit
Yeah.
again.
Some good shit. Next up, Kev, we got The Jacket. This has another long synopsis, but it's a film about a 50-year-old Palestinian, Jamal Hindawi, who lives with his family in the Satala refugee camp in Beirut, where he makes political theater. Together with a group of friends, he's working on a play that tells the story of an old jacket that symbolizes the Palestinian identity. One day after rehearsals, Jamal goes into the mountains with his friend Zurich, and on the way there, he loses the jacket on a bus. A journey unfolds that takes Jamal from the mountains through Beirut, a city in radical transition, through successive crises and protests that left deep scars. A long synopsis, I think, giving you a lot of context of what specifically is going to happen in this film. I think it lays out all of that in there, with on the plot level is happening. Is there a lot that happens like beyond that holds a lot of
I'm
substance for this?
I'm not gonna lie. The synopsis really covers like 80% of the movie.
Okay.
So but I get it's one of those movies like, hey, this is what it's about. Because obviously doesn't have a lot of logs on Letterboxd.
It's less than 100. Yeah.
It had its premiere at Film Fest. again. Jamal Hindawi is the actual person that is playing the lead in this movie that walks the line between fiction and documentary. From what I've read, the director Matthijs Popper also worked with Jamal Hindawi on his like graduation project. We got these people who are a group of friends who are working on a play that tells the story of the jacket symbolizing the Palestinian identity, and that aspect is very intriguing. But obviously, in a certain moment, the jacket gets lost, and during the search, which he's doing with one of his friends, they talk about Palestine, what defines Palestine, sort of. I guess if I have to, kind of package it, like, oh, Palestine is just not the place, it's the people, in sort of that conversation way they're having, and that is all very, very, very interesting and riveting stuff. But the movie is 70 minutes, and the movie kind of cuts, but I wanted to see more of the play. I kind of wanted to see more about the conversation that we're gonna have, and I'm missing out on all that stuff. And this is one of the movies, and I don't say this often, but where it could have gone on for longer, that I wanted more out of, and I'm kind of bummed because I was really liking this movie. It was also the movie that was in the top of getting the public prize, but I guess BXL needed to have their funding of the public prize more than Jacket, which is also obviously a smaller movie, so not as many people will see it as BXL. But I really liked Jacket. I just wanted to get much, much, much more out of the story than I got, unfortunately.
And then we got a film that is out in limited release in the States right now. The latest from Tim Millant. Stars Cillian Murphy, Emily Watson, and it's called Small Things Like These. While working as a coal merchant to support his family, Bill Furlong discovers disturbing secrets kept by the local convent and uncovers truths of his own, forcing him to confront his past and complicit silence of a small Irish town controlled by the Catholic Church. The trailer for this looked really intense. I'm kinda jealous that I didn't get to see this yet. So, Kevin, what can you tell me about Small Things Like These? I think this was the opening film of the festival. Was that?
It was the opening film, yeah.
Okay, so
because Emily Watson was the guest star, and I got a Jean Claude signed by her.
That's yes.
She was really nice. I said I really liked God's creatures, and she said like an earnest thank you. Because I don't think many people compliment.
Yeah, you wanted to get a deep cut in the.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but you see these people all standing there with like pictures. And
sometimes it's just like, hey, he is a celebrity. Oh my god, I'm excited because it's a celebrity. Yeah. So you want to give them something real. Yeah. If you want to give them something, you can also just have the like meaningless interaction of signing. That is fine.
And I don't want that. I've done that with Ryan Johnson, Hamaguchi, and Ken Loach, and now I got Emily Watson. I got a bit of a flex. I know I'm getting ahead of you before you say that.
Fine, but no.
So, no, but I got small things like these. Cillian Murphy somehow looks even more exhausted in this movie than in Oppenheimer, which is I mean, that on its own is quite remarkable since it's literally a meme. And Emily Watson tries to grab the title of Most Hateful Nun, which again is also
well, you gotta wait for Dune Prophecy, and it's going to add a whole other layer to that.
But this movie is certainly small, very much like a title. That's the second time I make that joke with Johnny Keeps Quiet. But it's ending title. Because again, it has that block of text at the end that wants to give you a big punch in the gut. But again, that punch wasn't as impactful as I imagine the director, Tim Millant, wanted it to hit. And that might be because of the lack of dialogue and momentum in this movie. There is a other version of this movie that could be very Ken Loachy, could be very Americanized, and obviously this movie doesn't head in those directions because we got Tim Milans in it, and I've said it before, but this feels a very European version of the story. It's very quiet. You got very long shots. I think you can imagine what I mean more by that than perhaps some other people, because we've seen so many.
Yeah, there's a certain quality about like European film that is hard to like pinpoint down and give like characteristics to, but you know it once you see it.
This movie reminded me of another movie called Philomena with Steve Coogan and Judi Dench, because it kind of tackles the same subject at the end of it, but I didn't feel that subject really throughout the movie. But there's some very tense moments. I really like the Milans of the director, and I'm certainly, because he's gonna make another movie with Cillian Murphy, so yeah. So I'm very much looking forward to it. But if there's one accolade this movie can get for me, it's the most depressing and really Christmas film out there. So yeah, it's because it takes place around that time. So I do recommend it, but people expecting heavy dialogue and drama, watch out. You're not gonna get that. You're gonna get something else that's way more subtle. Do recommend it though. I give it a 7 out of 10.
Kevin, take us to a land unknown.
All about you. Like,
the gun cat with that.
Ewan, oh yeah, just tell me about the land unknown.
But, no, the way did you need to do it, and I'm not doing it right now. It's like, okay, Kevin, take us to the next movie, and then you don't drink and just like pour the whole thing over you.
So yeah, Ewan, tell us about land unknown.
Then it's just like, it's 30 seconds. Oh yeah. Well, actually, then you drink and it goes back and forth, and just like an endless bit of just like nothing, saying nothing. And then you post it as like the caption is the average film review these days.
Alright, the land unknown. Shatila and Rita are saving to pay for fake passports to get out of Athens. But when Rita loses their hard-earned cash to his dangerous drug addiction, Shatila hatches an extreme plan, which involves them posing as smugglers and taking hostages in an effort to get him and his best friend out of their hopeless environment before it is too late. Ewan, what do you think about this one?
This sounds intense. I mean, I haven't seen it, so I can't really give you much other than the impression here. I'm sorry. I feel like you knew that and you set it up so it looks like, look at me, I've seen it. But I'm actually curious. Did you like this one?
I did like this one. There is one storyline that doesn't really go anywhere involving a woman, which I would have liked some payoff there. But for the rest, I did really like this film, as Shatila and Rita are again stuck in Athens. They are stuck in the slum that where a lot of other people live. I believe both are Palestinians.
I think I heard that too, but yeah. that's just my outside knowledge. I don't actually know.
Yeah, I believe they are both Palestinians who are trying to get to, I believe it is Germany they are going to. They obviously need passports, and they kind of hustle their way to get one, right? The guy who asked for the passport is asking, who can give them the passport is asking for a lot of money, so they kind of rob. But and again, one of the two is definitely the more assertive one, while the other one is a bit more of a submissive one, the one who has a drug addiction, so obviously is mentally in a less stable place than the main guy. And watching their way, how they treat people to get to their means, I really enjoyed. So in the story, there's a kid that, a kid, Ewan. I don't know if you would have liked this performance. I'm kidding. But that kid enters and says, "Oh yeah, my grandparents, or at least family, will pay a lot of money when I get to Germany." And so they set off this woman to go with him, a woman that lives in Greece but actually doesn't have any, skin in the game or in the plan of them. But he convinces them like, "Oh, you'll get paid as well," and we don't really hear from them anymore from that point on. And then it's like, "Oh, but so they have to go find another way." But the fact that one way of theirs just has no payoff, I mean, I guess it is like acceptable, but I just would have liked to seen it. Well,
Mhm.
so it doesn't have any consequences, and so when a storyline isn't consequential, then you might as well just take it out of the story. You know what I mean?
Well, is it for the reason of perspective that we don't take the perspective in the film, so it kind of ends when lead characters interact with them, or
No, not really.
not really?
No. The only other way to to get those passports for them is to a way of kidnapping, literal crime, basically. So
Yeah, yeah.
while it is very intriguing to watch them, it's also a bit frustrating. So, but overall, it's a very good film. I would really recommend people to watch it. I gave it a 7 out of 10, and it's also a very timely movie. That also, of course.
Hmm. Yeah, they're definitely Palestinian. I mean, one of like there's a ton of countries as co-producers, but the
Yeah,
state of
I
Palestine is
saw the
among them.
co-producers like when Germany, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, France, Greece, Netherlands, UK, State of Palestine. I mean,
Yeah.
whew, I don't remember necessarily the you know how every movie had those thousands of logos pop up, especially at these film festivals. I don't know how many these one had, but based on how many countries attributed, I think this might have taken the record.
Yeah,
But
must have
I don't
had.
remember. I don't remember.
And then we got the new film from Matthew Rankin, who is known for the 20th century, a film that I saw a couple of years back that is truly weird. I can't say that I got it. I ended up giving that one like a 3 out of 5, and maybe it's just I didn't understand it. It definitely needs a
I
rewatch
gave
in
it a
somewhere.
4 out of 5. Oh wow.
So I think with universal language, I kind of had the same thing going on when I know there's a ton in there that I'm just not getting. A lot of stuff that is about Iran, a lot of stuff that is about Winnipeg specifically, or Canada as well. And this is just a story that takes place in winter, somewhere between Tehran and Winnipeg, it says. And again, and Nazgul find a sum of money frozen deep within the sidewalk ice try to find a way to get it out. Masood leads a group of befuddled tourists upon an increasingly strange walking tour of Winnipeg historic sites. Matthew leaves his job at the Quebec government and embarks upon a mysterious journey to visit his estranged mother. And you got a ton of different characters that don't necessarily all interact with each other, or when they do, it's not like it is built up in any sort of way. They just kind of pop up and then they're there.
Yeah.
So you could easily, if you're not paying attention, easily miss some of the stuff that's going on in this film. And then it also takes you to a like a dreamlike world. For example, at one point you're just in a shop that just sells napkins, and you're like, what is happening? Can't say that I completely got it and that I liked my experience watching this film. So I gotta hear from you, from someone who liked the 20th century more than I did. Yeah, what did you make of Universal Language?
I mean, this movie is quite inventive. It's quite absurd, and it's definitely like highly original, right?
Yeah,
To paint a Canadian town in this way is very funny, but there is a lot. I know you use this term a lot. There's quite a lot of dead air between moments, between scenes, because I don't know what the joke, like the joke to runtime ratio is, but it feel like it could be shorter or at least have something a bit more going for it.
yeah.
But I will admit I definitely also didn't get everything. I presume this is kind of like Memoir of a Snail, where we don't get every Aussie joke. I'm
Yeah.
gonna assume that I don't get every Canadian story or Iranian joke. Well, that's my guess.
Yeah, I feel like it is definitely the case, and I feel like it's definitely interesting too to kind of read up on this and what you ended up missing, and then rewatching something. It's one of those films that kind of require you to study the frame and the story and the characters a bit more, and I just wasn't really engrossed in anything. So I ended up not really liking it for that reason. That's to me a shortcoming of how I viewed the film. It's not really a detriment to the film. But for my experience, then I ended up giving it a 5 out of 10. I didn't really like it, but I've seen some other reactions to it from some of my mutuals on Letterboxd.
My
So
like
I
my
just
mutuals also rated it very highly, 3.8 and 3 points.
Yeah, 3.8 average.
3.8
It's
also average.
higher than, but I think it's going to be for a more niche audience. I don't know who I'd recommend this movie
I really
to.
like 20th century. So,
Yeah.
I think I'll just give this movie a benefit of the doubt, and I'll give it a 7 out of 10 because maybe on a rewatch, maybe on a when reading up upon it, you'll get those layers, and then on a rewatch, you're like, everything starts clicking together. But on a first watch, for now, I have to give it the benefit of the doubt. So, 7 out of 10.
I mean, I liked the opening when it stays outside of a classroom and you just hear the outside noises, and then at one point it
Great
cuts
shot.
inside, and I was questioning why at that point it cut inside when you could have played the whole scene from outside. I like some of these choices. I didn't get when it was going for something and then it didn't do it fully, and to me that happened a couple of times where I was kind of not getting the choice they were making. But maybe that's just a me thing. And then this next one, Waarom Wettelen. What is this?
Ooh!
Is this a Belgian film?
It is a Belgian film.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. So if I knew, I wouldn't have tried to say that because I would have heard. Would have heard the end of it. But yeah, Kev.
Didn't you hear me complimenting it?
I did hear you complimenting that. I said it's good, but if I knew it was Belgium, I wouldn't have tried because I would have failed. I just yeah. So what does it mean? What does it mean?
Why Wettelen?
Ah, okay. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, it's really close to the German version of Waarom.
Wait, what the fuck? The English title is The Weeping Walk.
The Weeping Walk, okay. Very cool.
Such a bad translation, but yeah, give out the synopsis, Ewan.
Okay. At Christine's funeral, her husband, Bas, and their family are stunned to learn that her final wish was to be buried in a distant and unfamiliar place called Wettelen. Despite their initial confusion, they decide to honor Christine's request by embarking on a walking journey to the burial site. This peculiar pilgrimage turns into a comedic exploration of family dynamics, friendships, and past grievances. As they make their way through the countryside, they confront their own relationships and uncover hidden truths, turning a somber occasion into a memorable, grotesquely surreal adventure. Okay.
Yeah, what do you think of that?
Up my alley. It sounds pretty fun. Actually, fun maybe the wrong word for it, but it sounds intriguing.
So, it's a Flemish movie,
right?
It's a Belgian movie, but it's a Flemish movie, and in Flanders, comedies there have been a lot of hit and miss. Also, Flemish movies and Belgian movies in general are pretty miss. For example, Julie Keeps Quiet is on the higher side. This one is on the mid side, and then we got the trash side, which we talk about later. But it's kind of funny that Waarom Wettelen or The Weeping Walk is after Universal Language because it's actually a bit on the same absurd level. Like it operates on the same absurd level. So, Ewan, imagine that the funeral in Zurich. Yeah, let's just say that.
Zurich.
And a guy comes in and says like, actually, she wanted to be buried in Basel. Let's just say Basel. I mean, all right. So, and then you say like, oh man, but that's like a few days walk with breaks in between and that, and they decide to actually walk behind the hearse the whole way through because that's the plot. And that's the distance. Like they walk for quite a long time. Obviously, on the way there, they have to sleep at a monastery. They have on the way there. They also stay at the hotel where there's a bachelor party. So the whole crew. It's a family and some friends, and the family and friends join the wedding party. They at a certain moment stay at a circus. So you got these all absurd situations, and unfortunately never really explore the absurdity of where they're staying at. And this movie is directed by an author. He has written many books, and some of his books have gotten a movie adaptation, but this is the first one where he wrote and directed one himself. And you can feel that there is a literature side that's keeping this movie from being a bit more cinematic. from being a bit more on a comedic level, because what we get at these places they're at, so for example, they stop at the bar and then we follow one conversation where it's like, oh yeah, I actually loved your mother, and so these characters are also very dry. They're not spontaneous and like very jolly people. It's a funeral, so there's always a atmosphere of dread. I mean, of like grief, but there are also people that are there. Like there's one person who's just there, just goes along with them behind with this walk, and the joke behind Wettelen is Wettelen actually doesn't exist. So when they hear about this place Wettelen, for example, there's a place called Wetteren, so with an R, and so yeah, they say like, yeah, no, Wettelen doesn't exist. Google only says, do you mean Wetteren? So and I wish there were more jokes like that, where they make more, where the comedy comes more from the absurdity of the situation and the physical situation they're in, instead of the dialogue and the revelations of the characters that just come sometimes out of nowhere. But honestly, I think you would like this movie, for example.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that is untreaded territory when it comes to grief, and then through that grief being a catalyst to kind of go
Yeah, so
over.
and like instead we get some conversation about familial relations, like, oh, I maybe had a crush on you. So that type of stuff comes rising up when I'm like, give me a bit more about the situation. Like this easily could be more like a Ruben Östlund film, but we don't get that.
Yeah.
And I think
Yeah.
that is because the director is struggling with his author side and his director side. I think
Right.
that's the cause, but overall, it's not a bad film, and it's definitely better than a lot of Flemish comedic films we've gotten. So I've given it a 6 out of 10.
Then next up, The Balconettes, which Les Femmes au Balcon. Les Femmes au Balcon from Noémie Merlan. She also stars in the film, and this one, yes, I have seen, Kevin. I got to see this back in Cannes, and I have
Wow,
not
flex.
seen it. No, I'm. The reason you saw it in Ghent, that's equally a flex. We just saw it at a film festival. But yeah, I saw it at the world premiere, and I haven't seen it since. So it's been over like half a year since I've last seen it. So forgive me if my memory isn't all the way there with this one.
And his
I
memory
quite
isn't
liked
all
it.
there in the first place. So.
Okay. As a heat wave brings a Marseille neighborhood to the boil, three roommates gleefully meddle in the lives of their neighbors from their balcony until a late night drink turns into a bloody affair. And this movie is, I think, pretty much from the start trying to set up these characters that are and their dynamic, their friendship, their really out there Frenchness. It's, if you look at this from an international perspective, they are very French. They are very naked for no reason sometimes. It's just like it's very French, you know that. Also the comedy as well, and the way that it goes about the comedy is, I think, pretty entertaining the whole time through, and then it kind of shifts in a way that is very much less on the comedic side. It goes more in the thriller drama side of it all, and it's a question of if that works. I think for you it worked a bit less than for me. I just had a really good time. I was maybe at one point I was like, okay, I'll just take in whatever is presented to me, and I just don't care if it doesn't make any sense or it's a bit stupid. I just had a lot of fun. So I quite liked the Balconettes.
My biggest frustration was there's an actress between the three people on screen. Sandra what the fuck is this last name? Sandra you will help me out.
Sandra Codreanu. It's not that difficult.
Codreanu? I don't know.
Codreanu.
She was my biggest frustration of the movie, because the face she pulls during the most of the runtime is like
yeah. I mean,
so
yeah,
she runs down that the whole movie. And there are parts I really liked about Le Femme au Balcon. The intro, which is, like this stationary shot in the middle of like 4 apartment buildings, and the way they introduced them, I thought, oh wow, I'm really surprised by Noémie Merlan. It's obviously not her first movie, but she's again clearly gotten better and better. obviously working with such directors as she has, I'm
Celine Sciamma,
I'm
yeah.
gonna guess. It's also co-written by Celine Sciamma. This
Mhm.
one, so I came into this with high expectations, and unfortunately, they weren't really met.
Mm.
And that is because the story, obviously, this is a bit of a rebellious feminist film. That feeling of being a rebellious feminist film again kind of disappeared as we get more into the, I don't know, I can't spoil the ending, but
Yeah, we can't. It's also interesting that on Letterboxd it is tagged as a horror fantasy as well as a comedy.
oh,
I wouldn't describe this as a horror film like at all. There's blood in it. We can say that much, and maybe that's the horror. I mean, it gets
I mean,
pretty
it's also a
disgusting at parts.
I guess maybe it's also a bit of a paranormal film. I guess that's not spoiling it, but I guess maybe
Yeah.
that's where the
Look,
horror side was.
as you can see us dancing around to say anything of substance here,
Yeah.
it's a bit all over the place. And you can
Yes.
like that, you can dislike that. I think at the core theme of like, if you say this is like about feminism, I don't know how much it hammers that home. A lot of
I
it
mean,
feels
but
like maybe a
may,
slight solidarity and then also being topless as like equality, but then that's also exploitative. So
well,
I
well,
don't know.
they're not even topless. They're legit nude sometimes.
Yeah, and that can be freeing. It's also, to me, I just read that as French. I don't even see anything feminist about that. That's just French.
You've read that so many times.
I mean, it is. That is just like, if you have a French movie
just
without
French
nudity,
people.
is it even French, or is it just like the colonial efforts not really tied to them
I
anymore?
mean, I guess this is the better Trois Amis film of the year.
I don't even just okay. Well, it's
Get
not
it? Because
that much better.
they are three friends.
They're three friends, yeah.
Yeah.
But there's so much. This is so much better than Trust Me. I fucking hate Trust Me. But I think this one is, from a actor director, I think she takes a lot of swings and big
Yeah, she
directing
definitely does.
choices, and I really appreciated that. It's not something safe. It's not just like you got a couple of people with chemistry and you throw them in a room, and then no, there's a lot of choices that she makes that make this on a directorial level quite impressive. But what do you give the Balconettes, Kevin?
I gave the Balconet a 6 out of 10. I did have a good time with it, but it is very much all over the place, and yeah, it falls a bit apart.
And I gave it a 7 out of 10. Definitely a good time, but not something that you'll probably end up forgetting about this film, even though it takes some big swings. Something that usually should stay with you a bit longer. It does feel kind of empty by the end of it, but yeah, I had a good time.
I was thinking of saying, "Oh, I already did," but that's a bit too mean.
No, you already forgot about it.
I did. No, I'll never forget this face. The fucking big ass eyes. Yeah, no, I'll never forget about that.
Then we got BXL, which ended up getting the public prize over in Ghent in a post-terrorist attack infamous Molenbeek. Two brothers are each unexpectedly presented an opportunity, a dream that will forever change the course of their life, a wildcard to participate in a tournament in Vegas. Okay, so from this logline, I think this is an odd film. I don't know if I would vibe with it, but yeah, Kevin, did you like this one?
So imagine movies like The Featherweight. Yes, you've seen that one. So we've got a guy who wants to be a big MMA fighter, and basically, have something of worth in his family. They live in Molenbeek, which is indeed quite infamous. A politician has said in Belgium, like, oh, it's a bit the Middle East of Belgium, like in that type of rhetoric.
Okay. Yeah.
Because like a lot of foreign people live there. So I was really surprised by this movie in the sense I was actually enjoying it. I was expecting a bit more of an Amal movie. We talked about Amal last year. How Ines and I hated that movie. I'm not gonna lie, I saw this movie, what it was about, and I went in with those same expectations, like, oh god, what are we gonna get here? But BXL, in the poster you see two people, in the poster you see a younger kid and the bigger brother who wants, the brother, right? Yeah, I think it's the brother. Oh yeah, brothers. For a second, I thought it was his father. But we see two brothers. The younger kid wants to be like his older brother, wants to fight, but also obviously isn't as physically capable. He's still just a little scrawny kid, who is also dealing with some racism in the city of Brussels and Molenbeek. And I was really on the right for what this movie was about to be, but then at a certain moment, I've said it again, the two things most prominent in this film festival
It
actually
switches up on you.
no, the other one. Unfortunately, the first the first two thirds, I was really invested in the story, but at a certain moment, a character does something. Again, like I've said, that's been most prominent at this film festival, and I was just super bummed by making such a choice, predictable choice. Also, that is. So while I again don't want to bunk on the movie because the first two thirds were really far beyond my expectations of what I went into. The latter third, unfortunately, is just really predictable, and yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10. A bit out of empathy, also, but yeah,
I mean, it also just, if you look at the
very
poster, it
mixed.
says like one city, two brothers, a dream, and something about that just like reads to me. It's not going to be something that I enjoy, because I don't really love those aspirational stories that are birthed out of trauma. Because that sort of story, something bad happens, let's make something good out of it. Something about that just feels reductive more often than not. So I'm a bit adverse, like, to actually, give it like my interest. But you
Yeah.
said like it starts off great, good, and then it kind of loses itself a bit.
Yeah, falters apart, and even the letterbox logline. Like many of the people I follow have given it like a 3 out of 10, and I think they probably had all the same issues as me, where the end just is very cliche. So
Yeah.
yeah, that's like a mid movie from Belgium this year. But yeah, we'll talk about the trash ones later on.
And then we got the jury prize winner over at the Ghent Film Festival, not crowned by the public, but from a select jury. Yeah, so this was part of the competition. Super happy forever. This also played in Venice. And I got to see it shortly after the festival, but I think, ended up barely covering it. I just briefly talked about it at the very end of our like 6.5 hour long coverage. And now that you've also had a chance to see it, I guess we can talk a bit more about it. Although I feel like it is a very much a very small movie. Synopsis read accompanied by his friend Miyata. Sano returns to Izu, a seaside resort in Japan where 5 years ago he fell in love with his wife Nagi, and that doesn't say it in the synopsis, but she has since passed away. So he kind of returns, and it's basically a movie that is told first in the aftermath of losing her 5 years later, and then the second half of the film is him falling in love. That part of it, or like or the last third of it, if I remember correctly.
I thought it was the opposite.
No, it definitely starts with
Oh,
him
right, cool.
losing her,
Yeah.
and then it goes back to. But I don't know if it's like actually the half of the film or how much of it takes up. It's like
It's
94
like
minutes long.
50-50, yeah.
I think it's about 50-50, right? And it's a pretty like miserable film to sit through, because this guy is in a lot of hurt, and yeah, not really open to kind of heal through that.
Yeah.
So yeah, what do you think of it?
I'm seeing a review say super sad forever. So I guess
Yeah,
that's an apt
yeah.
description of this. I'm not surprised that this won the jury prize, because Bas de Vos is in the jury, and this is a movie that's like totally up his alley. So I was not surprised, the least to say it. But what were the two most prominent things at the film festival?
Car accidents, and the second half being more inconsistent.
And that latter is the same issue. Is the issue I have with this one. What I will say, the transition between the gap, I'll say, is done extremely well. I did not even realize we were already in the future of the past. So very well done for I believe directorial debut, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's not, but
Oh no, it's not. No.
it does kind of feel like it.
Yeah. So, well, the thing is, the second half of it is then showing us how these two fell in love. I'm just never really sold on them as a couple, unfortunately. It just doesn't really click, and I don't know if that's a bit of a cultural difference or what it was. And obviously, you can have very deep feelings of sorrow, and just because your initial meeting doesn't, isn't I don't know, doesn't reflect in the extent that you are in grief. But
Yeah.
and it's also not like capturing the whole relationship, but something about it just like didn't really click for me that they were vibing with each other that well. So that was a bit lackluster for
Yeah,
me
and for me,
to see.
the way the story is told, it is quite a slow one. It gave me a bit of a film festival vibe. I know, attributing that like label to a movie is a bit, it's not really that great.
But I mean,
Because
from saying that, it usually means that like outside of a film festival, this movie wouldn't really find an audience or would be watched a lot or discussed
yeah,
a lot. That's basically what you mean by saying
yeah,
that. Yeah.
I,
And that is a bit the case. I can't really see it find a huge audience, even though it does get the jury prize. I would be surprised if there's a big interest for it. And I ended up liking it a bit more just because I think that first half of like I don't know something
there
about
are
it, like
some
a
strong
sadness.
parts in this,
Yeah,
and like even cinematography wise, the movie is really very soothing to the eyes, but I
yeah.
wouldn't go
Yeah, with
actually
the
recommend.
ocean, using
Yeah,
that as a backdrop often quite a bit as this like ever moving thing in contrast to his like singular time-based experiences, like something that persists is a nice backdrop to have.
yeah.
I end up I'm giving it like a 6.5 out of 10.
I gave it a 6 out of 10 as well.
And then we
Then we
got, yeah, sorry, you go.
The village next to paradise. In a windy Somali village, a newly assembled family must navigate between their different aspirations and in the complex world surrounding them. Love, trust, and resilience will power them to their life paths. Now, Ewan, many people I will talk to about this movie won't get this, but this movie has Vermiglio pacing, and you know exactly what that means.
I do know what that means.
It is a slow one. It is 133 minutes. It does feel like 2.5 to 3 hours, which isn't great, but it was never a bore. It was just a bit of a slog to get through. There are three main characters. We are following this Mamargadi, so this main actor, who we open up with as he's digging a hole in the desert. And then a car comes driving in. They check up on the body. They're like, okay. They give it a little burial. They hand him money, and then he closes up the hole with his shovel. A bit later into the movie, he returns to the same ground, but there's an actual giant digger kind of doing the work for him. So, because we are in Somali, which is a third world country, I believe still, or like a developing country, we don't really use the word term third world anymore. So obviously industrialization is kind of starting to pop up in these little towns, and he is one of the people that kind of suffers to it. We also have a woman who wants to start her own business, but is in a bit of a debt and has another marriage that didn't work out. You also got this kid who the father or the man, the main man of the movie, wants to have a better future than them. So he says to the mother, like, "Hey, write him into school, but it's the town up ahead." So that also searches for a bit of tension, but all that tension just gets lost a bit in what the slog of the runtime is, with the Vermiglio pacing of just very long shots, a lot of waiting around, if you know what I mean. And that also admittedly made me almost fall asleep. Which I almost did for 5 minutes at the end. So the woman is asking for a loan, and the next moment, bam, she stands there with a card already in the business, I was like, damn, that was quicker than I thought. But I know at a certain moment, when a man and someone he's asked for help with are in the back of a truck, like all of a sudden there's a cut, and I'm like, wait, that cut finally brought some sort of dynamic into the movie, and I was like, this sort of editing is what this movie needed, and I don't know where it was the previous like 100 minutes. So that's what makes me that's what made me more frustrated, because I know the movie could have done that, because it has done so once or twice near the end of it. And I think this movie needed another pass by perhaps maybe a stronger editor. I don't know. But there's more potential in this story. There's also a storyline involving pirates, but I don't want to get too much into that. So yeah, a bit of a frustrating watch, because there definitely is more to gain out of this movie.
Yeah, you didn't sell me on like that. I need to. Did I show you a rating yet for it?
I give it 6 out of 10.
Yeah, it's still not negative, I guess.
I mean, again, it has familiar pacing. You know what that means, and
yeah, it's not like it's a bad film. It's just like frustratingly slow at
Yeah.
times when it would be more effective to maybe get that pacing a bit up.
Talking about a frustrating watch, you told me this movie would be frustrating. September says, here's the synopsis. When September is suspended from their school, her sister July begins to assert her own independence. Tension in the family builds on a holiday Ireland as a series of surreal encounters test them all to their limit. I don't even know if that's correct.
Yeah, the funny thing is this logline is actually like littered with just mistakes, and they've never corrected it, and this whole movie feels like that amount of care was put into it. It says like tensions in the family builds on a holiday, it misses a holiday in Ireland as a series of surreal encounters to them all to test them all to the limit, but it has I don't know who wrote this, who, like, come on, even an AI check would make a better synopsis. So yeah, that's bad. It's the directorial debut by Ariane Labed, who you probably know from films, from any film that Yorgos Lanthimos has done. She's also in Before Midnight, in The Souvenir. She's also in The Brutalist, but here she shares her directorial efforts in this novel adaptation of a film that I don't think works at all, because it's built around the dynamic of two sisters odd, and their whole oddness is in juxtaposition to who they're interacting with. Usually they are just by themselves, and whenever they are interacting with others, the weirdness even increases as they become, like, even in a way performatively weird to out-weird each other, and they also have the struggles of like not fitting in, all of that, taking care of each other. I just think that ultimately, like, what this movie ends with, or like not even what it ends with, but what maybe the second half of the film is, bafflingly bad. It's just so stupid, and I dislike this quite a bit. I found it really frustrating how it was presenting the film, and it's been 6 months since I've last seen this film, and I can hear September or July, one of them in the like really whispery noise telling the other one what to do and saying their name. I think it's July who keeps saying,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just I can hear their voices, and it's annoying to me the way that they keep talking to each other. Also, I don't know. I didn't relate to the brother, like the sibling dynamic here of them teasing each other. I just found all of it quite frustrating.
Multiple times throughout the movie, they ask, "Are you bored here?" Which is a bold thing to do.
Yeah.
When the movie isn't exactly that riveting. It isn't boring. The characters aren't necessarily boring, but the movie, unfortunately, a bit. This movie is what made me say, why do so many movies switch up their second half compared to the first? And I wouldn't have minded the second half if they didn't cut a scene in the middle that glues the two halves together short. And you probably know what I mean. when there's a thunderstorm and the confrontation and hits. That they cut that scene short, and at the end show that scene in its entirety to be like, "Hey, look how
Here's a
smart we
reveal.
are.
Yeah.
You didn't figure that out, did you? But no, you just withheld that information. And if you would have kept that scene intact, I at least would have said like, oh, this isn't something out of nowhere. I was told by the movie that. So yeah, it is indeed a very frustrating watch.
Yeah, I don't have much else to add beyond that. I gave it a 4 out of 10.
I don't blame the kid actors though, the teenage actors. I don't
No,
blame them though. They're actually what keeps the movie standing. In my
I think so
opinion.
too. It is frustrating writing from beginning to end. And
Yeah.
even referencing this to another film, which I see a lot of letterbox reviews do, spoils the film. And even though I didn't like it, I don't want to spoil it. It's just, yeah, it just doesn't come together. Then we got A Traveler's Needs. This was another one that only you caught. This is about Iris, a woman abroad in Seoul, who teaches French and English in an idiosyncratic fashion that allows her to pursue her own psychological and personal interests. Through 4 encounters over a single day, Iris probes students and strangers for information about poetry, their own histories, and their relationship to their egos. Reading this synopsis, this sounds like a horror film to me, like something that I really wouldn't like. But then I'm surprised by it and I actually do like by the end. Maybe not. I don't know. You tell me. Is this a good film?
There is a brown poster. I'll link it to you so you can show the people. But I want to read the text that's on the brown poster. A traveler's needs. This woman who came from who knows where says she came from France. She was sitting on a bench in a neighborhood park, diligently playing a child's recorder. With no money or means of supporting herself, she was advised to teach French. In that way, she became the teacher to 2 Korean women. She likes to walk barefoot on the ground and lie down on rocks. And when she is up to it, she tries to see each instant in a non-verbal way and to live her life as factually as possible. But life remains as hard as ever. She relies on Machiavelli every day for a small bit of comfort. That is literally what the movie is about. It is, and you know,
Sounds like a nightmare to me.
I wouldn't have minded seeing Isabelle Huppert teach French, but
Yeah.
the way she teaches French is almost identical in the 2 ways. And so in that regard, the second time she teaches someone in the movie, it feels repetitive. And the movie directed by Hong Sang-soo. I haven't seen much of his movies yet. I've seen The Woman We Ran. I gave that a 7 out of 10. And I guess I also did see a tweet of another Hong Sang-soo movie of I don't remember necessarily the scene, but I remember the captioning saying, "Oh, a lot of the crowd really laughed at this line of dialogue," and dialogue is where Hong Sang-soo thrives. It isn't in the cinematography. It isn't in you know very strong
Cinematography
directing.
looks
Looks,
home
I mean,
video, like
it
digital
doesn't
video.
help. It doesn't help that the screening looked like 480p. I think I told you
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
So it's not, again, it's not bad. It's honestly, I gave it a 3 out of 10. Like the film did get a couple of suckles out of me, because it's a bit awkward. And that's again where Hong Sang-soo wants to explore his characters. But this one just wasn't for me compared to The Woman Who Ran, which I did see of him. And I actually look forward to seeing more of him because he does have his thing going, and I kind of want to see more of what he has to offer. But this one just wasn't it. But the audience laughed way more than I did, or chuckled way more than I did. So hey, maybe this one is just for you and not for me.
Then we got the documentary on the controversial Leni Riefenstahl, whose artistic legacy and her own complex ties to the Nazi regime are complex and often discussed. It juxtaposes her self-portrayal with evidence suggesting awareness of the regime's atrocities. And this is a almost 2 hour long documentary based off, I think, pretty much 100% archival footage, because Leni Riefenstahl passed away, I think, in the early 2000s, if I'm not mistaken. This is one of the, I think, prime examples of why having interesting archival footage, but a really lackluster direction for a documentary can be to its detriment. You could have a really interesting study into like acknowledging your subjective view that goes into a documentary, and this movie doesn't really want to do that. It wants to lay it wants to present basically clips of interviews and her own footage that she shot, like basically to kind of, without guiding you too much, to arrive at like a conclusion. And I think for a movie like this, that's not necessary. You could craft something a bit more interesting where you are prefacing and acknowledging what your perspective is going into it, and then make something a bit more that has any right to exist other than just like, I was on YouTube for 2 hours and looked up clips from Leni Riefenstahl. I know there's a bunch of clips that are about, it's perfect that Lachlan joins during us talking about Nazis. I don't even know how to continue now. But I'll finish on this and then.
Oh my god.
And you know, if I can get the same experience out of going on a deep dive about Leni Riefenstahl for 2 hours and looking up archival footage from there, I know it uses a bunch of like newfound footage, and that part of it feels like, hey, this is a justification for this documentary. We have a bunch of stuff that was unaired, and then it doesn't really add much to anything. And it's just like, this feels just exploitative because she's a controversial figure and we can talk about this, and oh, that's interesting. Other than that, I think it's a really lazily and badly constructed documentary overall.
Yeah, I wrote in my one sentence review for this film. I can't wait to see this on Canvas next year, which is the equivalent of like the History Channel.
Yeah.
I guess if you, but yeah, I was just not interested. I did give it a positive score because the way the movie's put together, like I admire the director going through the whole fucking archival footage. I can't imagine how many hours the director has put into this project, which I do admire. But I was just never that intrigued. Eleni Riefenstahl. I'm aware of why she's so revered. Is that no, not revered.
But why she's why she's like still so well known, or what do you mean?
Yeah, still known, but also the spies, I guess.
Well, no, revered would be the positive thing.
Yeah,
Why
yeah, no.
she's
So the spies is what I was looking for, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I mean, it's also just a bit, basically pretty simple. She was
Yeah.
working with the regime and then is denying it the whole time through, and then getting frustrated with the media. The media is also not doing a great job of, other than like on a surface level, confronting her, and just doing it for the sake of, because it is easy entertainment and like it's an easy scapegoat. But she's
Yeah.
actually, you know, someone who's partly responsible for stuff and was involved in the creation of this a lot of the like material that was used for propaganda. And it's like, to me, there's nothing really interesting to uncover here unless you would take a different perspective, again, acknowledge where your perspective comes in, and then try to craft it from a modern point of view. Like, why was it like kind of, why was she portrayed in media that way, or why were these questions asked of her, and have we changed in any sort of way? But no, it just puts a bunch of archival footage in front of you and calls it a day. And that to me is just like, it's bad documentary filmmaking.
This might have been a movie that would have improved by the generative machine of Eno. Honestly, it might have been. But yeah, I gave it a 6 out of 10, but honestly, I would even give it a 5 out of 10.
Which is what I give it. I give it a 5 out of 10 as well.
All right, L'amour ouf, which is a word on play of fou, crazy love. But anyway, here's a synopsis. Raised in a troublesome neighborhood, local rebellious teenager Clotaire falls for his schoolmate Jackie, charmed by her fearless spirit and sharp wit. As powerful first love blossoms between the two, rampant gang violence entices him into a much darker path, and ultimately destroys all they have built when he is charged with a crime he didn't commit. After many years apart, now leading profoundly different lives, the star-crossed lovers discover that every path they've taken leads them back together. but will love triumph over Clotaires' quest for revenge?
No, no, it won't. Because this movie fucking sucks. It's it's almost 3 hours long, and it doesn't have much to show for it. It's one of those films that was like had us question. Okay, France is a big country for movies. A lot of active moviegoers are there. Netflix also exists there, so at least they put a bunch of money in some productions to get a return out of it. This is not by them. This is by Studio Canal, but they're also backed. I guess they do have a bit of budget to put into this, and it must be some sort of novel adaptations, because otherwise I don't see why they would be so confident in a movie that feels like it has something going for it, and it actually just doesn't. It is such a yap fest of nothing, and it also is so caught up in its own badassery, creating these characters who are on the edge and they're kind of edgy, and then you see someone who's actually kind of clean cut be caught up in this world and what it does to them, and then have it be an epic tale over years and of the star-crossed lovers. And I'm cringing just saying that because it's so cheesy, it's so bad. Yeah, this has not been a great year for French film, I gotta say. This is among them because you see a lot of money behind it, a lot of
Oh,
talent
there's a lot of
behind it
money
as well.
here. A lot of money here.
And you just kind of, because it is like a crime. It is a crime romance, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't really call it a thriller. Maybe it's definitely like a crime romance film, and it's just, yeah. I don't know. I found this to be quite annoying from beginning to end.
I will say there are some very, very well directed scenes in here.
Yes. Yes.
Especially the opening. I'm not gonna lie, after the opening, because that's with the cars chasing and
Yeah.
because
No, I remember this movie. It hasn't left me, although it's been 6 months. I can't forget about this film. And it's annoying because I don't like it. And I didn't even like the opening. I thought it was so in contrast to what I expect to go.
I mean, like, cinematography and directing, right? I thought it was very... Cinematography is the highlight of the film. But...
Easily.
And direction-wise, there are some couple of great scenes too. But you said to me in Venice, leur enfant après eux is so similar to L'amour ouf, and I'm here like, because I've seen L'amour ouf after
like,
leur enfant. I'm like, wait, you're totally right. The first half of L'amour ouf is identical to leur enfant après eux. It's the same cliched story of a romance forming into slums, and it's just tiresome. The movie actually, gets a bit rescued in the second half, but by then it's just too late to care. And again, this movie does reaches a high enough qualitative bar, like Le Enfant per Eux, where I'm like, I can't really say it's bad, but it's just way below my giving an actual fuck bar. And yeah, every beat is so cliche in the first half. I clocked out by the time the better parts arose in the second half. So, and Adele Exarchopoulos is innocent, but yeah.
Yeah, it's just not the type of thing that I'm into, and this might find quite a bit of an audience. And if you look at
it's
ratings, exactly, it has premiered about like a month ago in France. It's already at 65K logs on there. So the French have been eating this up and liked it. We just didn't. So yeah, I feel like this is the type of blockbuster romance dumb movie similar to Anyone But You that like that type of audience eats up, and we just don't vibe with it. And this is that for the French. And hey, who are we to knock them down for liking it? But I give this a 4 out of 10. And I can't recommend it.
Yeah, I give it a 5 out of 10. Skip. Now, talk about frustrating watches and French movies that just do not live up to their potential. This one was the most frustrating watch of the festival. Reines de Drama, or Queens of Drama. Ewan, what's it about?
It's 2055 in Stevie Shady, an obsessive Mimi Madamour stan, tells us their idol's mad destiny from the very peak of her career in 2005 all the way down to the pits of hell, a downfall brought about by her love story with punk icon Billy Kohler. Over the course of half a century, we follow these drama queens as they top the charts and set sail on the course of mad queer love. That doesn't sound bad from the synopsis alone, I gotta say.
No, but
Sounds intriguing.
I honestly got PTSD from the
Well, if I look
synopsis.
at to me, looking at the poster of this film, they have chosen this poster to promote this film, and I this looks like an AI filter ran through the poster for The Greatest Showman.
We meet this girl, played by Louise Aura, who is Mimi Lalamour. She goes to this concert and falls in love with Gio Ventura's character, Billy Colère. They originally meet at a sort of American Idol audition. They're both there. Billy Colère comes in, Gio Ventura comes in, and she's this rebellious punk rock singer, and she goes into the audition, absolutely bombs, and gets thrown out of it. And Mimi Lamour follows her up, I believe, and gets picked by the jury. But she flourishes under Gio Ventura's character. She flourishes greatly as a singer, gets advice from her, and we get this sort of queer love story where both get the best version out of each other. And yeah, then the movie just falls apart for me. It has so much potential. It is told to this fan, very much like the synopsis says, to Stevie Shady. I know this movie takes place in the future, but this Stevie Shady character starts a YouTube channel, or is like a YouTuber, and she tells this story, or this tragic story about the failed love between our two leads. And then the movie goes to the present time of 2055. But somehow it's still told through this TV Shady character. And it's just so frustrating to watch. And I hate it. I'm not going to lie. I kind of hate it. How at some point, and it's representation of internet and fame. It's just so shitty. Ah, man. The more I talk, the more I don't want to talk about it. That's a problem.
Well, you can give us your rating and move on and just say, hey, we don't recommend this one.
It's 5 out of 10. But I mean, I do recommend it because I know there are people out there that will love this movie. Right. Because it's so out of there. It's very much had a 2005 style, because that's when the whole American Idol and our Mimi Madamour becomes a sort of Zendaya Disney type person who can't be queer. So like there's that aspect to it that's also interesting. But yeah, 5 out of 10. It's just a lot of wasted potential. But I know there are people out there that will absolutely eat this up. So,
yeah, especially for queer representation, there's that sort of craving for like going beyond just the stereotypical sad stories and having something a bit new here, which I feel like maybe this offers. So yeah, it might be for you a bit more than it is.
Next up, we got Poison. Once married to each other, Lucas and Edith have been estranged for 10 years, ever since Lucas left. At Edith's request, they meet at the cemetery where their only child is buried. During a long wait, the conversation progresses, revisiting their shared past and raising new prospects for their future.
Okay, that sounds sad.
It is quite a sad movie, but it is also a movie that is based on a play by Lotte Wekkermans.
Tim Roth.
Tim Roth, yeah. And like my one sentence review of this movie says, always a very positive note when I write one sentence of a review for a movie. Tim Roth will never not be captivating to watch, and he is very captivating to watch in this movie. But yeah, it's you 100% feel it's a play, and it's not really that much of an intriguing play. I honestly rather watch a filming of the play than watching an film adaptation of this play. I don't think the director very much knows what to do with this. The other movie this director has done has such a weird poster in German.
Yeah, so Nosbush, she I assume is from Luxembourg, I think.
Yeah,
and it's mainly done a lot of like acting work, but none that I'm familiar with. Some also pretty strange acting credits that she's got there. So yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, this isn't like there were a lot of heavy moments. Obviously they're meeting up at a funeral at the cemetery where the boy is buried. So obviously that raises a lot of emotional baggage. But also the woman in this movie, Trine Dirholm, isn't that great. She does some weird body language things throughout this movie, and vocally as well, and she just isn't on the level as Tim Roth. And when you aren't as game as your co-star, that just doesn't bode well for the movie.
I can tell you she's great in The Girl with the Needle, which is a film that we never covered from Gunn, unfortunately, because it hasn't really had a release yet. It is the Danish Oscar submission, and I hope it gets in there. It's a really dark film, and she's one of the standouts in that film.
But yeah, Tim Roth saved this movie massively.
Okay.
Yeah, so 5 out of 10.
And then we got Grand Tour. This one played back in Gunn, and that's where I got to see it. It's the Portuguese Oscar submission, and I think it won the director prize coming out of Gunn, if I'm not mistaken. I think it had like a unique thing of it being remotely directed, and it definitely has an interesting style to itself. It takes place in 1917 Burma, that is now Myanmar. A British diplomat is set to marry his fiancée, but after a sudden panic, escapes to Singapore, sending her on what evolves into a chase across Asia. I feel like, hey, there's going to be a bunch of Portuguese people who are likely going to check out our review of this, and I feel like you got a very unique film on your hands here as your Oscar submission. To me, I think this movie just drags quite a bit, has a lot of style, but not in a way that invites you to pay attention to it. Like, to me, I tuned out of this multiple times. And I was incredibly bored and frustrated by the characters. And I have no doubt that Miguel Gomez had a lot of intention in how he crafted all of this to not be the most frustrating possible experience for me, but it was. So yeah, I don't know. Did you have a good time with Grand Tour, or yeah, what did you make of it?
I'm not gonna lie, Ewan, I barely remember a minute of this movie.
Fair enough. So this was one of the films where I think I also fell asleep once or twice, just because something about it is like entrancing.
I did fall asleep. Yeah. I do remember this woman chasing and going through dangerous things. I don't remember. It's just not, and it's not that I was tired or anything. It's just this movie is not captivating. It's just not captivating.
I would also blame it on that. Yeah, it's usually because sometimes you're in a film, and especially at these film festivals, when you watch it back to back to back, and I think this was pretty early on for me in Gun too. But I just kind of made this decision at one point. It would be more work to get out and then have to wait outside. So I will try to give it as much attention as I can, and try to get a grasp of what's going on. But sometimes you're just like, ugh, this is so boring. And I like, this was the interesting thing coming out of Gun. There were at the thing at the roundup that they do for the critics circle, this was like one of the highest ranked films. Like for some reason, the critics outlet were eating this one up and loving it. And I know some people who really enjoy it and have given me a reason why they do. I just really I just couldn't get into it.
I guess the cinematography is the saving thing about this movie, because this movie is shot also by Sayumbu Mukteprom, who is also shot Challenger, Trap, and Queer. So the guy is very talented.
Yeah, that is definitely the best thing about it, and it has like that feel that you are really in like 1917. It kind of gives that off, and I think it does that successfully. Maybe that's one of the reasons why I tune out, because it feels like something, I don't know, that is almost going on in the background to me, and it might be my shortcoming of how I look at media. But I give this one. It feels rough to say, especially after I said that I fell asleep. But I gave this one a 3 out of 10.
I gave it a 5 out of 10. Yeah.
Here we go. I might have rounded up to a 4 just because that's my fault. could have had it like another coffee or something.
Compromise.
Yeah, because I feel bad, and I think it's a unique enough film. But it didn't come together for me in the slightest.
Yeah.
Devil's Bath.
The Devil's Bad, the Steuvel's Bad.
No. So
What?
should I say it? Des Teufels Bad.
The Steuvel's Bad.
Exactly. 18th century Austria, villages surrounded by deep forests. A woman is sentenced to death after killing a baby. Agnes is marrying her loved one and candidly prepares herself for a spouse's life. Soon after, her head and heart start to feel heavy. Palms are sweaty. Day after day, she's increasingly trapped in a murky and lonely path leading to evil thoughts. Maybe not just thoughts. So this is a German film that only you caught? An Austrian film? Tell me about it. Because you didn't like it much.
I love how the synopsis on Letterboxd is now different than the one you just read.
Yeah, they updated it. I mean, it's better than September Says. We never updated it, but yeah.
This is a movie where the first 80% is actually very, very bad and atrocious, and the last 20% has some very strong final moments. And this is one where I unfortunately do have to blame the movie, because the first 80%, I mean, like the strong final moments don't justify the weak 80% that came before it. If you have a strong 80% and the end isn't just that strong, then, I mean, if the majority of the movie is good, I'll still get a kick out of it. I didn't get a kick out of this movie, but there are a lot of people in the screening that absolutely adored this movie. I also wrote in my review what no communication does to a couple, because you got this couple in 1750 Austria, and they marry, but the guy just doesn't fuck the woman, and the woman therefore is very depressed because she wants to get pregnant, but the guy just doesn't all fuck, so she's depressed. She turns to evil thoughts, and she meanders and wanders around, starts doing evil things, gets infected. That's about it. I gave it a 5 out of 10. Did not enjoy. Yeah, like it wants to be the Witch so bad. It wants to be that kind of movie so bad, but it's just frustrating. Oh god, an even more frustrating movie. Hell yeah.
All right. Next up, we got Miséricorde. Jeremy Miséricorde. Miss, we are recording. Jeremy returns to his hometown for an old friend's funeral. In his village, where so much goes unsaid, he must contend with rumors and suspicion until he commits an irreparable act and finds himself at the center of a police investigation. I think the frustration that comes for you for this film is that it doesn't really show its cards what movie it's trying to be. It's a bit like
this movie has an identity crisis. I don't know if this movie wants to be a comedy. I don't know if this movie wants to be a murder mystery. I don't know if this movie wants to be a romantic movie. I don't know if this movie wants to be an erotic movie. This shit was all over the place.
And I liked
the only time the
audience
laughed. The only time the audience laughed was when a priest had an erection.
I feel maybe you just didn't get it, because I caught this one back in Cannes, and it's a French film with a French audience. They got to see it, and they were actually laughing in my screening quite a bit and found this movie quite funny. Although I gotta say, I can't really give you a good rebuttal for that this movie is a bit all over the place and doesn't know what it is, because it really doesn't. Even if it's intentional, it still comes across as a mess. I just kind of, I was entertained, and it does feel a bit longer than it is. It's only 102 minutes. It does feel like it's 110 or even 2 hours long.
It's 2 hours.
But it just, it was intriguing enough to me that I gave this one a 6 out of 10. I didn't really hate it. I thought it was okay.
Oh, I gave this a 4 out of 10.
Oh, bro's a hater.
Yeah.
Well, this next one, Der Spatz im Kamin, The Sparrow in the Chimney, is a Swiss movie That
Oh, it is. That explains it all. That explains it.
well, it's with German actors, I think. I don't know. I don't think they speak Swiss. I forget. We played this one already at our theater, and it didn't do too well here either. To be
Good.
honest. But some people liked it a bit more than you did. I see across my mutuals that are also like film critics. One of them gave it a 2 out of 10. Another one gave it an 8 out of 10. Actually, a couple gave it an 8 and a 7 out of 10. You were on the side of completely hating this, so maybe you can elaborate why, but I'll give you the synopsis first. Karen and Marcus live with their children in Karen's parents' house. That rhymes. Karen's sister, Jewel, travels with her family to Marcus' birthday party, while Karen takes everyone's breath away with the domineering manner. Jewel is the complete opposite. Gradually, a front forms against Karen until everything escalates into a fiery inferno, an inferno that destroys the old to create the new. Okay, even that synopsis made me tired of it already. Jesus Christ, because they just keep saying the names. It's like an SEO practice of like trying to name a character as many times as you can in a synopsis. Karen, do you care for this film?
I want to say Maren Eggert, who played the lead in I'm Your Man. I really enjoyed her in that movie. She was fantastic in that movie. But in this movie, she's just so bad. I'll read you my Letterboxd review. At least the cat got out in time, so it wouldn't have to witness this travesty anymore. Truly straight up trash. Thinking it has some great revelation. I don't think I've ever had this feeling before in any movie ever, but I actually just got annoyed and tired of seeing an actor's face, because every time they cut to her, it's literally the face you see in the poster. So we're focusing in the kitchen. We see 2 people and like a child, like a teenager in the kitchen, and we out of nowhere hear yelling, and it's Maren Egger's character who's yelling. But we don't see her yelling. We just see the reaction. Then they're like, oh, they shook. Then you cut back to her, and you think, oh, she's breathing heavy, or like she's furious. They cut back to her, and she just yelled 5 seconds ago. And again, Ewan, there are some moments in this movie, like there are a couple of children in this movie. You got like an older, like teenage girl, and at a certain moment, she's also like, my body's almost ripe. And you're like, whoa, wait, what is this sentence you just said? And there's a kid who puts a cat in the dishwasher. That's why I'm noting towards the cat not being alive to be in this shitty movie anymore. And I hate it.
I didn't watch this film, but we did play it at a theater, which, me being the head technician there, I did skip through it to kind of see, to prep it. And I could not get less interested in it, because it feels like it's all just in that house, and it's just a never-ending scene in that house. I skipped through the whole movie, and nothing seemed to have happened.
No.
And I was like, no, I won't watch this, even though I did have it. I could have joined you in this review, but I chose not to.
Wow, I'm disappointed in you. But like again, and there's some themes that get brought up of like family trauma and etc. and burning and flames, and it just thinks it's smart, but it's just not. I fucking hate this movie.
You gave it a
3 out of 10.
A 3 out of 10.
And you know how much is needed to get a 3 out of 10 for me, out of me.
Yeah, you're not someone who actually goes that low in his ratings. You often stay at that like 2.5 range, even if you don't like it. Yeah. Then Alain is raising his son Milano on his own. Determined to make their future better, he tries to make ends meet. Now, Kevin's review for Milano simply reads "fuck off" and a 1-star review. So care to elaborate, Kev?
So I said, so we've gotten a good Belgian movie, we've gotten a mid-Belgian movie, and we've got straight up bottom of the barrel trash, which is Milano. Man, this movie is just made me miserable. But hey, this movie Milano has the first deaf actor leading a Belgian movie.
You? Oh, you're not
No.
deaf. No.
And again, you're gonna have to keep this in the cut.
I
Oh,
don't.
man.
I don't. I don't.
You do. You
People
do.
know I'm inconsiderate, so
No.
it's all a part of the
But
brand.
But yeah, nah. Again, this movie very much like Amal wants to be, and like Laurent von Pereux, like wants to be this drama film about the relationship between a son and a dad that's clearly not gelling well with each other. But hey, the father actually cares a bit for the son, and but also blames them being poor on his operation of his hearing aids and the kid fault. I just hate it. I just hate it.
Well, we're certainly not going to recommend this one, so let's just
And
skip
again,
past it.
as a hard of hearing person, it just breaks my heart this should exist.
It doesn't get the HOH pass, unfortunately. You've been declined. But it wasn't the film that you liked the least. I was kind of surprised that you truly hated your time with Sasquatch Sunset, which,
Oh,
if you're
but I
interested
didn't.
in that, Lachlan and I already reviewed this one. We did a special episode where we ended up reviewing 4 films. This was one among them, so you can find it on the channel. As far as like my thought score, I give this like a 6.5, or 7 out of 10. I had quite a good time with it. You truly hated it. Well, it's set in the misty forests of North America. A family of Sasquatches, possibly the last of their enigmatic kind, embark on an absurdist, epic, hilarious, and ultimately poignant journey over the course of 1 year. And it's basically just following them sucking, fucking, and dying their way through the world. And I think the not the costumes, but I guess the makeup effect of them is quite impressive, I gotta say. You didn't like any of this, and I guess you just don't like Sasquatches. You're just racist that way, Kevin. Is
Again,
that
I am into original movies and I don't mind weird. I love Swiss Army Man, which is also known as the Farting Corpse movie. Alright? I love Swiss Army Man. So on paper I actually should kind of appreciate Sasquatch Sunset. I didn't even rate it. I don't even remember if I finished it. But yeah, all the shitting, pissing, nipple sucking, it just wasn't for me. And let's end it there.
yeah, that should go into like your Hinge or Tinder bio.
But yeah, now that's the last movie of my Gent Film Festival experience. What a dud to end on. But
I mean, we
yeah,
went from best to worst. So.
we went from best to worst. Now I'm not gonna lie, I did post I would catch up on the rest of the selection by watching the digital library. And I haven't done so. I think it's fair to say festival fatigue has hit us both pretty badly, but because of the completionist that Ewan is, he has been able to watch some of the ones I haven't been able to see. Ewan take it to the finish line. But before he does so, here are some of the movies I wish I had seen. I wish I had seen 78 Days, All Shall Be Well, Hold On to Her, La Dame Blanche, Favorieten and Côté Voix. So, all shall be well, Ewan here.
Yeah, when a partner Pat unexpectedly dies, Angie is left to worry about the flat in which the couple lived together for 30 years. Supported by her chosen family, Angie begins a later life journey into emancipation. So this is a movie out of Hong Kong, and it's to me it's like a very like small film that packs quite a bit of a punch in these dynamics that like leave her stranded, because it is very much about like how as a same-sex couple, there's not a lot of institutions and like forms and all of that boring stuff that help you once someone passes away that was your lifelong partner to legitimize what has come before. And it kind of gives them a lot of rightfully through the law, it can kind of start picking her life apart, not really hurt her, but they end up doing that. And yeah, I just found it really moving. Again, a really small film, but in the best possible way. So yeah, I like that quite a bit. Gave it an 8 out of 10. I also caught up with 78 Days after their father is conscripted during the 1999 NATO bombing of Serbia. Three sisters begin an HI8 video diary of their countryside home. They film each other putting on makeup, picking cherries, playing party games, getting into fights, and having their mothers helping their mother cook. This fragile.
What's up?
It's a Serbian war. It's so not funny. It's like actually quite harrowing. Oh god. And this fragile, intimate world is perhaps the only. Fucking hell, man! Oh, my cat's there. Oh. This fragile, intimate world is perhaps the only shelter from the reality of bombing, sirens, and war. And this one really takes that almost, yes, you could say gimmick up to its fullest of them filming each other. You basically get to see the POV of the camera from all of the different sisters and how they kind of view each other, like the look that they have for kind of, the younger sibling looking up to the older one, or maybe wanting to make herself like bolster up bigger than she actually is. Like, I don't know, like jealousy when the two older sisters have the crush on the seemingly only guy around. And yeah, and then it also is kind of tragic in the way that like they try to have a normal life as these bombings are happening. And I think it comes together quite strong. I gave this one a 7 out of 10. It definitely has like a personal touch to it, and yeah, I can recommend this one if you are okay with the sort of presentation that it has in this like old school like video thing that it does. And this one won the Explore Zone Jury Award in Ghent, I assume, right?
Yeah, it's basically a second category. By the way, I love that I talk as Lachlan. I could do the accent, but I'm not gonna do him that injustice. It did win the Explore Zone Jury Award, which is a second category, kind of like Horizonte, but they throw 5 18 to 26-year-olds at it. Like they combine a jury award of 18. Why are you laughing?
It's so ridiculous that Lachlan is now a part of this recap. Again, it's always at like this is probably like the 6-hour mark of this. It's just like it gets weird. It gets fucking weird.
We lose our minds, right? Let's be. But yeah. So the Explorer Zone is a second category where they gather 18 to 26-year-olds, make them a jury of 5 or 6, and then they make them watch every movie in that category, and then give a movie out as the winner of that, also with some distribution bonuses and everything. And 78 Days won that. Funny enough, 78 Days was also the 78th movie we
not really. It was
covered.
The 79th movie because one of them small things like these.
Shut up. All right, move on.
Hanami is the next one I'm gonna talk about. Now, I was quite confused about this one because it is like a it's listed on Letterboxd as a movie from Cape Verde, Portugal, and Switzerland. As a primary language, it lists Japanese, and spoken languages are English, French, and Japanese, but the movie is in French mainly. There's one scene and one character that speaks Japanese. Again, with these like movies that barely people have seen, just the listings seem to be quite off on them, and it has a really long logline as well. On a remote volcanic island that everybody wants to leave, little Nana learns to stay. Her mother Nia went into exile right after she was born, and Nana grows up in the family of her father. One day, the family learns that Nia is ill, which, by the way, happens, I think, about in the last 20 minutes of the film. Nana begins to develop high fevers and is sent to the foot of a volcano for treatment. There she encounters a world steeped in magical realism between dreams and reality. Later, when Nana is a teenager, her mother Nia finally returns to the island. So that's a dog shit. Synopsis, I gave this one a 5 out of 10, and I think this it's just beyond the synopsis. I don't really have much to say about it. It was just meandering, kind of boring, and didn't really add up to much. This is probably a film that someone who's, I don't know, knows the history of Cap Verde is going to say like, oh, there's so much in this. I just didn't get this, and it's a Swiss co-production, so hey, I claim a bit of it, but yeah, no, wasn't for me. Then I caught Edge of Summer by Lucy Cohen. A summer holiday and an old folk tale bring two 11-year-olds together as they set out to explore just what or who is calling them from deep within an abandoned tin mine. Yeah, so knowing me, it's two 11-year-olds, a guy who's critical, known for the kid performances. I don't have anything to say about them, to be honest. They didn't leave a lasting impression. The movie itself, though, is I don't know. It has that sort of odd, aimless feeling of them going back again and again to this mine and trying to talk to something, and then it has some like fantastical elements where you're just kind of wondering, okay, what is actually going on? But again, I think it was well made. I think the like performances are fine, and I can't really say it's a bad film. I just gave it a 6 out of 10, and again, kind of a movie that I forget I even watched in a month, and yeah, that's about all I can say about it.
Savage commentary.
Then Christmas Eve.
Oh wait,
in
let
Miller's...
me introduce this one because I know you hate this one.
Well, no, but there's no camera for you. I don't. It's not Lachlan. It's identity theft, Jim. It's a serious offense.
Alright, fine.
Then yeah, so Kevin already knows that I hated this one. Christmas Eve in Miller's Point. There was a lot of interest for this film because Michael Cera is attached to it, and there's a bunch of, I guess I'd say this is an assembly of nepo babies, but it's actually just Francesca Scorsese and Sawyer Spielberg.
Great TikTok though. Great TikToks.
Sawyer Spielberg, is he related to? Yeah, of course. And he was in The Post, and I mean, hey, there could be other people with Spielberg out there. Has this large family feel. There's also Elsie Fisher in it, and a bunch of people that you're familiar with, but I don't want to list them all. And it's basically like this family who has all of these like issues that like all come together as they are there on Christmas Eve, and Michael Cera is a cop in it, and for a second I was like, okay, are they like flipping the thing around from Superbad with Seth Rogen and Bill Hader, but now he's that, but no, he's just for some reason a sad cop. Also, his cop comes in about like halfway through the film and is not really connected to any of them, but at some point they do interact. It's just if you like a messy film with like a bunch of people in a room around a dinner eating and then being uncomfortable with each other, go off, king or queen. But I just can't do with that shit. I hate it. It's like one of the things I really hate, when I do love a scene between two people. I don't want 17, and there's just too many of them. I ended up giving this a 3 out of 10. It's really just not my thing. I know that like someone that I met in Cannes, for example, Carson Runquist, he ended up liking this quite a bit, and yeah, I just didn't. Then Sebastian, Max, a 25-year-old aspiring writer living in London, begins a double life as a sex worker in order to research his debut novel. This has a pretty intriguing logline, I gotta say, and a lot of it is caught up in the kind of sad underbelly of what it is to be like gay, especially I don't know if you are someone who didn't come out when you were younger. So a lot of people who have now who are now in positions of power and have money tend to buy that intimacy with others. So you see a lot of like these businessmen in their 50s and 60s seeking out male sex workers to kind of not only get the sexual gratification, but also just like the intimacy. And for some of them, it's just a conversation as well. It's like that stereotype of the guy, the sad, lonely guy who hires a hooker and then doesn't sleep with her, but just wants to be hugged or something like that. And it has that running through it, but then also kind of the exploitation that you have while trying to write about this. And it's not really about that then as well. It's just like a bit like what is the actual focus of the story, and then it ends up being a really sad film as well, not in the way that there's like tragedy or anything. It's just sad. It's just something about it just feels really sad, and you're like, I've seen so many sad gay movies. Do I need another one? It was fine though. I didn't mind it. I gave this one a 6 out of 10. And it might interest you more than I did. It might interest you more than it did me, but hey, it also might be quite underwhelmed with it. And I did see a bigger potential for this, especially like someone writing about it. It had that like sort of American fiction possibility, but that with African American experience with gay experience, but it didn't really deliver on that. Then I got 2 movies left that I got to see in Gun, so it's been half a year since I've seen them. But one of them actually left a really, really good impression, which was 21, holy cow. Danton and his band of friends, local barflies, spend most of the summer scouring the Jura dances. Following the sudden death of his cheese-making father, Danton suddenly finds himself responsible for his 7-year-old sister and must find a way to earn a living. With his friends, he sets out to make the best Comté cheese, one that will win him gold, one that will this is a hard sentence, one that will win him the gold medal of at the agricultural competition and 30,000 euros. So it's this coming of age film that actually kind of nails this like depiction of a rural boy who just loves to have fun, do shit, like doesn't give a shit, but now is suddenly responsible to actually take care of someone, but he's also not really letting anyone help him. And then it's also pretty much like for I'd say like half of this film is a romance film, and I'm a sucker for good romance, and this was really good. Because he basically falls in like starts a relationship with the daughter, and there's a bunch of brothers, and I think they own like a bunch of cows and make their own cheese, and he basically has a relationship with someone he can steal milk from. So, like that's the initial plot, and if this were an American film, it would be all about like that, like trying to make that lie, and then ultimately the lie like being uncovered, and then apologizing, but then they, I don't know, get together after all, and it ends up being a bit more about just like him trying to find something he can do. It's also a very funny film, and yeah, in the sea of pretty underwhelming French films, this was a really fun one. That I can very much recommend. And then last, and also kind of least, although I do feel like there's definitely an audience for this that will love it, is Viet and Nam from Tron Min Dieu. Probably butchered that name, but in the depths of the underground coal mines where danger awaits and darkness prevails, Nam and Viet, both young miners, cherish fleeting moments, knowing that one of them will soon leave for a new life across the sea. So yeah, it's about these 2 guys who make out in coal mines, but it's not really a lot. And I think there's a lot of like intimacy in this film. And if I'm totally honest, this movie is over 2 hours long. I cannot remember for the life of me what happens in this film, and I forgot most of it. I think this is the type of slow-moving festival film that some people who go to festivals actually like go to festivals for, because they adore it. To me, it was just kind of boring for most of it, and yeah, I was just sitting through it, not really experiencing the film. I ended up giving it a 5 out of 10. Not really for me. I think it might be the Oscar submission, if I'm not mistaken, for Viet Nam, but I'm not sure. But yeah, that's all the stuff that I watched just by myself from Gent. So yeah, that's it, done. 80 plus movies, Kevin. We always kind of, I said like 3 hours for this one, 3 hours max, and it clearly isn't. And I feel like, we say that in a jokey way, is like, oh my God, look at us, it's so much. But again, to reiterate, we said this in Venice, it is important to us that we don't just like list the movies we've seen. So it's an accomplishment to have seen them, because it feels like if we don't give them the light of day and actually talk about them, it doesn't matter if it gets like 10 views on our YouTube channel or whatever.
No.
It still feels important to keep the conversation alive, and we like to contribute to that. So it's important to us that we end up getting to talk about them in the way that we do. And it does take time. It does take a lot of energy. It does take a long time to edit all of that, a lot of work. But yeah, we love doing it. And this year we ended up covering a bit north of 200 films that played at the festivals in Cannes, Venice, Zurich, and Ghent. Kev, I think you combined our letterbox list, right?
Yeah, I did, and it combines 202 movies. I've seen about 120 of them. You have seen probably like 95% of them. And I gotta say, my top 5 hasn't changed that much, if at all, after Venice and Ghent. How do you feel about this year? I know you've done Cannes, so you've got one up on me, but still.
Yeah, but I think for Gun, not much has made it into my list from there. Apart from, I guess, you got Anora and the Substance, who he really like ones that I loved. You were a bit lower on them than I was. But I think other than that, the like drop off from Venice, from Gun was actually like very steep, way more than the last couple of years that I've been. And then in Venice, there was just not a single movie that has released so far, because Broken Ridge
Yeah,
isn't
yeah.
out. Neither is really Cloud, and other films that I liked, or like A Happy End. And a lot of them I'm struggling to figure out, hey, which ones were the best ones out of Venice, and that hasn't really happened in the last 2 years that I went. It was clear, like Hitman, Poor Things,
Poor
and
things, yeah.
I think this year surprisingly strong was for me the stuff that I hadn't seen in at Sundance. For example, A Real Pain that I got to see in Zurich, and then
Yeah.
Black Box Diaries, No Other Land, a couple of documentaries that really stood out, as well as for me, Memoir of a Snail was another great one that I got to see late in the year. But yeah, nothing that like made me say this was a great year to attend festivals. I think we saw a lot of stuff that was just good, but not something like, the issue is, if something's not great, it's very much hard. It's very hard to go from a festival to like a movie that finds a broader audience, because we love them. Like, some niches of the film sphere loves them, but it doesn't really break out in a way where it would be a success of like an Anora. It needs to be like, have to have that acclaim of, oh my god, this is a festival film that could go all the way to a Best Picture Oscar. Otherwise, no one really gives a shit. And that's really the competition that you're up against. And for like, in that way, I think that like this year was a bit lesser. But then again, we watch so many films that you do tend to find a lot of films that you end up liking regardless. Yeah. But yeah, for you as well, I think it was a different experience in Ghent, because we kind of took for granted that you got a pretty good access with your press pass, and now he's dead. And you didn't end up getting that this year.
Oh no! So last year, so this was the frustrating part about Ghent this year, because I did want to get to 60 movies this year, but I ended at 52. Unfortunately, just one more than last year. So last year I had a red label as press, which would have given me access to the public screenings. But unfortunately, this year for some reason I had a black label, which puts me on the same level as some students from film schools, which
Yeah.
I know I'm young, but shit, the fact that I'm on the same level as them.
Yeah. It's surprising to me. It's also because, to give you a bit of insider baseball here, for the bigger festivals, we were partnering before with a bigger Swiss outlet that wrote us like letter of accreditation, letter of assignment. So we get the accreditation, and it's basically backed by a bigger outlet, especially for going for the first time. If anyone's interested who's watching this, to go into festival students, yes, there's a great way to get in there, but it's very limited. If you have like an outlet that you can even reference as freelance work, that helps a lot. But for Ghent, I have never done that for Kevin. I've always given him basically just a letter of assignment from us, and we've only, it's not like we've gotten smaller over the years. So to me, it's a bit surprising that they ended up downgrading. What the fuck happened?
I got I was drinking water and it just got stuck in the throat.
Oh, okay. It sounded like you were laughing about something. I was like,
No,
what
I
the
wasn't. But I
fuck? He's
continued.
trying to survive. Yeah.
But yeah, indeed. Oh, man, I now look like I'm crying. Fuck.
Guys, he's really emotional about getting
I'm
his
really
badge
emotional.
downgraded. Gent, give him a better press badge next year, okay? He's crying here. I can't deal with this shit. It's not professional.
No, but it's a bit frustrating because I was really prepared to go all out.
Yeah.
And normally I do for Gent, I do get like a rail pass. So basically you can buy 10 tickets and then just apply them in your card. And I always buy that out of support for the festival. And I always bring along my friends, parents, family to some of the screenings to just support them that way because the accreditation for press is free. But
Right.
to not get a yellow label, so not being considered main press, is a bit insulting to me this year because that means I had to pay for 10 screenings more, and I already paid for some of them. So especially as an outlet, a small outlet such as us who wants to cover everything, give every movie a voice, no matter if it's bad or good, just feels a bit like a slap in the face.
Yeah,
But
when you make yeah.
on the bad side, that's obviously a struggle. But on the good side, you also have your connections in Zurich, which means we got interviews with Shuri Ito.
Shiori Ito, yeah.
Yeah, Adam Elliott. So
And a
that
couple more that yeah.
and a couple of more, and obviously we need to celebrate that too. That we while we have some struggles and obstacles we overcome and suddenly grab new chances. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's always, if you look at my schedule for Zurich, I have done that every year. That, like, I, more than any other festival, end up skipping way more than I had planned to see. Just because they have a couple of systems that maybe, hey, this goes out to the Zurich Film Festival if you want some feedback. One of the issues is that when you book something as press and there's an allocated amount of seats that are available the day before that you can book, there's no way to cancel your ticket. And there's no punishment. Obviously, if you don't cancel it, if there were a punishment for not going, it would be very stupid. But I've tried last year. I emailed them, and it didn't get back to me until 3 days later. I was like, well, that's a bit late now. Fuck. So I'm taking up spots for people that, like, if I don't go, and having that, like, underlying guilt as well, that, like, I'm not attending, and it's not good for me to keep going because I felt the burnout, especially because you go to a festival like Zurich that is a collection of, like, some of Sundance, Cannes, Venice stuff, even Telluride, all the festivals that have come before, and some new premieres that obviously are then the exciting part when they got their world premieres or European premieres there. But with the stuff that has come before is oftentimes like the best stuff, like Anora played there. And then you do get caught up in having the rest of it still available to you. And that's a very unique problem that I put myself in from attending these other festivals. But it feels less exciting in Zurich because about a third of their program is documentaries. And I tend to get burned out on documentaries about, like, maybe seeing 5 of them over like 10 days. I can do a documentary every 2 days. But if it's like more than that and I watch like 3 documentaries a day, I'm like, I can't. And it's just a lot of that. And it's just like, I guess Switzerland is a country that watches a lot of documentaries, so it makes sense for a festival to represent that.
And produces them probably also, yeah.
Exactly. And I feel like that's not a critique about the programming. I think it was actually pretty on point with the 100 films that they had for the 20th edition. But yeah, it's just a personal me thing. And then for me as well, for interviews, because you watch the film and then you could go in on a very surface level to talk about these the people, but it goes into the same way of like the way that we want to cover every movie. It's like when you talk about someone who actually like made the film, I'm obviously trying to like not be yet another iteration of the same thing that they have regurgitated every step along the way of the press tour. So what I tend to do, which isn't the best, I think, for interviews, because the best way you do interviews would be to post them a question so they kind of give you the full thing, so they like kind of repeat what you're saying back to you. But I like to have it more conversational. So I'm trying to repeat whatever I've heard in other interviews and stuff that I've read. So I throw a bunch of information at them and hopefully get a unique response back that they haven't said in any other way before. And it's tricky. So what I'm trying to say is like one interview that I do takes about like 3 movie slots per festival, and it also exhausts me quite a bit. So I do tend, because Zurich is pretty much it stresses me out quite a bit. Not the actual, yeah. Something about this is still, I don't know. It's like, it's not the same as like reviewing a movie and the person who made it is like looking back at you, but talking to them is also a reflection of how well you took in the film, and you trying to meet them at the, I don't know, I'm rambling about interviews now, but to me it's like a really interesting subject, because it's like a lot of them have devolved into some other thing. They don't talk about the actual media that they make, especially with actors. It's all about like the games and telling them about their personal brand a bit more. And then at the end there, they say, oh yeah, you also got a movie out, right? Promote that. And unless it's something personal to them. And I feel like, especially talking to filmmakers and not the actors, it comes from a place of like working on this for years, more often than not, especially with Adam Elliott for like 7 years. And you get a lot out of them, and it's super interesting. So yeah, hopefully you get that while watching the interviews, that kind of comes across, that I truly do share an interest to bring you an interesting conversation. But yes, it stresses me out a lot. It's a lot of stress.
But I also helped you out with some of the interviews, and I do like asking or creating questions. So I do want to do that, I guess, maybe in the future, but we'll
because you almost ended up doing interviews in Gent as well, but it was a bit too.
Yeah.
And
you stressed me out the day before, like, oh
yeah. Kevin woke up, and I was like, oh yeah, I just got an interview from the publicist. You're doing an interview today, right? And he's like, what? What am I doing? What? So yeah, that's all my experiences over from Zurich with the interview stuff. Kev, issue being your batteries died, so we actually had to swap you out, and Lachlan is telling us your thoughts of Gent. I don't get how this specifically works. I feel like someone said something about the substance. I don't know. But Kev or Lachlan, what were some of the feedbacks you would have for the Gent Film Festival?
Now, I know they've previously in the past done some action like Peninsula, but they need some action. I get that it's horror because it's October, so horror naturally takes a bit of a priority in the program with Halloween and everything. But and obviously, if there are films that are releasing in November, December, etc., they obviously program those at the film festival. But they need some action because all those dramas, especially the Belgian ones, and with Suleiman, like all those heavy drama movies, you need some sort of lightness. And sure, you got Memoir with Snail, Flow, but you need some action. Like my lust for action was so big after Gent,
Lust.
And
Lust just feels so sexually charged. I love that with those glasses on, you also give off the vibes from the teacher from Monsters Inc., like the one with the glasses. Oh, it's a teacher, the one with the glasses down. So
okay, I was thinking about Meryl Streep, but sure,
Meryl Streep also works. Yeah.
So yeah, because like just the amount of drama. Again, if you go to our combined list, I don't know, 153 dramatic films in this list. And I get drama, it's like the main genre, but like, Jesus Christ, guys, come on.
Yeah, it's usually a lack of genre at these festivals. That's where they sometimes have the like midnight section where they premiere some horror films, and Gunn is actually pretty good about having a couple of action films in there. And even premieres for other festivals, but they're not audience focused. So festivals like TIFF does feature a bit more in the variety when it comes to genres, and maybe even action. And specifically a bunch of festivals that I guess have a bigger horror focus. But yeah, if you want to get those bigger action films, you're rarely getting them out of festivals.
Well, I guess we don't really have that much to say anymore. Do you?
I don't know if we've said enough. I don't know if we've hit our quota for the episode to end. It feels like we haven't said that much yet.
let the people know about your latest purchase that's gonna help you at these future film festivals when the room is too dark and you cannot see the paper you're writing on because you have to lift a book to your face every time you want to write something and then put it down and then you're scribbling it absolutely incoherent.
I've actually written pretty well. This was not at the festival though. This was a Gladiator.
Yeah,
That's
because
right.
because
And
of your latest pen purchase.
I didn't put this
Yeah,
on
look.
to run because
It's-
for a theater it's way too bright. But I tried
It's
it out.
not. You need to try it.
I'll give this to you. I sit very far away from you. I'll give this to you next year in Ghana or Venice or whatever festival we go to, and see how long it takes for like an angry French or Italian guy to like, I don't know, throw something at you, a baguette or a pizza. That's
What do you
just
mean in Venice people are on the phone anyway? Who's gonna get mad?
It's like, what's this guy doing? Is it like he's not on his iPhone, he's on his iPen, or what the fuck is this shit? But yeah, it's neat, it's nifty. I can use it for other purposes when I need to ride in the dark.
Or when
I
you
do
need to
that
impersonate Harry Potter.
Wingardium Leviosa up this podcast with this.
Cool. Right.
Yeah, again, it's been a long year for festivals. We've covered a whole bunch of them, and we are going to recharge a bit, so we are ready as soon as I guess early next year to get back into the swing of things and cover those for you. But again, if you we haven't said anything about this yet, but if you enjoyed this, then
Did you enjoy
if you did you enjoy. What the fuck is wrong with you? You watched all of this? Really, all of you didn't skip around? That's kind of weird. But no, leave a like, subscribe, share it with people. We're also gonna clip this down to make it. Obviously, this is just for us to have it out there. It's all there for the smaller films that we're not gonna make separate.
This is for the OGs.
Reviews. Exactly. If you're a completionist, much like I am, then yes, maybe you watched all of this and it's much appreciated. But you'll also find them clipped and with a bit more, footage up there, if trailers are up there and stuff like that, in a presentable way, up on our channel. So yeah, even if you skip to the end and wondered if they look any different, obviously Kevin changed quite a bit in his appearance towards the end. That just happens when you record for this long. You turned from Belgium to Australian. He went through the whole alphabet of people. Actually, if you skip through, he's like a different ethnicity and country, like every couple of, and he went all the way from B back to A, or he just like made one step back. We don't know. It's de-evolutionized, but I'm just yapping at this point. But as always, thanks so much for watching.
Thanks so much for watching.
And we'll see you soon.
Bye.
With something else that isn't as long.